sky. It's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't find. I just keep going.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another segment that we have here. Today, we have a special podcast here for MSC at the Esports World Cup. This year, we've got two of the same organizations qualifying from different regions. Onyx from Indo, Onyx from Philippines, and I'm here with the Onyx boys. Firstly, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who brought Onyx ID from 9th to 1st place, Raja Yeba. That's what we call him, the king, Yeba. Hello, Yeba. How you doing?
I'm good.
You're good? Yeah. Next up, we got a legend as well, and a world champion, by the way, M6. Look at this guy, the god in the gold lane, the gold standard, really doesn't need an introduction. It's Kelra. How you doing, Kelra?
I'm good.
Good? Not great, just good?
Good.
Good.
Not great. Good.
Good, better than
Good
great.
and great.
Good and great. All right, we'll put that in. Last but not least, definitely, we have a very special guest here as well. Where's the spicy boy? Where's the miracle boy? Because this is Key Boy. How you doing, Key Boy?
Yeah, I'm very good.
Very good.
Yeah.
Went from good and great to very good. I like that. We're getting better as we go.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, we've got a couple of questions here. I've got a lot of questions for you guys, Yeb, Kelra, and Key Boy. Let's start with Key Boy first. Key Boy, you're part of the Sky Kings era. How would you describe the difference in energy or play style between that era and the Kage era of 2019?
For me, Kage era just for 1 season, 2 season, but now we dominate all season.
Okay, so it's the difference in
The
consistency.
consistency.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
what's the difference there? Is it just like, is it your coach that helped you? What's the difference there? How did you get so consistent, or how are you so consistent now?
No, for sure because of the Yeba, the king
Yeba.
coach. Yeah, the best coach
Best coach of all time?
in the world.
Do you agree?
All time.
All time. Yeb,
That's not true.
that's not true?
Yeah.
All right, what would your answer be then? What's the difference between the Sky Kings era and the Kage era?
Well, at first, I think the Kage era, they don't have a coach. So maybe there's no one to help them to be consistent, how to adjust for the different meta, and yeah, how to be mature maybe.
Okay, then. So, I mean, you joined Onyx when in season 10. You joined Onyx in season 10 together with Kyrie. So,
Yeah.
talk us through the journey of you becoming the head coach in season 11 and then taking this roster, making them Sky Kings in 2023.
Well, actually, first I want to say I'm not the one who make them Sky Kings. It is the team. It is the effort of the whole team. So yeah, I'm really happy to work with them. They're very passionate, hardworking, and they really love the game. That's why it's fun to be working with them.
Clearly, they really love the game. But, you know, a lot of times we see players, especially in MLBB, after playing for a few years, they get burnt out really quick, right? In interviews after losses, they would always just say, yeah, we've just been going through so many tournaments. Now, how do you as a coach deal with that? Like, do you have any ways, specific ways from Onyx?
Actually, I've just recently learned that burnout is different. Burnout is when you don't want to play anymore. You don't want the game anymore. That's burnout.
Okay.
It's different from you're tired, you don't know what to do, you don't have the solution, the answer to be better. That's not burnout.
I see. Okay, so it just comes down to the different meaning of burnout. So the players were tired. They're not. They still wanted to play the game. They were just
Everyone's tired.
You're tired. Are you tired now, or are you hyped?
I'm hyped.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. Well, let's move on then to Kelra from Onyx Philippines. Hey, Kelra, you've gone through a few years yourself in Onyx Philippines. There was the season you joined. You actually didn't qualify for MSC, unfortunately. So, what makes the current roster stand out more than the previous rosters you've played with? There's no one helping you, Kelra. You gotta speak English.
For me, I think because of our discipline inside and outside the game, and also our team bonding, and also to our coach, because Coach Tony is very big impact to us, because he always say to us to be a consistent every day and improve inside and outside the game every single day. That's all.
So, okay, we've seen different iterations as well of Onyx Philippines, right? Like the Onyx Philippines we have now, the one again that you joined into, and right before that, when Yeb was still there, Onyx Philippines with Glar, Marky, Kyrie. What would you say is the main difference between the M3 Onyx Philippines and the M6 Onyx Philippines?
I think because in our M6 form is very different because other teams cannot adapt our gameplay.
I see.
Like very aggressive in invading, like in King Kong is very aggressive jungle. He's the only one aggressive jungle that time.
Okay. So it's a proactive gameplay is the difference between you and M3. All right. Well, Keyboy, you've been in so many finals. I can't count how many finals you've been to. MSC 2023 finals, MPL finals, a bunch of them as well. Which loss has hit you the hardest as a player? And how did you mentally bounce back from that loss?
For me, for sure, M5. Yeah. And then... Don't look at me, bro.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
Just look at the camera. After M5, I just realized like it's okay next time. But for next tournament, international tournament, I think I need to more work hard and learn everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that moment, the M5 Grand Final, something you still remember to this day, or is something you've already moved on? Like, is it something you've already forgotten about? Have you moved on from that, or is it something you still remember to keep yourself motivated?
Yeah. For M5, I think I just remember how the pain I lose. Oh. And then for my fire in my heart, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it motivates you as a player. What about you? Yeah, but from a coach perspective, what's the biggest challenge in preparing a team, not just to reach the finals, but to finish the job?
In M5?
In M5 and all the finals you've been to.
Actually, every series I treat it like a grand finals. So it doesn't matter if it's grand finals.
So there's no difference in the matches for you. Is that something that you also tell your players to implement? Like, you have to think of every match as a grand finals, every series as a grand finals.
Yeah, even in scrims, I told them that we have to train like we're playing in a tournament.
Okay. So the grand finals technically doesn't matter because every single time they're already technically prepared for a finals?
Yeah, actually, well, it matters because of the ambience, but while you're in stage, you cannot hear anything. I mean, you're just too focused.
You're just locked in.
Yeah.
Well, Kelra, you won M6, that's a massive finals.
Oh my God.
But you fell short on MPL Philippines this time around. Do you feel the pressure from the fans to constantly stay on top is too much? Or what happened in MPL Philippines?
What is the question again?
So you lost MPL Philippines. Is the pressure from the fans to constantly stay on top too much?
I'm just focusing the game. I don't mind the social media fans.
Okay, so you don't care about the fans. There's no pressure from the fans.
I care to my fans, but I don't care when I was playing.
Okay, yeah. So when you're in the game, you're locked in.
Lock in.
You said at M6, I remember this, that MPL Philippines is harder to win than the World Championship. So is it the same here for MSC? Is MPL Philippines harder, or is MSC 2025 going to be more difficult?
I think MSC will be harder too because we have Onyx Indo right now because
Because of
Onyx Indo is
Onyx
very
Indo.
strong and also Team Liquid is here.
Yeah.
Sinungaling.
What is that?
Liar.
Liar. Okay.
Liar.
So you're a liar, Kelra.
No, bro.
No? All right. We'll see.
Not
We'll see
really.
later.
We'll see.
If they beat you, that means he's lying.
Yes.
Okay.
That's your liar.
Well, I'm gonna go back to Keyboy. What changed in the team's environment that helped Onyx ID bounce back this year after setbacks? Regular season, you were 9th place. What changed in Onyx to get you to become champions?
Oh, for sure, Babayeba.
Just Babayeba?
Yeah.
Babayeba.
Papa yun eh, Papa.
You've constantly denied that you were the main man behind the comeback. So your perspective, and the players seem to say, it's just Babayeba, it's Babayeba. But what about you? What changed when you came back from 9th to 1st?
Well, actually, I don't really feel it. It's just I tried to find solutions for the team problems, and the coaching staff, all of us helped to find solutions. So it's just not it's not only me who worked for it. Yeah.
So what would you think was the biggest change during that time? Was it the change of Lutpi and Ryota? Was it the change of mindset?
Actually, I don't know because I'm not really with them back when I was not in the roster. But when I entered, I just do it my style.
All right. Well, Kelra, you certainly have a style yourself at M6, and I believe here too. What do you think just clicked during the M6 World Championship? What pushed you guys to become champions at M6? Since the emotional loss at MPL, do you think you've bounced back even stronger now as well? But first, let's M6. What pushed you?
Thinking again.
No worries. Take your time.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ano ibig sabihin? Well, I just want to win. And that time, already said earlier, the other team cannot adapt our gameplay. That's why we destroy all of the teams in M6.
So you're just very confident that time.
Confident, very.
Now, it's a bit different because you're coming in as the second seed from MPL Philippines. Have you bounced back from the loss in the grand finals?
Yes.
And now what motivates you for MSC? Is it just a complete, because you already have
Money,
an
money,
MSC.
money.
Money,
Money,
okay,
money.
that's a great answer.
Money.
Money is what pushes Mr. Kelra now.
Yes,
W
sir.
Mans, hey, he's a father. He needs the money.
Yes.
You real quick, man.
W money.
All right, W Mans. All right, I'm back to you, Yeb. Walk us through, again, the journey of Onic ID becoming the best team in the region. Not just now, but I think of all time in ID, I think we kind of have this consensus from the general masses that Onic ID is the best org to do it in MPL ID. How many, I forgot how many MPLs you guys have. 7? Is it 7 MPLs?
Seven.
Season 3,
Seven.
season...
Oh, Indo?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
7
Oh, yeah,
MPLs.
7.
So walk us through that journey.
Well, I'm very proud that I'm part of it. And it's also because of the back end of the organization, the management of Onic, how they treat us. I mean, how they respect my decision. And yeah, maybe we're just lucky.
The classic lucky line in Indo, man. All right then, Yeb.
Keyboard.
Because you're a VP. You're a VP and a coach. Now you're more of a coach because we're just, you're handling the team, but obviously you see the big picture goal for Onic as a VP. What is the big picture goal for Onic as an organization?
Well, hopefully we're slowly wants it to be global. I mean, not only in Indonesia or Southeast Asia. We're trying to make it global, and it's really fun. It's really fun doing it, helping other players to achieve their dreams, supporting them. Yeah.
So do you see Philippines and ID both making it to the top for MSC 2025?
Well, again, I have to be realistic. First, it depends on the bracket. Because there's no lower bracket here in MSC. And yeah, but I really hope that we can meet at grand finals.
Okay, boy. Do you think there's a future where Onic ID becomes the best in the world, not just ID?
For me, can. Because Coach Shep, VP, right? Yeah, he can handle everything. Yeah.
For you as a player, seeing Onic, get massive success in the Philippines, massive success on other game titles as well, does it push you to be better as a player for Onic ID, or is that something that you just don't think about?
For me, I just get motivated because so many team Onic like get a good result, champion or something. And then for me, the management Onic, I know already so long, they are so good to find the coach like Coach Shep, and then the good player. Wait, I thinking.
That's it. Yeah, great answer. Well, final question to you, Kelra. What would you ever? I mean, would you ever want to face Onic ID in the grand finals?
I want because our boss said if we win in grand finals, we will go to the Japan.
Okay, so it's not. Is it about the rivalry you have, or is it just about Japan?
Japan and rivalry.
Japan and rivalry. Well, all right, there you go, guys. If they make it to the grand finals together, they're going to Japan. All of you, Onic ID and Onic Philippines
together.
All right. Maybe you can get one more ticket from me.
But it's okay. What? Yeah.
I will buy.
Well, that's it for us guys here. Thank you so much, Keyboy, Kelra, and
Thank you,
Yeb.
very good.
If both Onic ID and Onic PH end up in the grand finals of MSC 2025, would you, people back at home, consider Onic as the best organization in MLBB to have ever done it?
Amen.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Guys, just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is it MSC Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the Cuban frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look. 8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay, I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott, it's the group stage format.
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds.
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, just smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
We can still fix the format.
Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Just one more trophy left. Nobody expected this. That's fine. This time, it's our year. We're locked in. It's comeback time! Everyone knows who will win MSC 2025.
After 12 games, Group A certainly delivered in the quality and quantity of matches after the third day of MSC group stages here at the Esports World Cup. Now, can Group B match that? As by the end of this day, we will find out who will be the first batch of 2-0 teams. And unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to 2 more teams here at Day 4. Hey everyone, my name is Renmar. I'm here with Naisu and Mirko. And Naisu, you don't have to do that.
Yep.
You don't have to do that, Naisu.
I just wanted to see what it was like.
This is... oh my gosh.
All right, give me a ladder and I can see what it's like for you. All right. How are you guys feeling after yesterday?
Feeling great, man. I mean, it was a long day, but I think all of us were really happy with the 12 games that we got. I know you guys part of the first series, and then we rounded the day out. It was great, but unfortunately, too, you know, you're at the point where you're saying goodbye to a couple teams.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the teams that got eliminated, but again, that's the nature of competition right now, and we are at the stage of eliminations. We are at day number 4 now. Oh my lord. Hey, we're gonna get 2 more promotions over the knockout stage, 2 more teams eliminated today.
Again, if you are somehow living under a rock and missed the action yesterday, Team Liquid Philippines and Mythic Seal have secured their spots into the knockout stages, and the remaining 12 teams will now encounter the unknown for the final 6 slots. So 2 more 2-0 teams will be decided, and by the end of tomorrow, we'll see the teams that go into the 2-1 bracket. Remember, Mythic Seal did the unthinkable and delivered a 2-1 victory against SRG, while Liquid versus Onyx went the distance with a very, very, as people would say in this current metagame era, it was absolute cinema. So I just want to ask you guys real quick, which one did you prefer? Mythic versus SRG or Liquid versus Onyx?
Oh, that's a tough question because both are really good, but I think I have to go with the Mythic Seal game. Like that was because I was holding on to like, well, I was with LaFell and Gideon, by the way, so I was holding on to them while they were watching it, and then that ending, I feel like throughout the series was pretty crazy. So, but it's so hard to choose. We've had so many great matches.
For me, it's the match of the day for sure, man. TLPH, even though it was, well, I predicted TLPH to win too. It just shows us what the level of MLBB looks like here in MSC, at least the top level, right? Both these teams, fated matchup. We got to see it very early. I hope it's a teaser to what we'll see later in the knockout stage and not just like, all right, one time, it's over. One of these teams get knocked out.
Yeah, I hope it's not just a group stage thing, because if this continues on into the single elimination knockouts, and we are bound for crazy playoffs here at the MSC at the Esports World Cup. Now, we're going to be showing you the top place of the day, and with 12 games being played,
which one is it?
I would be very surprised if this was like a short feature. I think this is going to be one of our longest top play recap.
Yeah, this has to be, because there was just so many good plays, so many, you know, 10K leads, massive leads that got turned around. And, you know, we've talked about this a little bit in the back too. It's a very interesting place we are in the meta right now because of the fact that, you know, things are a little even 50-50 if you have a major lead. But some of the stronger teams, like I would say, don't even let that chance happen.
Absolutely. You get to see in game number 3, especially for TLPH, once they get the lead going, as far as they did, 10,000 gold lead, they understood the assignment. They knew how to really just capitalize on that. But we did get to see that as well from TLPH. Like, they were leading 7,000 in game 1, and still it became a slugfest. What I'm surprised with is this. CFU Gaming up against Ultra Legends, we got to see full 3 games. I think the last 2 matches yesterday, none of us really predicted it to go 3 games. We kind of expected Corinthians and Ultra Legends to just get knocked out 2-0. But the fact that they were able to prove to be absolute competitors before getting eliminated shows you the level of MLBB and MSC have been rising.
Yeah, everyone has been intense as you're looking at the best reactions of the day, brought to you by Crunchyroll. Oh, Kibo, we don't need subtitles for that. And Ultra Legends a little bit calmer, though. CFU a little bit more stoic as well. But of course, you see the heartbreak after the game 1 loss of Virtus Pro against Corinthians. But then, is that how you play MLBB now?
That's how you play.
Tetsu?
That's tap, 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 right?
Hopefully you get to see more spicy reactions. I mean, y'all have been seeing the clips online of the, you know, fan-made subtitles for the friendly versions of what's being said. But it's really great. I love you.
Wasn't Skylar even had like a reaction himself? Like I saw his reaction, man.
I actually didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
Not yet, no.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw one somewhere online. So there was a lot of colorful reactions.
Well, I mean, of course, if you are under the banner of the Esports World Cup and the prizes that you are playing for, then definitely you're going to want to bring your A game, not only in game, but of course, through the mental game, as the club championship hangs over the heads of a lot of these players, especially for those who are part of the club championship rankings and race for the title. Team Vitality, of course, still on top, but well, with Virtus Pro being as part of this club championship race as well, you could tell why their members are really looking forward to, you know, secure wins and better placements for Virtus Pro, while for Team Spirit, who we'll see in action today, and they are looking really good in the tournament so far, and where they are in the club championship standings, there's a lot of hopes for them.
There's a whole lot of 5th places there, you know, all sitting at a 1,000
a ton of 5-5-5-5s, a ton of 12-12-12s.
Yeah, basically. And are the Team Spirits is it the last match today?
I believe it is either 3rd or 4th, but it is definitely, you know, the second shift that will handle that matchup against the Homeboys, who were able to come back against Team Flash. Now, for our first match, I believe it is Team Flash DFYG. I think that's an interesting matchup.
Yeah. In just a bit, we'll be able to discuss the matches a little bit more, but of course, we'd like to remind you that MLBB, Moonton, they are nominated for a bunch of awards at the Esports Awards, and at the same time, of course, you can also get your tickets for the knockout stages, which will be starting later on. Remember, August 2nd is the final day. That is grand finals day. But knockouts begin, remind me, I'm just trying to remember.
10th of July.
27, 28, 29?
No, that's the groups.
That's the groups?
That's the groups. Or past 10th of July, my guy.
Let me check.
Knockouts would be... Is it
20 something, 20, what date is it today? Right? 26.
Guys, we have lost track of time.
Yeah, we're in a
29th
right
of July.
30th
of July. One of those.
One of those days. It's the beginning of the knockout.
Great start.
Yeah, great start. This will really set the tone for the rest of the day. But I mean, come on, we're coming off of a 12 game day. I mean, we were doing a shift. I think I just realized it. No one told me just now that it is July 30th for the first day of knockout. So
there it is.
Hopefully we get to see you there. And don't forget to get your tickets. WeBook.com. Look for it there. MSC at the Esports World Cup. Now, I think it's time also to remind y'all what these players are fighting for and why even just making it to the knockouts is already life-changing money. If you could even ending up in a bracket where you're like 1-1, I think it's somewhat good already because of like the placements or whatnot. But okay, we'll get to remind you about that. We just want to remind you about the format. Now we're done with the wild card. We are in the group stages. I think you're very familiar with this, but there's been a lot of discussion online. I think we have to iron out how the knockout draw will happen. So 2-0 teams pick among the 2-1 teams from the group stage. There's no region lock and no group lock. The draw order will be determined by the fastest total game win time. Not average, but fastest total game win time. First tiebreaker will be a first single game win time, while the second tiebreaker will be decided by randomizer. As of now, Team Liquid leads with total game win time at 53 minutes. Mythic Seal is at 1 hour. Oh, wait, no, excuse me, I messed that up. But yeah, no, Team Liquid is up there and they are leading.
Yep, they're leading. So, you know, some of that stuff will start to fall into place already, especially as we wrap out today, leading forward. But yeah, I think it's a really interesting thing because you're going to have those top 4 from the groups go ahead and go to the playoffs. And then eventually we get to that best of 5 single elimination for the playoffs. And that's going to be great because, you know, it's given a lot of opportunity for teams to showcase what they're capable of. There's the whole meta discussion still. And it's weird because, like, in our position where we are right now, like, I can't even say we have a set meta just yet. And it's showed in the group stage alone. Like, the group stage alone has been different from what people saw on the wild card, even to an extent if they watched MWI, right? There's been changes already here.
Yeah, neutral objectives seem to be a bit overrated in this tournament so far, especially in Group A for some reason. Like, Mythic Seal gave away all the objectives to SRG, still ended up winning the game through a comeback fight. I think we saw that from Onyx ID too in Game 1 against TLPH in that series. And yeah, like you said, Renmar, they're going to bring home a lot of dollars even if they just make it to 1-1.
Yeah, remember, if you make it to around 9th to 12th place, that's 66,000 for each team. 5th to 8th, that's when you get into the knockout portion. You know, 100,000. Then if you get past the first round of the knockout stages, and then you're in the top 4, you're already secured at least 150K.
Yeah, that's a whole lot to go around here. And of course, our teams, you know, already going for that playoff spot, going to get themselves in that position, and then all fighting for that the top prizes there, of course. Now, again, we're going to take a look here at the groups. We just went through Group A yesterday, and now we are here focusing on Group B.
Yeah, Group B, a lot of surprises, of course. Aurora being one of them, immediately launching themselves as one of the best teams in the tournament so far, with them being able to systematically take down the defending world champions in MLBB and Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, I think what was really surprising about Aurora Turkey is the fact that they also kind of like mixed up that systematic playstyle that we know Aurora for into the chaotic fights up against Onyx Philippines. Like we know when it comes to the chaotic skirmishes, Onyx Philippines are probably the best team to do it. But the fact that Aurora Turkey were able to go head-to-head in that department too, a few solo kills here and there, if you remember Rosa against Friends on the Selena 3 games in a row. Yeah, that has sent shockwaves through the rest of the groups. Even for the teams in Group A, now they're confused. They're like, who do we even choose if we're 2-0, dude?
Yeah, it makes the decision for the knockout draw all the more difficult. Let's look at today's schedule. Flash, SG, and Dianfeng Yao Guai will be an elimination match to open up our day. Whoever loses that series, fortunately, the tournament life is done. RQ versus Aurora is going to be our second match of the day, and there are a lot of eyes on that one. We are getting closer and closer to reaching the 2 million mark, by the way, for our peak concurrent viewers. So please tell everyone, tell your friends to catch all of the MSC action so with that we can continue breaking records and you can continue getting codes.
Yeah, get those codes. Even the last couple matches, I feel like today, after what we saw yesterday, I would say you got to pay attention to all these matches because you never know. I mean, maybe a couple of those you're going to have, you know, an inclination like, okay, this team's going to win. But so every time we've had that, I feel like it's always been in the sense of a 50-50 in some cases.
All right, now it's time to see what the SNB match of the day is. Is it the second one? Is it RQ?
Yeah, of course it's gotta be this one.
RQ versus Aurora, bro.
Aurora was on the map, like you said, Mirko.
Yeah, RQ. they have always kind of been also the systematic team. So it is, I think, going to be an interesting matchup because of the stylistic battle here for both these teams. Aurora, known for being a bit more systematic, even though now we have seen that chaotic style from them too, versus a very, like, tame RQ so far. Yeah, tame because Area 77 weren't really able to pull a lot from RQ in their match.
Yeah.
So I still don't know how RQ are going to do here against Aurora. It's still kind of like we're encountering the unknown.
Ooh, that sounds familiar.
Where did I get that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that either.
The unknown.
If you want to see something that's a little bit more familiar, we can break it down for you. It's the Ramco Power Ranking. Remember, we showed this to you the very first day of the broadcast here in the group stages, and this needs some updating from us. Because this broke a lot of expectations, like in all the actions we saw. At this point, yeah, Mythic Seal is definitely they're not just a dark horse anymore. They're a bona fide contender with them being able to take down the defending MSC champs.
Yeah, I would put them there. Even Aurora, I feel like you got to move. It seems like they've really improved overall, and I think this is just shaking up a lot of people's predictions and power rankings leading into this.
Yeah, I too am shookened.
I am shooken.
We're all shooken-ended.
We're all shooken. Like even the ranking of the Untouchables with Team Liquid, SRG, and Onyx PH, like you need to change that. I mean, Team Liquid were the second team to make it to the knockouts, yes, but based off of what we saw against Onyx PH, I wouldn't brand them as untouchable anymore.
Yeah.
It's still one of the top teams for sure, but this MSC has been so competitive and so surprising as well. So, yeah, I really don't know what to expect. Even this very first series that we have coming up, Flash from Singapore, the 4-peat champions of MPL Singapore against Tianfeng Yaoguai. I think as much as I want to say Team Flash is probably going to take this, maybe, just maybe, Tianfeng Yaoguai had enough time to just fix what they needed to fix in terms of like their overall team chemistry and how they execute in game.
I think despite the fact that Group A is labeled as a group of death, Group B is the more competitive one, where again every team can really, they all have a chance against one another. That goes to show against the FYG, against Team Spirit. They did get stomped. I had Team Spirit at like the upper echelon of teams, so now I think we're going to get an even matchup here, where DFYG, we didn't get really to see them shine too much, but they have a good grasp on the meta, and that in itself should be cause for concern for Team Flash, because they've just been going all out from match number 1. They showed those cheese picks, Masha, Leomord goals so early on.
Yeah. When you saw the shots of Team Flash, the first one that really popped up is Ken. During their loss in their previous series, you could really see how at moments it's great that you see that young energy brought into MLBB, which is always like, oh, he's fearless. But sometimes where it's like, you gotta tone it down a little bit with the fearlessness. You really have to time it down. But maybe don't flicker into the base.
There's been a couple moments like that for a lot of teams, specific players you think are gonna, kind of take that risk, and I feel like sometimes they're in a position where they have to, but then you're like, I mean, even yesterday in like 12 games that we saw, it was like there was multiple times where we saw teams kind of overstep a little bit, and I feel like, again, that's just a reflection of where we were with the meta. You can actually punish those mistakes severely and turn games around like we've seen here, because that's the other thing I think as a whole for Team Flash. I love that they've always been the team that brings up these pocket picks, these niche picks. Like, that's what they're known for, and hopefully they can continue to execute it here against DFYG, because that is a team who has to continue to work on, I feel like, the fundamentals to come to a cohesive unit as a team.
Yeah. I think when it comes to Team Flash, the big concern for me is the fact that, like, yes, we know that they can pull off these crazy picks like the Martis Mid, the Masha, XP, the Gold Lane, Leomord, but was it too early? Did they show it too early? And also the fact that, I don't know if you guys know this, but Coach Jace has been very vocal, maybe a bit too vocal on social media after that loss. Just seeing that one-match loss, I really don't like the fact that there's already kind of like tension between the team and the coach. And I hope now it hasn't and it won't impact their performance negatively.
Yeah, there has to be some sort of like just making sure that whatever they want in the draft and whatever they want to execute, there's like a cohesiveness to it.
Exactly.
Similar things could be said about Tianfeng Yaoguai, where we've talked about their performance after their previous series against Team Spirit. It really just felt like there's some sort of disconnect this time with the in-game execution. It seems like a few players here or there, mainly Super Ken, seems to be a little bit more, I out of sync maybe with the rest of DFYG, or it could actually be argued that it's vice versa.
Yeah.
I think it's a majority of the teams just not in sync from what we've seen. And also at the same time, I feel like Zed, if we were going to talk about Ken from, previously with Team Flash, it's like Zed was in that same position where it's like a lot of the times he was throwing himself towards these fights in the first match that we saw them play. But then like, sometimes the team wasn't even there. So it's like you have to consider like their decision making. Have they been able to go ahead and refine that from what they had in their first match? Because these players individually all have quite a bit of different levels of experience here.
Yeah, KelVJ is experienced in the international
MSC
scene,
champ.
in competitive MLBB. He's an MSC champion in his own right after 2021 when Kelro first won it as well. He was there, and he's going to be going up against a youngster in Ken. While E1, Zed, Super Ken, I think they're going to have one of the toughest jobs in this series because they're going to be going up against JPL, Hades, and Curtizi, who are a very solid unit.
Yeah, veteran lineup there for the side of Team Flash. But yeah, for DFYG, I gotta say, I think it's because Zed has transitioned from his role in the jungle to the roam position, and maybe that's why we're seeing him play a bit too aggressively.
Yeah.
He definitely has an assassin instinct in the roam position. Sometimes it's great because you want to go for these kind of pickoffs, but a lot of times, especially against Team Spirit, a very disciplined team, a team just full of calculation, macro play, it ends up being punished.
Yeah. And speaking of being punished, don't forget the All-Star 2025 Dino Pilot. I should have found that just a little bit better.
You're going to punish them with the
Punish
All-Star?
dinos.
No, because if you miss out on doing the activities for this event, you're not going to get the... I missed
You'll
out
be
again.
punished.
Yeah, there's a lot of, little things I need to do with that little hopping dinosaur.
You got
so I can
punished.
get it.
You got punished from that.
And I have done the math. I will officially miss out on the Popple and Koopa skin, unfortunately. So I think maybe it might not be late for you, especially if you've been doing the event for quite some time. So hopefully you hop into the game and do that right now.
I'm not even gonna get the Jawhead skin, dude.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, you have hella diamonds. Just get it.
No.
Wait,
If
what's the Jawhead one?
the Jawhead one is the new Dino.
Oh, the
event.
Dino.
Yeah, in the Dino Pass.
I might have diamonds. I might not have diamonds just because there's a event going on as well, and I just bought 3 skins out of 3.
Which ones did you roll on? The
Every single one.
all the ones right now, the events.
Yeah.
Yeah, the skins right now in game look good, so
They're
don't
really
forget
good.
to hop on right now in your in-game clients. Now, we are about to hop on into the draft. I want to focus a little bit on Dian Fangyaga and what they need to do here, because looking at their games from their qualifiers and even talking to Michelle, the host for their region over there, is that it seems like they have so much respect on Moskov that if it's available for them, they want to lock it in right away. But if you are DFYG, are you just going to go ahead, rush, try to take that Moskov when your row mid-jungle seems to be somewhat disconnected? I feel like that's a lot of pressure on Lung, even more so if they go ahead and try to rush that.
I feel like Lung has showed us his Moskov, even from last year, for the most part, and like he did pretty well on it last year. I mean, last year's MSC. Now, this time, I think if they still want to go for the Moskov, it still gives them that option. Like, we can put pressure on the map. That's always an option for the teams that have those kind of heroes that are split pushing capable. And how many times have we seen a Spear of Destruction now steal an objective and turn games around, right? So that is always something that you can consider. Hopefully, again, you just need to be able to play into that. I feel like a lot of times when we saw Lung play it previously, he was kind of just left to his own, and he wasn't really able to actually join some of those crucial skirmishes or fights. So maybe they changed the plan here, but again, what have we seen him play? The Moskov and was it Bruno, I think?
Yeah.
That's about it, I think.
That's why I think for DFYG, they just got to get winning lanes on the other side if they want to go and set up for the Lung's Moskov. So far, we haven't really been seeing that. Like, KillVJ has been placed into really bad matchups, I feel. The trio mid has just not been in sync. I hope the last few days, or the last day that they had to prepare, have already prepared them to face off against Team Flash's very creative drafts. That's another thing, right? It was a concern for me coming into day number 1 with those drafts, but I think with an elimination match here, it's pretty good. Like, DFYG now are probably the ones confused. Like, what do we ban? Do we even prepare for Leomord Gold? Or will Flash now decide to go, yeah, we're going to go normal drafts, and then they curveball DFYG with the orthodox one?
Yeah, what I hope we get to see from DFYG here is just once we get to the point where their playstyle is a little bit more obvious what to expect, that it's something that has a very clear set idea. They rush the Baksha right away with a lot of power picks available still. So Okay, well, we can argue that they're trying to find stability at the center of the map with that pick.
He's my boy, Super Cat, right?
I was going to say
See,
Baksha or...
Exactly. For Dianfeng Yaoguai, I might be biased because he's my boy, but it did seem like Super Ken was the one with the killer instinct. He was the one doing a lot for DFYG in their match against Team Spirit. So putting him on a pick like Baksha, it's more of a team player. You're not much of a carry. You're an enabler, and you get to see the flash respect for Moskov, taking it away from Long, and the instant counter in the CC.
What if they swerve it, though? What if they swerve the Baksha?
I hope it's a swerve.
Yeah, like they take a card or take a page from Team Liquid's book and put the Baksha in the role instead.
Yes.
Then have something with the Assassins. The first 2 picks alone of Team Flash actually will have to really make the FYG get creative. The Moskov sort of soft blocks a possibility of a Farsa, so the FYG decided to go for the Kimmy. Okay. But then Flash SG also picked up the CC, which right now, not a lot of EXP laners can match or do what CC does. That KelVJ might end up being forced on the glue later on. The FYG immediately show their hand right away, and you know what? I'm okay with this because they take away the pressure from Long, because if Long has a hard time, at least the center of the map with E1 can be your secondary carry.
Yeah, I think they didn't have to do that, but maybe it's also in the sense of, again, we have to think about the hero pool possibilities here for Lung, and the fact that when the Moskov was taken, there probably was going to be a good chance at least one more gold laner would have been banned out from Team Flash.
Exactly.
So you pick it up right away. That gives them that confidence to go ahead and play in the lane, and then you have a Fredrin from Team Flash picked up. So maybe this is just a throwback to the jungle matchup we've seen so much of in the Fredrin and the Baksha, unless it still is flexed. And I think that highly depends on what the rest of the bans are here.
Is it just weird to feel like Flash picking up the Fredrin is sort of them telling DFYG, we can bully you in your jungle?
Yeah, could be the case, but again, I saw how confused you look, Renmar. I agree with you. I'm pretty confused myself. Baksha is a pretty good matchup against the Fredrin, number 1 in the jungle. Number 2, Flash kind of need more dive. This is a pure front to back. Like, DFYG are being a bit too honest in the draft, but they're not getting punished for it. There is also no more, questions to be raised for DFYG about Flash's insane picks like the Leomord gold, because the Moskov is visible, the CC too, so you're not going to get the Masha, you're not going to get the Leomord, which means Flash aren't just confident that they're going to bully DFYG in the jungle, they're confident that they're just going to out front to back DFYG, and that's a tough game to play with this comp already picked up by DFYG.
Exactly, that's why I appreciate the Granger and Kimmy even more so now. I honestly feel like the Fredrin could have come a little bit later, or maybe, just forgoing the Fredrin idea. That Farsa DFYG band would have been a great pick for Red 3.
We might just see an Ube strat here for DFYG, right? I mean, they can just double down, maybe pick up, we haven't seen it in this tournament so far, but if they really want to punish this pure front to back, Estes could come out. We've seen Angela with Baksha comboed in a couple of times too.
Yeah, and I think an Angela would actually... Wait.
Angela is open. Angela would
Angela
work
for
here.
Flash?
Angela roam for DFYG.
For
I know it's for greedy, but then you get a
Roam.
tank XP too, and then you just play for the 2 carries you've picked up in first phase.
Yeah. And I think that forces the FYG to really be a unit.
Yeah.
I think it also just kind of helps, like, if they opt for that, some of the one of the healers here, you can also just give that protection to Logan. That's kind of what he would need. So, because this time you're forced to join the fights. It's not like you can just rely on that split pushing power that Moskov has. So we're going to see even a different, pretty much pathing and just rotation from Long himself, and see if he can actually join in on these fights. So now that the second phase is done, they still need maybe they go with their mid lane option here. The Farsa was already taken out. Jushin. What do we see picked up here? I mean, Zatian has kind of fallen off a bit, so... Okay, debut pick.
Go Lolita.
That's so good.
Just to go for the Kimmy, against the Kimmy and the Granger.
Haven't we been waiting for this? Like, with all the teams picking up Kimmy, it's like, where's the Lolita?
Yeah, I've been waiting for it since MWI, man. Like, I name dropped Lolita a good couple of times. Let's see what mid laner they'll end up being paired with, because they need a lot of damage later on. Unless they really want to ham in the idea of more crowd control, they might, suddenly surprise us and pick up an Aurora, or they could go utility, they can pick up a Faramis, but it is all very close range, and that is a lot of pressure on the Moskov. The FYG, last 2 picks, they need more front, and they need something that hurts, but Esmeralda yet again.
XP lane for the Esmeralda. There's the Tigreal. So Baksha in the jungle, Tigreal up front, and then you got the Esmeralda. I feel like this covers their grounds, though, pretty well. Like, there's some good interactions that can happen with their combination of ultimates, you know, the Traction Pulse, even the Implosion. Might be easier to set things up, but this is also really dependent on what Team Flash picks for the mid lane here.
Let's see. What do they want to go for? No Farce. I figured at this point Eve might actually be an option.
If they want more control, like they're gonna have so much control if they do pick an Eve.
Yeah, in the mid lane they can go for the control. Yeah, I think the safe choice would be Eve. But then Lord,
that's my boy.
Hey,
that's the only time I'm gonna say that. That's the only time I'm gonna say it. That's my boy.
That's your boy.
That's my boy.
It's not a player, it's a hero. Or
Dude,
maybe
perfect that I'm casting this game.
Yeah,
I mean,
actually
with
is.
you.
Yes, sir.
You know.
Gord.
So I get to shout Mystic
Your
Gush,
boy
that's
versus
it.
my boy.
Okay, that's true.
All right. It seems like the storyline for the desk is Naisu versus Miracle. Even though the Gord is also in the hands of Flash. This could be interesting. The surprises don't stop here in day number 4 of the group stages. Flash versus DFYG, game number 1. Let's go, boys.
I am super excited, if you guys can't tell. Thank you so much, Renoir, for joining us for the draft. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English desk here. It's day number 4 for MSC at EWC, and we're starting it off with an elimination match between our two teams. Who will go home? Will it be Team Flash, or will it be Yangfeng Yao Guai, or also known as Monster on Peak? For our English viewers out there, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko, and we're excited for this one. Super Ken and Hades starting up together. A classic matchup, by the way, in the jungle that we're so used to seeing, with interesting lineups to complement them.
Definitely here. Again, back to the utility meta that we expected more of, but haven't really gone. We've just been seeing Lancelot dominate the field and Lanadon. But you want to know a fun fact, Naisu?
Tell me.
My boy Super Ken once said in Season 12, if I get the Baksha, it's 100% victory. And he did get like a lot of wins up until they lost in 3rd place. On a Baksha.
On the Baksha?
Yeah, so it wasn't 100%. Hades already coming in, but you can see the pressure from the FYG. Super Ken, great pathing, and it's a battle in a Lethal Wanderer. Yeah, I think Hades will have to respect this one, man. Zed and E1. Wow, Hades still goes for it.
Oh, they're going to maybe initiate this.
Yeah, Shield Unity locked him down earlier. Should be a bit more respect. E1 with the Purify locked down on the other side of the wall. Hades one last shot. But Super Ken, whoa! Cortese puts it down, gets that DOT. Zed gonna be stunned up as well. But it's a flicker response from Zed. They're still brawling it out, man. Hades just doesn't want to farm, continues to push on the pace.
That's my boy. And by that, I mean Cortese with the Gord laying down. And that's always something you have to watch out for. I mean, it's not often that you see the Gord come through, and you've got to watch out for those stuns, and even the Mystic Gush later on once he has that. He's gonna have a little bit of a difficult time, though. I always will say this on a Gord: you're not very mobile, which is so awkward because he has like this speed board that he has, and it just doesn't seem like it gets to do much. But he's gonna have to just rely on stunning and then flickering defensively for the most part. And even as you look at the emblems here, there's a whole lot of just durability from DFYG's lineup that they're able to utilize. I mean, even Zed, he can catch out multiple members with the Implosion. So I think even for JPL, the work's cut out for him to be able to find those setups with the Numeron Blast. But this Turtle's going to be started up. Team Flash has some control, but they might just force this off. A couple of level 4s missing here.
Shield Unity already used up over to JPL. Now it's going to be Ken with the Curtain Call. Retreat battle. Yi1 wins it out. Mystic Gush doing a lot of damage. Pays his wrath. Locks Heal VJ down. Whoa. It is a Vengeance. Esme. Hades gets a Traction Pulse, though. Hades still able to dash away. Ken very low up against Super Ken. Ken on Ken violence here as E1 tries to cut him off. But with the Lolita, it should be okay.
Yeah, a little multiverse here. Ken versus Super Ken. But great Traction Pulse that we saw earlier on as well. But still, you know, it is an objective for DFYG. Here, we're back to the fighting in the river.
Hey, you gotta be careful with that shield. JPL puts it up, and the damage just gets canceled out. Hades forcing out the Purify out of Yi1, and DFYG are back to their jungle.
Team Flash is doing a great job, at least from Yi1, to get out the Purify. Now, they have that information. You know, you still have over a minute on that battle spell to be up. We'll see if they actually go for a play here. Oh, again.
Uh-oh. But look at Hades. The targeting has been phenomenal. Just jumps on Yi1. Kill VJ rotates over 2. And Kurt is still A-okay. Pretty safe in the back on the Gord.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do. Just play from the back, especially when that flicker is down. Now, the rest of DFYG, like I said, you got to be able to activate Lung at some point. He's done pretty much just a decent job farming up. Doesn't really have to worry about too much. I'm not sure on if we got to look at the items just yet to see what he's building into, especially early on. Here we go. So he went with the Hunter Strike right away. You see Vanek still building up, and Lung has a little bit of a lead too. You know, he's gotten himself. Oh, Implosion again. JPL.
Wow. Early one, they go all in onto JPL. Still has Numenon Blast. Let's see if they decide to go for it. Super Ken jumps in with a Shield Unity, locks Hades down. Numenon Blast catches 3. Mystic Gush coming down as well, but Yi1 is right there to punish Curtizi. That's a big pick right before the turtle spawns.
Yeah, great play there. Turtle's going to be up. You're going to see the positioning happening here on both sides, but Team Flash will start it up first, it looks like, with Ken at least around the corner while Hades is going to make his way. So now for DFYG, it's like, do you actually... When you bring Lung in for these fights, he's going to stay there because Vanex can join it anytime he wants. So they're fighting for this space control right now. They jump in.
Falling Star, one in the shove back 2, forcing a Purify out from Ken, who pops in the curtain call, locks him down now. Taunt double on Hades. Able to lock Zed down. Now he's caught in the turtle pit, has the flicker. Mystic Gush used our retreat battle, 1 out by Superkin as he jumps in with the Shield Unity once again to the back now. Good peer from Hades. JPL shredded down, Vengeance used by Kill VJ, but a big bonk lands. Zed going for the implosion onto anyone. Lung gets a kill and the Sky Piercer here. And DFYG get the better trade.
Yeah, they do. They get a couple kills off of it, and I was wondering, when do you activate Lung? Lung came down for the fight. He got the call. And that's a great one. Let's look at the instant replay. A whole lot happened in this fight. Mystic Gush was actually used on Zed, so a lot of that damage time was used up, but still, they get trapped into this little choke point.
No one saw that.
No one saw that. That's fine. But again, it's a fight that favors DFYG. They're able to go ahead and get a little bit of an advantage from that. But ultimately, again, you know, Lung has to go ahead and build up on this Granger. Every single time that we've seen the Granger pop up, oh, you should be fine, Kill VJ. Yeah, he's fine. But the rest of the team is trying to make a play. They're going to force him off. So you see this mirroring up top. Oh,
Mystic Gush! Oh. That's your boy.
That's my boy.
So is he already strong enough to like just fight it out? That's a trade, by the way, for DFYG. A turret up top for a kill on Kill VJ.
Yeah, good trade. I think, again, you know, you typically with the Gourds, you want at least like the 2 items. JPL is going to get spotted out. 80s could be in trouble.
Yeah, Shield Unity not landing. Retry wins it out. Super Ken. Implosions to the other side. Numenon Blast trying to peel, but he gets brought back to the team as Long goes for the damage. Still, the Guardian's Bulwark doing the work as Zed picks up the kill. Now Super Ken pops in a poison, slows JPL down, gives Long all the shots necessary. And Keel just walks up, says, I want that.
I want that. Team Flash decided to go for the orange buff, and they end up getting a huge disadvantage now. DFYG punishing on that positioning. So they get the mid-turret tier 1. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and grab this next turtle, too. Hades is up. He might make his way, but I don't even know if you want to fight this. You're going to fall further behind right now. Even with Curtizi having, you know, 3-0, building into those items, if that Mystic Gush isn't available, then he's and not landing the stuns, he's not going to be able to actually do much. An Implosion is used, and Ken on the run.
Ooh. Super Ken looking for the Glock on Ken. Doesn't find it, is able to escape. Vanex picks up the Golden Staff as he shoves bottom lane. And it's just weird for me in this game because Team Flash, Ken and Kill VJ, it almost seems like both of them have traded battle spells, right? Like you usually see the Esme with the Purify and the CC with Vengeance. So I guess it's just respect over to the Tigreal.
Yeah, I would assume so. And Zed has had, you know, a couple decent implosions. You can see now, second item's locked in. Oh, Sea Halbert too for Lung. Lung picks that up to deal with some of the shielding because earlier we saw that rush with the Flask of the Oasis from JPL. So he'll build into that, but this looks like another fight.
Yep, Zed still there already. The Shield Unity locks him down. Traction pulse 2, and that's out into the back line, able to get the Spear Mercenary down. That's a Mystic Gush over. Zed walks in with a flicker onto Vanex, and he won't be able to shot damage onto Long. He gets the kill. It's 2, and now with the Purify, it's not enough to keep him healthy. Long gets a triple. So many stacks on Sky Piercer.
Hey man, give him the Granger from now on. Don't take the Moskov. Long is having a phenomenal game already. Gets a triple off of this, and Vanex joins in with the Spear of Destruction, but Lung has all the space in the world. Zed did a great job at kind of just tanking up that space from Vanex and then allows him to go ahead and have that. So they're going to get a tier 2. This is the biggest lead so far that we've seen for DFYG to take, and we'll see if they can maintain it. I always have to say that for a lot of teams through the group stages. It's like you have these leads now. Hopefully they don't let it slip through their hands. Hopefully they're able to continue to protect Lung and keep them alive. E1's done a great job at, throwing out the traction pulses, catching a couple people. Sometimes they're just whiffed, but that alone, that area gives them some space to work with.
Yeah, I don't know what this Ken walks up way too aggressively. Numenon Blast lands a traction pulse there. Hades, whoa, missed the caution. SOD to the back. Vanix gets a Spear of Misery into the Vengeance still, but Yi1 was just wreaking havoc. Vanix forced to run back. That's a 1-for-0.
Little bit of trade that is just all in favor of Team Flash. Thought DFYG would be able to get something else out of that, but no, again, in these choke points, you really don't want to fight, and it's kind of, it counterplays each other because like with Zed, he's looking to set things up with the implosion, but then if you're caught in that Numenon Blast, you set yourself up just to get beamed down. So that's something we want to consider. This Lord is coming up though. They're gonna go ahead and fight for space once again. Even with a lead like this, 5,000 gold for DFYG, Team Flash is still confident enough with the composition that they brought to go ahead and fight. There's a conceal, implosion, or Numenon traction pulse, not gonna land. Yeah, all these blasts, and they're gonna force them off of this. It looks like.
That's another blast. Numenon, JPL using it very early on. Ken already shoved in, and he already used the curtain call too.
Yeah.
No trades on the board as Vanix was just clearing up the wave down below. Full reset for DFYG. They can play as long as they want. They can prolong this. Esmeralda's still clearing it up as well.
Okay,
Zed with the implosion, purified response. JPL able to get away. Spear of Misery locks him down long. Able to flicker out of safety as the Mystic Gush steals through. Zed's HP. Super Ken Shield Unity just running laps around Flash SG. Vanix with the jump on the SOD. Gets the kill. It's a double for Vanix. A massive turnaround. And they set their sights on the Lord.
Oh man, and this whole time, Lung went for the orange buff, and now he's gonna make his way here.
Big bong. Oh my Lord. That could have been bad. The Lord knocked up members. Long able to get one now. Vanix very low as well. That's going to be the Tortoise of Croissants from Super Ken as Long dishes out damage now. Onto Vanix he goes. The Lord very low. Hades and Super Ken. Ken wins the retry. Long on a triple. Dashes away. Wow, 2v5.
Whoa. Lung was like, hold on guys, I'm gonna go get the orange buff. Swings back forward, joins the fight with Super Ken. He gets a triple, and then Super Ken gets the Lord here.
It's the patience, dude, of the Granger. He saw the bulwark, and he just held down.
He held down, and you gotta remember, you gotta give props to Lung here. A lot of those ultimates being thrown at him, the abilities too, even from Kurt, eventually a beam comes out, which keeps him at bay, but I feel like Lung could have got more here if it wasn't for that Mystic Gush, so.
He would have gone at Savage for sure there if it wasn't for the Mystic Gush. Speaking of the Mystic Gush, canceled out. Hades with a massive tom, but it gets canceled out by the shove. Super Ken actually thrown around in the back. Hades! Ooh, that would have been a kill on Lung, but luckily for Lung, he's almost fully stacked up on the Sky Piercer.
He is locked in right now. 8-0-5, this Lord makes its way down bot. Yes, they lost Super Ken, so can they get more? The shields are still up here, though, for the base. So they're go ahead, delay it out for that wave in the mid to push 2. They're going to force Team Flash to respond. Shield will pop. Not sure if DFYG, despite having a massive lead right now, can do much without Super Ken here either. So it looks like Team Flash holds on to the base turrets for now.
Wind of Nature for Vanix, Genius Wand for Kurt Teasy. Some items picked up here for Vanix again to try to outplay the situation, but unfortunately, it's not as easy as just picking up win. I think he also needs Rose Gold to deal with Yi1.
Yeah, and this is why, again, it's that initial window. And this is the thing with a lot of our bursty kind of mages right now. We even see this with a Farsa a lot of the times. It's like you have this window for Kurtizi to pump out a ton of damage. Once that's gone, though, then you have to rely on Vanix. Look at the stacks here for Lung. Right? He is locked and loaded. But if he gets shut down, that's where things can be topsy-turvy. We've seen that all group stages so long. So for Lung, he's got to go ahead and protect himself, and rely on the team here. So that is the biggest, I feel like, target for Team Flash. If they can somehow shut Lung down, they'll be in a good position to start turning this around. But DFYG have maintained this lead and maintained this positioning for the majority of the game at this point.
Here's the thing though, Naisu. no one can really get to Long. So it's like, well, except for Vanix, I guess. Like an SOD to the back, sure, but you're going to be SODing into this.
Into everything.
Into everything. There's Zed, who's there, who's just been peeling a lot of time. Super Ken, who's super tanky, despite the CC pick on the other side, too. Yeah, so Long just needs to play the normal game. I don't even think he needs to be extra cautious because he knows the team can play around him with so many stacks. It'll be weird if the FYG decide to just go in and not peel for Long.
It's like the only thing that I see happening here is somehow, some way. JPL gets a Newman on blast with a flicker, maybe catches out Lung, but Lung can just kind of flicker on out to himself or slide out, or like you said, rely on the team. So they've got control here. Lord is up. They'll pull it to their side. Team Flash is going to go ahead and stare this down. We still have Vanix up top, and half health on the Lord. They're going to do something quick here.
Yo, retreat, Hades! A mythical steal! SOD to the back line. They do not last lands as well. Vanix is going at it to the back, but again, the Wind of Nature doesn't get him out of the damage from E1. He gets the kill. Falling Star Moon doing a lot of damage. Heal VJ looking for the chase of the Lord. Spawns in the bottom lane, and Dianfeng Yao Guai should be able to clear this out.
They should clear it out, but hey, Team Flash, Hades goes in, buys them time. That enough alone will keep them into this game, and that's exactly what they need. Again, Curtizi hasn't gone down. He's been playing from the back really well, and you just ultimately need that for Team Flash. These kind of things that happen in the game traditionally will compound up to turning things around and, you know, taking away that gold lead that DFYG has. And so taking a Lord buys them that. Now, Team Flash off of that has to, again, you saw what Vanix did. Vanix actually, he had the right mindset. He goes in, but like you mentioned, the Wind of Nature wasn't enough either, and he just doesn't have enough damage just yet, I feel like, to completely take down one of the members here. You can see, yeah, you can see here the damage dealt to. Lung is on point, Curtizi right behind him, and then it's far from those two.
Really tough for Team Flash to get to the back. The one angle they saw earlier was probably their best shot at dealing with the backline, E1 and Long. But again, together, they're just too strong, dude. It's a mix of both. You have to win. You have to go Rose Gold. Maybe if he had Melfic Gun, he would have actually gotten the kill on E1. But again, he needs the defenses. Oh, he's still just going for the Melfic Gun. So, yeah, he's just saying, all right, it's whatever. I need Melfic Gun to threaten the backline anyway. So, yeah, whatever. No Rose Gold. Maybe he'll sell the boots later on in the game.
Yeah, I think that's the plan for both the teams here, too. You got Curtizi working on the next. He's already got his 3, so he's actually striding the Magic, too. And that's why you see him. There's a Malefic Gun, by the way, picked up. So Vanix might be in a better position. But Curtizi, as long as he goes and checks, you know, that's another thing. He can go ahead and check these bushes for the team. Team Flash can play around that. That might give an advantage, too, where JPL doesn't have to be so front forward. And that's one of the plus sides here to having a Gord, because JPL can either peel if he has to or initiate later on with the information. But I think we just see Team Flash just wait for this next Lord. They'll most likely contest this one because of the fact that they're in fighting form. The items that they have are pretty good. Ken is the only one I'm really worried about because, yeah, I think Vengeance, like not having that on a CC is what we're used to seeing. So, you know, that gives you a little bit more of that time to be durable. But now that you have the Purify, it's like you jump in and your job also drop down the current call, sort of be a distraction if you can, or put pressure on the back line and hope the team can follow through from that. And even as a Fredrin, it's like you got to be in the right positioning to be able to get that, you know, the taunt off and then even the Appraiser's Wrath. So most of the idea for Team Flash is contest the objective. Hopefully we win that team fight. DFYG has done really well, though, at just starting these objectives and not hesitating. I think that's the biggest thing we've seen from them, is this decision-making from them in this match, and compared to when we first saw them play. They're very decisive here as they fight for this Lord.
You see that?
Yeah.
Traction pulse reflected back. It should be a free Lord. 80s. Oh, good one. Oh. That's going to be Zed on the back. Vanix with SOD landing. There will be them going through. Flicker with the Mystic Gush from Curtizi. Ken, the super one, dies. Yi1 falls as well, but DFYG still got the Lord thanks to Zed with his Flicker Implosion.
Oh man, Team Flash though, that's what they needed. They're gonna go ahead and get a tier 2 off of this. Yes, they have to deal with the Lord, but they might even try to get a base turret that's gonna clear that minion out. Just gotta respect this damage that's potential from Team Flash. So they go for a base turret, mid turret already down.
4v3, Long still up. Mystic Gush again over to Zed. Now as Vanix goes in, the Bulwark able to stop the minions from getting cleared out. And they go for the end. Team Flash turn it around. One team fight. Without the Lord, no problem.
Without the Lord. Again, just going back to what we've been saying. Hey, some of these objectives you don't need. Just turn it around. Who cares about the gold leads that these teams have? What a game one. And Team Flash.
Seems like the themes and surprises from day number 3 continue on to today. Team Flash turning things around. Curtizi was untouched for the entire game as that Gordon. In the end, it was his flicker Mystic Gush that delivered the nail into the coffins of Gianfeng Yaguai for that game number 1.
Ooh, that's my boy right there. I gotta say it, you know. Curtizi played one hell of a game. He didn't go down. He was able to go ahead, fight with the space, laid down a lot of just stuns, crowd control damage, and that's what you're going to be looking for here. So, you know, and even towards that last fight, it's like DFYG had control of the majority of things, but I don't know if it was just a reflection. Maybe that was a big part of the reflection of the traction pulse even kind of threw them off, I feel like. And then it was like they had to respond to all that pressure. And, you know, again, this is always one of the great things is you can now, before you couldn't do it, but you can flicker with the Mystic Gush from Curtizi because later he catches and does more damage in that choke point of the jungle later on.
Yeah, I think for this game, we really got to see how good DFYG could be.
Yeah.
Few, how do I say this, mistimed entries and usages of the ultimate by Zed in the early game, but then he was able to deliver some big ones near the end, and then Yi1 and Long sticking together. See, as long as you have some clear ideas of which carries to play for, and if you have multiple options to alleviate all the pressure away from Long's shoulders and share that, it goes well for DFYG.
I don't know what happened in the last fight, man. I mean, and I don't want to say like it was cursed because I was like, you know, when you have this lead, it happens a lot where teams let that slip through their hands, and it happened here.
Yeah, DFYG Long was deathless this game, but still, without a front line, you can't really operate. And with JPL, with a bulwark placed down, they can't even clear minions. You saw it earlier there. They were struggling to clear the minions. And again, this echoes the narrative that neutral objectives are kind of overrated.
Yeah, it seems like it's really just all about the fights now. Teams have, ever since MSC last year, have gotten significantly better at the post-objective team fights, the punishes most importantly, and which is why we're seeing a lot of importance placed into damage profiles. Remember, Gord deals true damage as well with his kit. Even when that Mystic Gush doesn't hit, his first and second skill alone already chipped down a lot of health.
Yeah, especially towards the end there, you know, he has a Lantern, he has the Divine Glaive, so that's why it's always the case. Like we've seen this a lot. Like they fight in choke points of the jungle. You get caught in those tight corners, and with someone who is a hero that just has this straight beam, that's like the best case scenario for you. No one's gonna escape that, and even then, it whittles them down quickly.
And a small nitpick I would have in this game would be Kill VJ's choice of battle spells, right? Like I wasn't a fan of the Vengeance, but I was like, all right, let me give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's see how the game plays out. And I think, there's just too much CC on Flash SG. Yes, you survive a bit better with the Vengeance, but on an Esme, you really just want to break the front line and break the formation of a front to back from Flash. And because it was Vengeance, because there was just so much easy peel for the side of Flash, Curtizi always used Flicker forward. Like he was never at threat of getting killed or even damaged by Kill VJ once we got to mid to late.
Yeah, I think the mentality of Flash SG would have changed a little bit if, say, it was like a Flicker on that Esmeralda, because now you have that threat of we have to watch out for a quick entry by Kill VJ. Even if he misses that Falling Star Moon, he could just flicker forward and then dance around Curtizi. And because they did not have that, Flash SG were confident and they really just played around their Gord incredibly well. I still am going to hold out hope for a Game 3. I still feel like we might be going to a Game 3 here based on what the FYG has shown. But they really need to tighten up a bit of their entries, their timings. And I think it was also really tough because as good as they were in the targeting, Curtizi, Vanix even, well, more on Curtizi, he just really positioned himself too well.
Yeah,
very good. Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Like he was so well protected himself, and I mean, just in general for most mages or Gord in general, like you know your weakness. Like any player that's picking that up knows that I'm like one of the most immobile mages out there. I have to rely on my skill shots. I have to rely on a flicker, but then that's where you really rely on the team. And I think again, their composition allowed him to have that. And like Mirko mentioned, the fact that your biggest threat should have been the Esmeralda going for you, it's like, you know that's not a big threat anymore. Like, as long as you're able to stun her or rely on the team, you're fine. And we really saw that showcase there. I hope Lung does... I hope he gets the Granger again. Like, I'm hoping for game 2 because I wanted to see that from him after his Moskov performances that we saw first. And I feel like still it's a sting to lose like this. Like 8-0 and 6 or, you know, deathless, and you have a phenomenal game. So I hope he gets another chance at that.
Yeah, man, you know this. That's my goat.
That's
Lung is my goat. It felt like I was watching an action movie. It's like Lung, lock and loaded, you know?
Did he have double, triple kills? He had double, right?
Yeah. I mean, he was fully stacked up. Oh, no, he wasn't. He was still 70 all through. After gunning 70, it was like a benchmark, and he couldn't go past that. I think if we take a look at this game, though, for DFYG, the big mistake for me would be letting their guard down around the Lord when it was stolen. Like, there should have been no chance that Hades got that Lord.
Yeah.
He was 3 levels down on Super Ken. DFYG had every advantage on the table for them, but they just didn't utilize it. They actually just egoed in, went 50-50. They said, oh, we got a level 3 level lead on Super Ken. We should be able to do it. Little things like that build up to massive wins, just like we saw yesterday. TLPH, how they came back against Onic ID. Oheb got the steal. That shouldn't have happened, but did. And one crazy Lord steal could turn the tides of the game just because you delay for a bit longer for the rest of the team to get items. This was it. Here.
Yeah. It was cool that you saw the real-time adjustments, because Hades would go and he just dashed in, stole it, and then in the final Lord fight of the game, we got to see that crazy prediction read by Zed to use the flicker and the ultimate to actually catch Hades in the exact same spot where he stole it from. But at that point, Team Flash has adjusted, and they were like,
choke point.
all right, we'll just fight it out. Curtis, he saves his ultimate in the flicker. Well timed, well done.
Yeah, it's again, it's unfortunate for DFYG to lose that, because I feel like they did a lot of things right in that game, and it just came down to some of the decision making that they had towards the end there. So again, hopefully they can reset, because again, this is an elimination match.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see another game 3. I mean, we went 12 yesterday. Well, I mean, it's not too crazy to hope for another 3-game series, especially that we're starting to see glimpses of how good the FYG can be. Now, Mirko, you mentioned earlier that you rolled for some skins. You got spent a lot of diamonds and skins. I have some great.
I did.
Very good, sometimes maybe even a little bit bad news for you, because we even got more skins coming out. We got a new series of skins, the Metro Zero
What is
skins.
this?
I feel like based on what we've seen from the teasers and, well, some of the things that we got to see online, they're a little bit more like techno, cyberpunky themed.
Oh, hey, that's my favorite.
Yeah, you like that. You like that. So save up your diamonds, and y'all should really save up the diamonds of that. Watch out for the Metro Zero skins.
Do we know what heroes they are?
Yeah.
We do?
No, I was about to ask. Yeah, I was what heroes.
Do we know, Romnar?
I'm not going to say anything.
All right. Renmar knows. We don't know.
Yeah, just look for it online. I think it's there, like a bit of the teasers. Hopefully, we get to see more information and news about the new skin line coming out soon. Melissa, you really want a new Melissa skin?
I mean, no, I just use
Cho? How about Cho?
I just use the Vara skin.
How about Cho?
Dude, he has too many. Stop, dude. Like, every single time we get a new Cho skin, no Claude skin, no Cho skin. Okay,
yes,
too many.
They have enough.
Too many. No Granger. Too many.
I mean, I'm still holding out for more skins for
Phobius.
So Phobius, yes, please.
He only has one.
Yeah, the Starlight skin of Phobius is great, but I would appreciate like more Phobius skins if there are available. You know what? Comment down below which heroes you want to see more skins of, and if you answer Mia, you know, I'm not gonna tell you to get out, but like, you know, maybe don't ask for more Mia skins. We already
won't, but I will. Get out.
Do you want?
Get out.
No, but again, thank you so much for joining us here today at MSC. Just a bit, we're gonna be seeing the draft roll out. Again, it's not that much of a draft issue, a little bit of just ironing out for the gameplay. So maybe, so that we can understand the team a little bit more, you gotta watch this.
我的 ID 是龙，我在游戏是金币路。
强化2能走，杜文也赶过来，被爪了一下。
从一开始比赛都挺顺利的吧，只是在决赛比较艰难一点点，然后也是因为我们自己失误比较多，整体还是比较顺利的。
哇，老南亚了，预判要被秒了，子龙。
就上次，因为可能队伍还不太完整吧，然后确实是就出局的比较早，然后现在大家调整的挺多的，然后也磨合了挺久了，然后吸取到的教训吧，就是莫斯卡夫大招不能乱飞。
史蒂王已经结束了，我们恭喜 DFYG 前程似锦，终将成为现实。
So a lot of people were actually won over by DFYG from the M6 World Championship wildcards. There was a point where a lot of people were really rooting for them to advance. I have a strong feeling that this is the tournament that's really gonna turn heads and go, wow, Chinese team is scary, and we now have to watch out for them.
就我们虽然有差不多4个国家选手在一个队，但是我们还是比较默契的。就在每一把游戏吧，就大家首先肯定要很相信队友。我觉得就只要大家互相信任的话，怎样的局面都不会出很大问题的。
Listen to the GOAT. It's all about trust. I'm glad we got to hear more from Long. Of course, if you aren't familiar, Long is actually really the most popular player in the region.
Wow.
Is he?
Yeah, really, he is. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, everyone knows Long. Everyone wants to see Long succeed. There's a lot of Long fanboys and fangirls out there. So hopefully we get to see a game 3 here, so we get to see more of DFYG, Long, and of course what he mentioned to be the trust with each other. More than trust, I think is refinement is now what we're looking for from DFYG. Long has stepped up. DFYG has stepped up what they can. Hopefully we get to see that game 3. But Flash SG, knowing them, they're not gonna hesitate here. They're immediately gonna go for the killing blow.
Yeah. I want to say that DFYG, I feel like we even said that last year. Last year, it's like each game that we got to see them play, they had improvement, and it can be even the case here. Now, hopefully that improvement is going to be locked in for game 2 because they want to get to that game 3. And again, going back to what they had, like you mentioned, Renmar, it wasn't really a draft issue. It's just like unfortunate that one fight didn't go their way, and it happened to swing in favor of Team Flash. So I think based on what we see here from the draft, we're going to see what they want to do. Priority is going to be theirs. First pick, you can see this quite a bit banned out here. The Moskov is up, and the Granger is available.
They're really respecting Super Ken here, man. 3 jungle bans. They know that after game 1, okay, the juicing gets picked up for DFYG. Again, a pick that was 100% win rate for the longest time in MSC for day 1 and day 2. But yeah, after seeing game number 1, Super Ken on the Baksha, super good for the early game. They were great, but he kind of needs to be the one to carry the game, I feel. That's why Flash identified that, said, nah, you want to, but nah, we're just going to ban everything. And now it forces DFYG to go utility again or pick an assassin that's not super meta, but can still be good, right? Like a Joy Haya type of assassin.
Yeah, I think eyeing out a potential Hayabusa pickup for DFYG. I'm riding with you on that idea because Flash SG, I'm looking at either Farsa or Kimmy as the priorities later on for Curtizi, especially the Farsa. That is his comfort pick. They give the pick-off hero in the Kalea, and they pick up the Moskov, which all signals point to either a Kimmy and Farsa pick at the 3rd.
Poof.
Yeah. Okay.
So Moskov going to the hands here again. And maybe they just pick up the Granger again. The Granger is open. Kimmy, I think basically they can lock it in so it just doesn't get banned out. We'll see if they go with that play. Also, still, I think with the Kalea across the board, now you're going to see DFYG forced to pick up some Purifies. That might change the game plan for them too. But this Jushin does really help them out. They'll pick up a CC and a Ganakancha first, though. So they're going to cover the XP and then the roam positions already, leaving up the gold and jungle later on.
Yeah, this might come back to bite them, considering the Flash can just take away marksman.
Okay. CC and yeah, the thing is, I'm concerned about DFYG's assassin choice in the jungle. Like, are they really just going to play this long game? Because Flash now could deny it. They can play the long game as well by saying, all right, then we'll just pick up a mid lane or an XP now and just battle it out for jungle heroes. We've already banned 3. We're on red side. That means first pick on red on second phase 2. Then we can deny more of Super Ken's picks.
Yeah, it looks like CC and Gacha were picked up already thinking about the potential Farsa. So, of course, Flash would swerve and just go, you know what, let's go Kimmy instead. A bit more mobile, not too static. So, as expected, I'm really liking the first 3 picks right now of Flash. They have multiple carries. They're playing around the pickoff. Even though it's not going to be an instant sure kill with the crowd control that Kimmy has, that's it's not an instant burst, but the target will get brought down really low.
It's unfortunate too because like if they wanted to, DFYG could have been like, yeah, okay, let's try the Lolita this time. You know, if they wanted to play into the Kimmy here, but you know, since they already showed their hand, it's pretty apparent, and I think that's why again we might even see the gold lane options being narrowed down further as the Harith is taken out, and so this might be an interesting position for Long to be in. It's like what, you know, how confident is he on that hero pool that he has? What can he bring out? Because he's not going to play the Moskov unless they're just confident of giving over that option of Granger again. Now, over on the flip side, we have to see what the junglers are going to end up being because that's always the interesting thing, right? We've seen so much assassin on assassin. We've even seen vice versa where it's like assassin versus utility, and still I think that's the kind of the big tester here for both the teams, of course. But Hades has had some interesting picks himself, but I feel like, again, Team Flash is always this kind of unique team that will pull out some of the surprises as even in the second phase.
This could be a Ling pick, by the way, for DFYG. Yeah, Flash are just not concerned about it. They think they've already banned out the really prio picks in the jungle, so anything else, they are prepared to go up against it. Harith and Bruno, just pure respect for Mr. Long, and now it kind of puts him in a position where he just needs to go Granger.
Yeah. Gonna be the next best option, and I'm also gonna go with the idea that whatever the jungle pick will be for DFYG, it needs to be something that does really good damage. Because right now, this lineup by DFYG is dependent on the Jushin and the Gacha being able to bully the center of the map, where when you're up against a Kalea and a Kimmy, that is not so straightforward to do. Almost always it leads to a trade, not you being able to dominate.
Yeah, the last ban, Uranus, so XP lane options, at least for Team Flash 2. Could see what they want to go with. I don't know if they would actually opt for an Esmeralda themselves, but maybe they pick up their XP laner on this pick to see what DFYG wants to go ahead and form up for the rest of their draft. But no, they go the Hayabusa.
They decided to take it away.
Yeah.
DFYG are really drafted into a corner. I think the last pick for Flash later could either be a Lapu or a Glue. DFYG might want to consider picking up a... As much as you guys say Granger, at this point now they might want to consider a carry even. Because you don't know what the EXP laner is. You want to play safe and make sure you have the right damage profile for it. This is really tough for DFYG.
I still think Ling Granger at this point for DFYG. I think it's tough to go for the carry too, just because of the range of the Kimmy. They go for the Granger, but the Joy, dude, against Kalea and Haya.
Yeah.
Too tough.
Like, that's so much peel, and it's a good matchup for Hades already.
Yeah, that's tough because I feel like you're gonna have to pop the ultimate too early in most cases, because otherwise you're also just gonna get caught here. So
exactly,
they're gonna have to do the work for DFYG just in general as a team to make this work.
Yeah, I think this either needs to be a Glue, Lapu. No more Flash surprises, right? Like, it's okay.
They can just go Edith too. I think the Edith would be pretty solid to set up for the Hayabusa. Locks the CC down as well again.
Even the Badang would be okay in the...
Yeah, Badang XP would be great. There you go. CC to counter the CC.
Yeah, this is a fantastic draft by Flash. I think they played it really well. I think they were the ones to step ahead of DFYG in the draft.
Yeah, this one I would have to say favorable draft for Team Flash. Just in general, they cover the damage profiles really well, but then they have so many opportunities to start a snowball for them.
Yeah, if DFYG are going to be winning this game specifically, it's going to be one of those games where at the end of it, Mirko's going to go, that's why he's my GOAT to Super Ken. It's a very demanding game for Joy. It's Flash versus DFYG, Flash at match point. Let's see who will continue their lives here in this tournament.
Thank you so much, Renmar, for the breakdown through our draft. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko to bring you game number 2. Match point right now for Team Flash after a surprising turnaround from game 1 where DFYG had the lead. Can they bring it to a game 3? We're going to find out here. Again, 2 interesting lineups, but you guys can let us know which lineup has the favorable composition for this one. We've shared our thoughts. Mirko, do you think DFYG, what do they have to do to make this work? I mean, their lineup is very specific on the plan. Oh. Whoa.
Yeah, to answer your question, Naisu, they just got to be better. That's how they win. Right now, Hades has the angle. They're going to dive under the turret. Hades, Quad Shadow in the Shuriken too. Zed almost catching him with a taunt. But it will be Team Flash with the early prio in mid, and that put Super Ken in a position to actually just walk by. Just like Redmar said, that's why he's my GOAT.
He just jumps on in, you know, gets the retry off on the Lithwander after seeing all that action in the mid lane too, so makes that work. But, you know, this is the thing. I've seen this so many times now. If this Hayabusa gets an early kill or two, you're going to already be in a bad position if you're DFYG to deal with. Kill VJ taking a lot, but he's fine. Zed charging up that Unbreakable, but won't commit to it. So here's the thing. DFYG can go with the same game plan. Let's let Lung go ahead and farm up, do his thing. He's got the Purify here. That gives him a little bit of safety, but also he's going to be relying on U1 to go ahead and peel for him or at least help protect him, because I think we just expect Zed to initiate, kill VJ running the Vengeance on the CC. He'll kind of be able to go towards that backline of Team Flash, but the big problem is you just don't want to leave Lung alone, especially when a Hayabusa and a Kalea are in against you. So I feel like even more so, whoa.
There you go, the matchup of the Haya versus Joy. Oh, but Super Ken force back Zed, able to go for the taunt now, kill VJ, locking JPL down, but he's able to escape with the help of the fist crack now from Ken, and the pin down to give Curtizi first blood in game 2.
You see what we're saying? There's so many crowd control options for Team Flash's lineup that even if they use the first cycle of it, they might get a battle spell, but then it's up again in time, especially with Ken picking up that Badang, that it just allows them to extend these fights, get the favorable crowd control, and usually convert it. And a Hayabusa alone will be able to pop up enough damage early on that it becomes a threat. So later on, they'll see that transition where the shadow kills are then to even get the cleanups. But so far, Team Flash plays with their composition in their favor. And this is the hard part for DFYG, to really find these fights, and it just looks like they want to continue to set up here in the mid lane.
Good taunt from Zed, respecting the jump. Now AOG, lock him down. It will be E1 with the Crimson Beacon, almost a big pin down there. Curtizi now caught the Crimson Beacon, still able to dash away. Super Ken gets caught by the shadow kill. Zed all alone, the fist crack to pin him down. Curtizi gets a Sky Piercer stack. It's a first item Sky Piercer for Mr. Kurt.
Oh, Kurt's going to get a lot of extra gold on this too. Super Ken trying to delay that, but again, great for Curtizi to start off like that. They get a couple kills. Yes, DFYG picked up one, but it's just, you know, it's tough.
Bang.
Yeah, I like the effects, man.
Yes, sir.
You know, that's how I play too.
Yeah, you do.
I play without sounds, and then I make my own.
I learned from Leo.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, shout out to Leo. I think he's going to be on his way shortly.
Young man from the Philippines, man. Hey, Team Flash, yeah, they're just dominating through the early game, which I think we expected, Naisu.
Yep.
All of them kind of have prio everywhere on the map. The one lane that I would expect the Anfeng Yao Guai to have prio in would be the gold lane, but they just haven't been able to rotate towards it. Or maybe their goal is just to let Long farm, which is weird, because you want the Granger to be online. You would expect him to be double laning at this point of the game.
That seems to be their game plan every single match, for the most part. He does great. Like, Lung does great 1v1. Oh, there's a jump in from Zed, forcing Vanix off. So he'll actually get some extra gold here at least.
Nice.
Goes, follows that up. Turtle's up though, so this is all for it.
Traction Pulse, Zed, Tsunami Slam back to the turret range. Oh, and the Spear of Misery too! The punish for Team Flash, yet another Sky Piercer for Curtizi. Oh, that was well played by Vanix. The SOD to take the Cannon Minion and to teleport to them. Oh,
that
man.
was clean. Oh.
Ken with the pin again, and the fist crack heal. VJ can't move. Super Ken walks up, plays music, but it's just music to Flash SG's ears, man. They don't care. They get the turtle for free.
Giving them music for that turtle take right now. Super Ken just going to get invaded, though.
Yep, there's no way he can escape from this one. Oh, wait, Hades didn't have the shadow kill. All right, Super Ken gets away, but Flash will capitalize, taking a few camps. I think the orange buff's gone, too.
Yeah, they're going to take a whole lot. Once they spot an opportunity to go ahead and delay Super Ken, expect them to do it. They'll take the orange buff here. It's going to go in the hands of Hades. A push, though, both sides of the map. So turrets, tier 1 on both sides going down. Conceal, though.
Yeah, JPL walks up. Tsunami Slam lock them down. The Traction Pulse goes on E1 with the Crimson Beacon still not available. It's a free kill yet again on Zed.
Man, how many times have we seen Ken just set things up for Team Flash? Now they're going to go for the tier 1, putting pressure here.
Okay, goes for the pin on Keel. He's able to escape. Turret falls, and Super Ken gets the purple buff. So the Anfeng Yao Guai are just on the back foot. Like, at this point, they are hoping for what they did to Flash in game 1, but from Flash. They're hoping for a mistake from Flash.
Little reverse card.
Yes, sir.
Basically, that's what they're going to have to hope for, because I think at this point, Mirka, like, you put all your eggs in Lung's basket. You have to just hope that he's able to go ahead and get the positioning in favor for him. But based on what we've seen from these fights already, Team Flash's lineup, like I said, it allows them with so many options to catch Lung. Once the Purify is down, you know, you still have enough tools in your basket to go ahead and put pressure on him. So really for DFYG, it's like, well, we really got to protect Lung. I don't know who they can even pick off here. That's the problem. They don't have much pick-off, quote-unquote, potential with this lineup. So Lung's going to pick up a Sky Piercer, but JPL...
Fraction Pulse onto the back. He won with the Crimson Beacon forward. Gets a Lantern Flare on Curtizi, but no one's there to follow it up. They're instead targeting Ken. Oh, the miscoordination. DFYG, that could have been an angle.
Yep, and all this information to Hades. He's going to take the orange. He'll swing towards the turtle, so he's going to be there in time. Oh, okay, Super Ken popping the beats too. Oh, is Hades going to get caught?
No quad shadow. Taunt over, and it is a kill. Zed picks it up. Super Ken on the turtle. Hey, that's an angle for DFYG as Ken goes over to pin down now with a fist crack on 2 members. JP able to knock out one more time as Curtizi just goes at it. Blasting them in the back. SOD landing. Zed with the AOG. Defensively, Vanix takes the SOD. Gets shot by Lung. Super Ken in the bush now. Walks back and forth. Escapes from the wall placed by Ken.
Hey, good fight for DFYG. At least to go in and get the turtle. They punish Hades for taking the orange buff. I think Super Ken has had enough of that. And they're able to go ahead and capitalize a little bit here. They still have some room to cover, though. You know, 3K nearly gold lead for Team Flash right now. You can see the items kind of falling into place. Right now, Super Ken's got the Starium Scythe building into his next. Lung is on his, he's on to the next. He's got the Sky Piercer, just recently had the Hunter Strike earlier on. And so that's the thing. He still has to be able to have his positioning in favor, but Team Flash kind of getting caught off there isn't something that's going to be too devastating to the lead they have right now. Again, they still have a lot of tools available to them to choose these fights. It's just that Hades got caught after taking that orange buff. So we'll see how they adjust to it. We're a minute away from the Lord here. DFYG trying to maintain as much as they can. And it's not too much. They've lost the tier 1 turrets. They almost lose this tier 2. But ultimately, for that Lord coming up, DFYG should be in fighting form. 2.4K isn't too much. Like, so far from what we've seen from the matches, you can still relatively fight into that first Lord if you really wanted to.
You really can. I mean, we saw a 7,000 gold lead get turned around with a fight. We saw no neutral objectives for Team Flash earlier in game 1, and they came back. So you can never really count out any of these teams now in MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup. Hades, though, able to get the quad shadow, and he actually baits out the Crimson Beacon. JPL concealed, and DFYG just respected, but again, Team Flash should be happy with that. They took an ult out with just skill 2 Haya.
That's a big enough threat. I think they also wanted to get a Purify out before this Lord comes up, but they weren't able to, so DFYG holds on to those. A Holy Crystal now picked up for Super Ken. That's going to be big for his damage that he can pump out. We've always seen this from the Joy too. If they're able to go for that backline or put pressure, he might look for Curtizi. If they can actually take out Curtizi, it'd be massive for DFYG, but JPL flickers on out.
Traction Pulse, Long able to escape, kill VJ doing the same. Now back into the mid lane, battle for Prio, Vanix.
Yeah, he's patiently waiting. Lord's still fighting for this positioning. Right now it's DFYG that'll get the favor. They're gonna go in.
Yep. Oh, massive fist crack there. Tsunami Slam knocking him down as well. Slow goes in with AOG, will get JPL. In the back, it's Long getting the kill back on Vanix. A big mistake as Super Ken deals enough in the back. Kurt will get a kill. Flicker forward. Sky Piercer diff. Kurt with a triple. Now it's just the boy, the kid, Super Ken. Looking for the stacks. Has the electrifying beat. Needs to be clinical as that's giving the quad shadow forward. Super Ken gets the kill. Now on Ken he goes. Immobilization. And it is an unofficial maniac for Curtizi.
Man, I thought they would get a chance to get Kurt down too, but Kurt is too locked in from game 1 and now game 2. 8-0-3. This was a fight that broke out on 2 fronts. Long gets space, but then has to go ahead and dodge all of this. Kurt goes forward. He's like, I got the flicker. I'm going over the wall. I'm going for Long. Takes him out, and then they go forward. So now they've got control of the Lord here. Team Flash They're going to start it up. Can they actually get this? Does DFYG still want to fight and contest? Super Ken's trying to get here fast enough as they try to buy time to delay it out. Beacon going to be used. Zed will be forced off, but they've taken him off the Lord.
Fist crack used already. Ken gonna fall down. Lantern Flare used. That's gonna kill VJ. Brought under the turret by the Tsunami Slam, but it's a 1-for-0 for Tianfeng Yao Guai, who are on the Lord, threatening Team Flash with a take on the Lord. Let's see, Hades level up. Super Ken on it already, going for the stacks now. Zed goes into the back. Kurt TZ able to escape. SOD landing. Super Ken wins down the red tree. Hades was zoned away by Zed. And DFYG are well and truly back in the game.
What a great job delaying from Team Flash to go ahead and commit to that. They bought enough time for Super Ken to come forward. They've got the lineup to make them push off of the Lord, and now they've done it. They've bought themselves enough time. They've whittled down that 3K gold lead that Team Flash had. And as we mentioned, they're going for the reverse card. They want to do what Team Flash did to them in Game 1, and they're well off their way to make it happen. Lung's got some defensiveness now, too.
Hades! What? Zed with a read! Catches Hades trying to go for a pick on Lung.
Unbreakable. Catches Hades. And as I was going to say, Lung has the Wind of Nature now, too, but when you got someone for your back like that, you don't have to. So now they get a turret. Lord still making its way up top, and DFYG has control. Can they assault the base now of Team Flash? Shields are going to be worked on. They're popped through. They hold on to the base turrets, but they'll make their way with this Lord now as it works on Tier 2 turret in the top lane. Lung leading the charge. Hades will come up in a second, and Team Flash on the defense. Are they going to lose some base turrets here?
Traction pulls over to Long, still able to escape now. Oh no! Pops in a Purifier, Wind of Nature, Tsunami Slam locks him down in the back, but Long was able to survive for a bit longer. That's a kill. Vanix in the back, able to get a Spear of Mystery, but goes for the target on Zed instead. Super Ken goes for the back, finds the kill, and Kurt Hades stays alive, gets a double. It's a 3-for-2, and man, how did they keep that base turret alive?
I don't know. It's one hit away. They saw it, but Team Flash decided not today. They'll go for a trade. But the 3-for-2 for DFYG, we are in a brawl out now for Game 2. It seems like they just want to go ahead and fight it out. Let's look at the instant replay. Lung goes so low here because of the Wind of Nature. He has to pop it, but then Vanix comes in. Super Ken will chase him down, but this fight just gets split up to favor Team Flash. And they wanted the base turret. They paid the price, and they didn't get it just yet. So they'll find themselves once again 40 seconds away from this Lord coming up. Both teams are going to be locked and loaded for that fight. And this is where we see that push and pull. The battle spells are crucial here on both sides, especially for DFYG. To be able to use those Purifies, we saw how much pressure can be put from Team Flash as long as DFYG plays smart into those fights, into even JPL. Yeah, you can see the damage. Wow, that Curtizi's doing. This is, you know, he's been online, like I said, from Game 1 with the Gord. Now here, gonna force a fight.
Huh. They actually don't go and kill VJ. I thought that would have been a free pick. He just walked up too aggressive and he has his vengeance, but I guess Team Flash are like, Lord's coming up.
Let's not
risk it. Let's just play it safe, because we have Vanix. We'll always win the side lane. Hold up, wait. Oh no, this could be a crazy read. Super Ken jumps in now over to Vanix. Has the electrifying beats. Vanix shoots out the SOD, doesn't land it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Flash SG with a prio. No kill. VJ walks over the current call. Kurt TZ. Oh, the jump away. The AOG doesn't land. Hades pops in the quad shadow, but it doesn't land on anyone either.
Oh, DFYG, just so much used from top lane now in the mid. And Lord being up here, they're going to have to wait for some of these ultimates to be back up. So they'll go ahead and just kind of stand off here for this Lord, fighting for positioning if they can. Right now here, Vanix might have to join once he has the spear. Oh, Zed, pop the Revitalize. Still gets closed in.
Double pin over now with the quad shadow 2 landing in the back. Wind of Nature for Long. That's a winning crown for Yi1 as he pops in Crimson Beacon. Retreat battle coming down. Super Ken wins it out. Kill VJ, pops in Vengeance now. Vanix locks him down with a pin. Will be able to get the stun down as well as Kurt kited away. The SOD lands. Vanix goes on Long. Super Ken wants to go for the dash, but Vanix goes in. That's a winning crown by Super Ken. Chain CC still has the dashes to go through and will be able to escape somehow. But there is a big wave. 2 cannon minions. Flash looking for the clean sweep. Super Ken trying to defend here, but he gets Chain CC'd, and Team Flash will get the clean sweep to eliminate Tianfeng Yao Guai.
Again in a flash, Team Flash will turn things around off of a fight to take the sweep here. An exciting series, but ultimately Team Flash comes out swinging with a 2-0.
It's always one moment with them, one fight to turn things around, to shock and awe. The team that ended last MSC, part of the top 4, keeps their tournament's hopes alive. And unfortunately for Tianfeng Yao Guai, another early exit, those shades of their potential shown yet again. They could not get out of groups this year.
Oh, really tough here. Looking at the highlights, I mean, this was a great game too, though. And still, I just feel like Curtizi, man, there's something about him, something that he was just so locked in for the series that DFYG just didn't have an answer for. Ken on the Badang did an amazing job in a lot of these crucial team fights, and early on in the game, he was finding the fist crack, fist break combinations that he was looking for. He was very aggressive with it. And even Vanix, I feel like this was one of those games where it's like the Spirit Destructions were usually able to join the fight at the right moments, but still it was Curtizi that was just kind of untouched and a massive problem for DFYG that they couldn't solve.
Yeah, when you put TZ on your name, expect Filipino players to play a certain way. There's a reason why there are multiple players from the Philippines who have that TZ title, and Curtizi just showed it here. But Vanix, definitely, it was a star-making performance for him. So let's go on to the stage right now for an interview with Eterna.
Thank you so much, casters. I'm here with Vanix from Flash SG 2-0. How was that series for you?
The series was good for us because we did badly for the homeboy series. We made a lot of mistakes, and then against DFYG today, we lessened our mistakes. So I think it's quite good for us.
Can we talk about that a little bit more? Mistakes you said were made against that match against Homeboys where you lost 2-1. What happened there?
During the last part, remember the game 3, the Homeboys part. We had some miscoms. So basically our EXP laner did not hear properly like what we planned to do. So the miscom cost us the game, which is quite sad.
Oh, okay. So miscommunications happened in that previous match, but are those miscommunications, solved today?
Yeah, I believe they are solved because Ken has been listening to us and he has not made his own decision at all. Yeah.
Okay, so we're putting Ken under the bus here a little.
Yeah.
Oh no, Ken. Gonna talk to you a little bit after this, I guess. But so far, again, we've been seeing such unique things from Singapore, like every single international tournament. And again, yesterday, Leo Moore 2 times in a row in the gold lane. That was not something that we expected. Were you practicing that?
Leo Moore used to be my main hero, and then fighter gold lane somehow come back, like such as Ruby, Lapu, and then Jace decided to ask me to try Leo Moore since it's one of my main hero and one of my comfort heroes. That's why we played that hero.
Oh, so it was a comfort hero to you. But do you still think that Leo Moore has a place in this meta? Like, were you struggling in the gold lane, going against, the Moskovs, that type of hero?
It was okay for me because they can't do anything to me. I also can't do anything to them. It's just about a team fight where I can chase them down. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna be expecting some unique heroes, I think, after this, because we saw Lolita today and then the Gord. So again, were these like comfort picks, pocket picks that you were already preparing before MSC?
Yeah, we have been practicing this before MSC already. So yeah, these are our sort of like pocket picks, but they are quite good heroes.
Okay, so beware. Zace and his impact. So that's another thing that we really wanted to know about, because we've been hearing a lot about Zace, his impact in previous international tournaments. How has he fit and adapted to you guys?
I think he fit into us quite well already, and then his coaching style is also quite good, and everything he teach makes sense, and it's just that sometimes we forgot the things he said. Yeah.
Okay, sometimes they forget the things that Zace says, but overall it has been good. Now, next up, you are going to be facing very big, prominent names in, the MLBB landscape. What are you guys doing to prepare for that?
We will definitely go back to our practice room and scrim more, and then review our games and see which mistakes we made that can be avoided. Yeah. Then we will try our best against the hard teams. our next series.
Okay, good luck once again, and congratulations, Vanix, because we are going to throw it over back to our casters. Break it down for us.
Way to throw your teammate under the bus there, Vanix. I'm kidding. But it's, I mean, good. I love it when we get to hear these moments where teams are really more vocal and they open up a little bit more about the specific things that they need to work on. We got to see it, so it wasn't just all speculation now. Now it's something concrete. And yeah, you could see it here. Team Flash in this series against Tianfeng Yaoguai were an absolute unit. And yeah, looking back, Ken didn't overstep. In fact, this Badang game from him was really good.
Yeah, I think he definitely, got his redemption this game. So even though he was thrown under the bus, maybe he just does better on setup heroes over, a Masha that flickers in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I that's the thing that really stuck out to me with the Badang was just the fact that you can go ahead, set things up amazingly for your team from start to finish, and that's what we saw from Ken. I think he was a big part of it.
Yeah, and what I appreciate about the Badang pickup, especially for a player who is a little bit more inexperienced, still newer to this kind of landscape, is that you have significant room for error, actually. Even though you leave yourself in a vulnerable position, you're CC immune. And even if you miss your combo, at least you force something out of the opponent, like dashes or flickers. So a lot of room for error when using a hero like Badang. So maybe we do get to see Ken from Team Flash use heroes, more heroes like that. Now I think, though, we're seeing that Team Flash, little by little, because of their flexibility, their ability to now play Leomord gold lane, fighter gold lane, I feel like maybe Vanix may have over-teased a little bit of what to expect from his picks. Now you're seeing, based on the performance of Curtizi, it's a triple carry team. You have 3 members of their team that could just absolutely carry.
Yeah, I love the fact, too, that not just bias for the gourd, but like Curtizi brought that out, because now I feel like it is a actual considerable option, because we've always been talking about the mid lane hero picks, and now you've seen it in action, and it works really well with certain compositions.
Yeah, finally it's another mid laner that we can actually play here, because with the Zetian not doing too hot in MSC 2025, we've been kind of at like a very weird stated mid where it's just the same heroes over and over. It's Juicin, if it's banned out, then you see the Farsa, Kidney, and then if it's banned out, then you're like, all right, I guess we don't have any more picks. Now we have a Gourd, so there you go. If you want to play pure front to back, hey, that true damage, Hoyerts.
Yep. Our Sony match MVP is a lot of options on the side of Team Flash. None other than Vanix. Of course, we got an interview with him. Great Moskov play. And yeah, his decisions of when to use the Spear of Destruction. It was the top side engagement. And then after the major objective, able to throw that out, hit, I believe it was Super Ken in the orange buff. That really turned things around, and that set up the victory for Team Flash. So, congratulations to them. They are still in the tournament. And again, thank you, Tianfeng Yaoguai, for your efforts. Hopefully, we get to see more of you pop off and shine in the next international tournament. Coming up next now, though, it's time for our match of the day. In just a bit, we're going to be witnessing RRQ versus Aurora. Only one of these 2 teams will be securing their slot into the knockouts today. Who will it be? Stick around and find out. We'll be right back.
Viva.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
This land is calling.
We don't have to wait long to witness our match of the day. RRQ from Indonesia versus the champions of Turkey in Aurora, who took down the reigning world champions Onyx Philippines to get to this point. Welcome back to MSC here at the Esports World Cup. And if you want to witness the action for the knockout stages, don't forget to get your tickets over on webook.com. We're here until August 2nd. Knockouts begin July 30th. And you'll be able to join us here at the Boulevard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup. And remember, it's single elimination for our knockout stages.
Wow.
So you want to show all support that you can give to your favorite teams. Still here with Naisu and Mirko. And to say that we are excited is an incredible understatement.
Yes.
Yes, we are very excited for this matchup because, yeah, I think a lot of people, they were excited after seeing what Aurora did here. I think that was very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to beat the reigning world champions in Onyx Philippines, it sent shockwaves through everyone, the whole groups, maybe even different games. They felt it. They were like, whoa, what's going on here?
They definitely heard it.
They definitely did. We were yelling our
brains out.
Lungs out. No?
Both.
Yeah. Body parts were being yelled and activated. You see there, of course, Coach Master the Basics, Apex 47 was very vocal about how Coach MTB and Dexstar have just reignited and reinvigorated the team because they helped them, all puns intended, master the basics.
Wow.
And it's scary to think that that's all it was. And then suddenly, next thing you know, Rosa, who's been always known for like support types or artillery mages, range is going up close. This is Selena. Apex 47 has looked very good.
Yes.
TNZ even has now launched himself as an all-star jungler. The Turkish Triggerman and Sigibam, bro, Aurora, they suddenly have just skyrocketed.
I think because Aurora alone, like in these individual players, were already impressive. Like so many people around the world knew of them, and then comes in Master the Basics and Dexter, and they I feel like just refined them somehow. You know, like that's kind of what we've seen. I can't wait to see more. I think TNZ, I don't know if he's statistically right now the best performing jungler for MSC, but I'll tell you what, he had a hell of a performance, and I would love to see him replicate it here in this matchup against RRQ.
He's always been this, you know, figure, like a shadow figure that's been lingering. Like he's mechanically been amazing. I remember in ISF as well, seeing him almost beat Malaysia at the time. Prime Malaysia, by the way, was crazy. And he was on the joy. He was swapping 3 items here and there with Rosa too. So in the past, we've already gotten a glimpse of what they could do. It's just now how they have Master the basics. I want to keep on putting it there, but it's true. MTB has literally helped them master the basics and play the fundamental style, plus the style that they already had before.
Yeah, and it's surprising to me because for Aurora, I thought a lot, like heading into this, I thought so much pressure would be put into Lunar to sort of replicate how Edward from Aurora Gaming Philippines would be playing. But no, Lunar has essentially just turned himself into a roamer. Apex 47 juggles that, and usually, yes, Lunar is the one down, but it sets up Siggy Boom's unique picks. They played Iksha and even Ruby in the gold lane, so that alone just shows how flexible they are in terms of their hero picks.
I like that you brought that up because in the past we have seen that Apex 47 does better when he's the second initiator, not the first one. So you want to have a layer of initiation before you get Apex 47 to land a big pick or a big implosion like in the past. In the past it was Alien, but it's kind of like Alien wanted to carry a lot of times. Now Lunar, he's very selfless in the way he plays, dude. On the Phobias, he just jumps in and he says, all right, I'm gonna die. You guys need to get something off of my death. He is so selfless in the fact that he will literally just die for the team to get a set. And it's beneficial, I think, for the most part, against Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, so if you have on one side Aurora, a team who has, in their own words, again, remastered the basics and have just launched themselves as one of the best teams in the world, it looks like now they're going to be going up against a team who are very well known for following a very certain textbook, lest you feel the wrath of a very textbook man behind the scenes. RRQ and their coach, KezQ, serves a very good contrast, and maybe it's sometimes even a bit of an equal footing to how the Aurora playstyle has shined so far. Yes, Sutsujin has mainly just played the utility junglers, but we've shown that the options for assassins are there. RRQ is looking on track to reclaim the long-lost glory that their team was once known for. But earlier, as you mentioned at the top of the day, Mirko, it's like they were up against Area 77. We didn't get to see much of them just yet.
I think that's a great point that Mirko brought up earlier, because this, for a lot of people, will be like that first, not to take anything away from Area 77, but this will be like a big test to see just what RQ has for MSC groups, because of the fact of, especially now when we come into this matchup after what Aurora from Turkey did, this is a phenomenal limit test and just kind of an opportunity for both the teams to show that they don't just have the fundamentals down, that they do have these very specific play styles. But this is the true test, I feel like, for the group stages anyway, and that's why it is such a good match of the day that we have here.
Yeah, I think, again, when it comes to RRQ, that systematic playstyle of theirs that was seen in the regular season, was seen in the group stage of the SPS Mobile Masters, that's why I have so much confidence in them in the group stage. Like, this is a team that just demolishes every single group stage. Even in M6 with a different lineup, when Skylar was still there in the gold lane, they went through 3-0 on the Swiss stage. They didn't really have any problems with anyone. Yeah, they're really good. They're really good at group stage when there's no pressure.
Let's see, though, now, again, no one between these two teams are going to be eliminated today. It's all about qualification. Only one of them will be securing their knockout slot by the end of this series. I want to refocus all things onto the jungle. Again, it's an unexpected clash of styles, considering that Sutsujin has only played the utility so far. But now that they're going up against a team like Aurora, do you guys think that RQ might actually use that as a means to sort of rattle an assassin-heavy lineup? Because that's always been one of the strengths of the tanky fighter junglers. You can actually rattle opposing assassins that way.
Yeah, I think it's great. This is what I meant. Like, we're actually going to see really how far that limit of the styles go, because who wouldn't want to see a utility styled jungler go against maybe more of an assassin jungler? And I think we're in that perfect forming of the meta where that is still possible. We've seen it already in the previous days, and what more so in the hands of these two junglers. And I think even in a case, what if we end up seeing Tienzi also be in a case where he adjusts and plays something a little more utility, or again, if it's just completely a contrast between our two junglers.
Yeah.
So, for RRQ, let's see if we'll get to see Sutsujin bring out some assassins, or if Aurora will just... Sometimes we even see teams like not care about it. It's like, oh, go ahead, pick whatever you want, because we control a lot of the map. I think because of the matchup that we are about to witness, this puts an insane amount of pressure on Apex and Rosa and Edok and Rins.
It's about that mid duo for sure. You know, again, for in Indonesia, RRQ are kind of known for the shot calling of Rins and then the playmaking of Edog. It's something that's kind of weird because usually you would see the latter. You would see the roamer make the calls and the mid laner be the one to carry. But for RRQ, that's been the case. So two members that you guys need to put your eyes on, especially if Sutsujin does get the utility jungle pick, would be Edog on a playmaker set hero or pickoff and Dyron on a straight up just carry. That is their strength in the regular season of MPLID, their strength all the way to the playoffs that unfortunately they weren't able to utilize against Onyx in the final game of the best of 7.
Yeah, let's see if we'll be able to see just that, because again, we've seen a whole lot of great things coming out of Aurora. For RRQ, this is, I think, could be our first true glimpse of what they look like here for MSC. Speaking of, don't forget about the MSC passes available right now on your in-game clients. It's 20% off throughout the event, available until August 7th.
That's massive.
I love the additional hype that we're providing for it. The Nathan skin is incredibly beautiful as well.
Entropy, bro.
Let's go. And then there are also a bunch of other prizes available. Don't forget to get your avatar borders and everything that comes with the MSC pass. Yes, you can actually.
He's there too.
Yeah, he's there too. You can claim Atlas also still available. I believe it's Farsa who's not available.
See the world, Farsa.
See the world. Oh.
The See the World Farsa. But the
special place in my
Atlas
heart.
is
Oh wait,
there.
no, it's Supremacy Farsa. My bad. It's See the World Atlas.
That's right. That's right.
Yes, See the World Atlas.
That's what MSC meant. Something different.
As we go down memory lane, remembering the old taglines and songs of MSC, I think it's time we get to know RRQ and Aurora, excuse me, just a little bit more.
Nggak merasa puas juga sih, cuman seneng aja. Ya kalau setelah menang dari area 77, kita tentunya rasanya seneng, tapi kita justru malah pengen latihannya lebih lagi lah. Jadi kita belum merasa puas, kita pengen menang-menang terus pokoknya nanti.
RRQ are playing this perfectly. So good.
Ya kalau confident tentunya kami tetap confident 100% buat lawan siapapun ya, nggak cuma Aurora. Kalau yang gue lihat di match Aurora lawan Onyx ya udah apa ya, nggak kaget sih kalau Onyxnya kalah, soalnya Auroranya menurut gue pribadi juga emang jago. Terus di momen kemarin gamenya ada beberapa momen yang Selenanya Rosa make play lah, jadi makanya mereka menang. Kalau lawan Aurora tentunya bakal jadi match yang sengit, soalnya kita juga pernah latihan lah bareng mereka di scrim. Kita juga pernah kalah sama mereka di scrim ya, jadinya tentunya mereka jadi lawan yang tangguh lah buat kami.
But Aurora, they're gonna chase after them. They're not letting him go.
Menurut gua playstyle Aurora mereka kebanyakan mainnya di area rivernya mereka kuat lah. Jadi mereka snowballnya itu dari early game, kalau laning phase lu kalah, nah mereka snowballnya dari situ.
But Aurora Gaming made it happen.
Buat Aurora pokoknya nanti kasih match yang seru.
Viva RRQ!
To add more onto what Susijin just mentioned about how Aurora plays, I want to call back to the interview of Carl Teasy after their victory yesterday. He was asked which teams does he want to or not want to go up against, and one thing that really stood out, he said, I wouldn't want to go up against Aurora. They're really annoying to play against. Like, the fact that they're already getting acknowledged by Carl Teasy in that way, and then with everything that everyone here in the Esports World Cup at MSC has been saying, they really are just a terrifying team.
I think part of that too is, again, when certain coaches go around to these different teams from the Philippines and everything else, they impart the knowledge that they know so well amongst the Philippine teams, and that could be something. But if you already have a strong team that has great synergy, a great play style themselves, and you just help kind of refine that a little bit with the extra knowledge that they have, this is the epitome of that. Like, that's what we're seeing from Aurora so far, and I think that's why everybody really respects them in the matchups and maybe don't want to face them until the knockouts.
Yeah. Despite, again, a lot of players saying they were not surprised that Aurora beat Onyx Philippines, I myself was kind of surprised. Despite the fact that I kind of knew as well that they were doing really, really well in scrims, but we know how it has been in the past as well. Teams do well in scrims, and then they just don't do well on stage. But yeah, that happens a whole lot. And so I was like, all right, I think Onyx Philippines should be able to do it again on stage, just knowing the experience there, knowing that the reigning world champions, you know?
Yeah, but if we call back MLBB history, and we don't have to go that far back, there was one team who did so well in scrims, did well leading up to MSC, and replicated scrim results into a championship, SRG, last year. So that, I wonder if that's something that Aurora is thinking about in the back of their heads. Like, okay, we're doing really good in scrims right now. Doesn't this mean that maybe, you know, it's going to look good for us this MSC, considering last year's champions had the exact same story?
I think it'd be so great too, honestly, just for the plot to thicken out there. It's like, you know, we already had a, you know, non-Indonesian, non-Filipino team win last year with Malaysia. Now, what if we have a, you know, a champion from none of those regions, and it happens to be from Turkey?
Hey, Spirit from ECA, Aurora from Turkey. I don't mind, you know. I was also like DFYG, but that's not
unfortunate.
That hurts. My goat.
Yeah, imagine how crazy it would be if our grand finals is two completely non-Southeast Asian
healthy,
teams.
sir.
That's too healthy.
That's too healthy. Like suddenly, like as you mentioned, I was thinking that too the other day. What if our grand finals is Team Spirit versus Aurora Turkey? I'm not gonna complain.
I'm not gonna complain.
That's gonna be again.
That's hype.
Yeah, I love thick plot because I love great stories.
What about the thick seals?
Imagine the thick seals too.
I
man.
saw the claps on the I saw the claps on the desk.
They're actually not this seal, by the way. We're just a joke.
That's just a
they're actually just a seal, as in like mythic seal, the seal. You know.
The seal stamp.
Wait, no. This whole time I thought their logo was an actual seal.
It's a dragon, dude.
It's a dragon.
That's not a seal.
No.
Close enough.
Oh. Okay, that recontextualizes my favorite towards Mythic Seal now. I thought they were the first team in MLBB history to have a seal proudly on their logo, but no. Yeah, again, there's so many possibilities now. It feels like this MSC. Last year, once we started to realize that SRG is really going good, it's like still that feeling of like, oh, Southeast Asia. But then now it seems like we've really seen the world and are encountering the unknown because
no
the supremacy is getting challenged.
I like that.
Everybody's rising above.
Yeah, this is almost greater than ever right now. We'll see. We can be better than great here, but it really comes down to the teams to dare to be great.
I'm now.
You're
out of what?
I was about to lean in, and nothing is, you know, nothing's granted, everything's earned.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just hammer out all the facts. This is a bit too meta. As much as we can right now. Okay, I think as we are getting closer to the draft, and we are just setting that up for our players right now, time to talk about it. Aurora still continues the trend, unfortunately, for teams who bring out the Fanny to just get, not a good time. It was a challenging game for Onyx, however. But looking at the spread of heroes that they have with the Selena focus from Rosa, their flex into the gold lane, do you think this is going to be a tougher time for RRQ or for Aurora in the draft?
You know, honestly, it could be both sides, but I feel like Aurora has at least showed us this, even down to the gold lane Ruby. Like, they still have, I feel like, some of these pocket picks. Maybe RRQ does too. I mean, you're probably more knowledgeable about that, Mirko, but I think Aurora is also, the draft for them is going to highlight their playstyle with this essence of some of these picks that we're not used to seeing. And honestly, that's been the trend of MSC so far up to this point. So I wouldn't be surprised if RRQ has that as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think for both these teams, it's going to be equally difficult. Maybe a bit more difficult for RRQ just because they're used to drafting a certain way in Indonesia, and now up against Aurora, who are very unorthodox. Again, Selena 3 games in a row. That surely is going to be a big curveball towards RRQ, who have prepared a certain way. And I don't think they've banned Selena. Again, against Area 77, they were kind of like given a lot of the big prio picks. So here, now that it's contested, I wonder if they're still going to stick to the utility style that they used to beat A77, or they'll have to pick up like the Yisun Shins that we saw in the grand finals and in the playoffs in Indonesia for Citizen.
Yeah, also one of the reasons why this is tough to analyze as we enter the draft. We've seen a lot more of RRQ leading up to MSC, but less of them within the tournament itself. It's the opposite for Aurora. We've seen a lot more of Aurora based off of that single best of 3 that they've played. So to ask if which one of these two is the more mysterious, difficult to answer. But let's see how the draft will get answered by two coaches very well known for just some drafting prowess and master the basics and Kescute. Lancelot, I think because of yesterday, Lancelot becomes now one of the priority bans of the tournament. As LaFell said, Lance too much.
Lance too much. Wait, this isn't the first time he's been banned, right?
No.
Okay. I was like, at the earlier days of the group stage, I was like, there has to be some point when Lancelot starts being banned
Yes.
for a lot of teams that are dealing with this. And I think this changes the course of it too, because we have to go ahead and consider the fact that RRQ, as you see, will expend some more bans towards what we've seen from TNZ. So this ultimately will leave open other hero options that have usually been banned out, and they can go ahead and play into that. You can see for Aurora, they take out the Clea, the Arla, and the Wanwan. First pick for them, I don't know, do they just go for the Farsa if it's open? What else could they? A Phoveus too,
Jushin?
since we've seen, the Jushin. There's just a whole lot. The Baksha being the last ban from RQ.
Yeah.
I think this is what you get when you have two teams who have potential like flexibility and surprises, that so many power picks just get opened.
Yeah.
Yi Sun-shin up for grabs here. Aurora, they really like the Yi Sun-shin in the match against Onyx Philippines, so let's see if they want to pick it up here. Fun fact.
Yeah, Toy Rins and Susujin still has not garnered a
Wow.
death in this tournament. So in this in the previous series against Area 77, they did not garner a death, and they walk into this still with 0. YSS,
Ooh.
Aurora immediately going for a comfort, and Kimmy and Uranus are the power picks that RRQ get back.
Super quick response. Like, this was
Very
super
fast.
quick from RRQ. They knew the Yi Sun-shin was going to pop up, and they go Kimmy. Uranus has been falling off recently. Like, what was the win rate on it? Did you see it? I remember Cram playing it. It was... They lost on it, so...
It was shut down a couple times.
Yeah.
I feel like.
At this point, the Uranus is less than 45% win rate.
Yeah.
How many times picked?
A lot. Oh wait, no, this is also considering
Wild
the numbers
card.
from wild cards.
card.
Yeah, so just a total of 7 wins.
There you
This
go.
is so fast. They went with the Ruby again, and then they pick up the Selena. So Aurora is just going for some power picks that they showed us previously. How do you think this will work out?
I think it might be a bit too honest from Aurora,
early
I'll be
on,
honest with you, because RRQ, they've already picked up the Uranus. I think this was planned by Kescu to beat out this Ruby Yi Sun-shin. So there's no real burst right now for Aurora for the Uranus. There's still burst, obviously, for the squishy members.
Yeah, obviously when you have a Selena, one of the conditions, as acknowledged by Susujin as well, with Aurora loving to play around the river, is if you can get some very early kills on that Selena, that's one condition checked. But even more so, considering you're playing up against a Yi Sun-shin, it does take time. So you need heroes that can hold out and wait out. So RQ ended up putting the Uranus in the jungle, showing their hand already, and then they go for CC with the EXP lane. Very good, this style of play against teams that want to wait for mid to late.
That's why I was wondering, when that Uranus came up in that first pick area, I was like, could this still be flexed? I was still thinking, could it be flexed into the jungle? That's always been the question when it has popped up in the draft.
You're right, yes.
Now that it is, parked in there, or the XP lane. So the CC is great. You give yourself a lot of those options. I think even for Aurora, it's really interesting to see what they want to go ahead and plan this out based off, very honest 3 picks.
But that means, where's the Uranus going? It's a jungle roam flex?
I think it's just mainly jungle.
Yeah, jungle.
So it'll be jungle.
Jungle, so it's different. On one side, you have a lineup that can actually highly invade, while Aurora are just looking to make sure that the Yi Sun-shin can farm properly.
Okay, so what's going to be the gold lane then? The Angela gets banned out. They want to take away the Uranus-Angela combination away. RQ.
That would have been disgusting.
That would have been, crazy sustain. And again, Aurora kind of are pretty bad against that sustain right now. They don't really have the insta burst. And I think this is a new take on the CC. Either it is a read into like Aurora wanting to go for tankier picks later, or it's a new take on the CC of just like you tie people up because they're all melee. It's going to be very hard for them to get close to the Kimmy, to get close to the backline that obviously they are setting up for. And yeah, they are just going to ban out Gatar and Hylos. 2 picks that you would usually leave open when you have a CC have been banned out. So again, new CC style.
Yeah, and this turns off the possibility of Aurora, because of the picks that they have, like Apex 47 can't go Hilda anymore. He'll really have to go for a very tanky front line. So RQ have looked at how the Aurora playstyle, with what they've shown, it's okay, they're playing around one singular main carry, and that's the Yi Sun-shin. RQ will have 2 options around their carry. Since they have a Uranus in the jungle, as he's in the EXP lane, this Kimmy and whatever gold laner they're going to end up with are both going to get farm consistently and are going to be able to scale consistently.
Yeah, and off of that too, it's funny, has Hylos even been picked up yet? I don't know if I remember asking about this.
We saw it once, I think.
Maybe once, but it's like, where has he been? Because still a pretty good roam option.
6 times.
6 times?
Yeah,
Okay,
including
6
wild
times.
cards.
Oh, okay, including wild cards. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like we saw him way more in the wild card.
Yeah, that's true.
So Kalea is up for grabs. The Tigreal 2 for Edok open.
Yeah. Oh, they go pick off. It's going to be the Kaja. Okay. Fun fact about Tianzi, he currently holds the highest kill in a single game. 13 at this year's MSC. That was his Lancelot in game number 1. And his total record then, I believe it was 13-0-6.
Yeah, I think 13-0-6.
Monster Lancelot performance. Pick off, they're playing around tank. It's a throwback strategy for RRQ, except this time it's a Kimmy in the middle while Aurora.
Yeah.
What? I'm thinking what else they can give Apex.
They need some tankiness here too.
Yeah. Beefy boys.
That's kind of Rome, right?
Do they go glue?
Oh! Apex signature, bro! Back in M4!
There we go.
Yeah, it's a throwback to his Atlas.
Lord.
Wait, RRQ have no room to go Valentina because that Kimmy has to go into the mid lane unless they're willing to risk it. Just so that they can take away the ultimate of the Atlas. Lapu Lapu as well, Lunar gonna be active. This is a throwback for how Aurora used to play. I mean, minus the Ruby Gold lane and the Selena, but like Atlas, Lapu Lapu, back when it was Alien in their EXP.
This is great. Oh, RQ goes the Masha too.
Wait, who wears what? Oh,
so this is a Rome Masha?
Kimmy Gold?
Or
Unless
we don't even get to see the swap.
We don't
know.
get to see the swaps.
Unless it's a CC or Masha Gold, they might end up with a Fighter Gold as well.
Oh my lord, they're just battling it out.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, RRQ, just when we thought their textbook is so clear and so understandable, it's changed to a completely different game language. And I wonder if that's enough to surprise Aurora Turkey, who have already surprised the world. It's game number 1 of our match of the day, Indonesia versus Turkey. Nice. Mirko, you guys break it down because I'm just going to be enjoying.
We'll be enjoying it as well. Thank you once again, Renmar, for going through the pre-games here and then the draft with us. It's us at the English desk, ready for a matchup here against these two teams, fighting for a spot in the knockouts. Will it be RQ or will it be Aurora Gaming from Turkey? We have interesting drafts, to say the least, here for game number 1 in this best of 3. We're getting a glimpse of exactly where things are falling in place. Mirko, what do you have to say about the drafts here?
It's CC in the goal lane. Well, I honestly don't know. This is uncharted territory for all of us.
For everyone.
For everyone. We didn't expect the Atlas to show up here. The Kaja Rome as well, we didn't expect. We expected the Selena and East and Shin. That's about it, right? Like everything else is kind of like up to them.
When was it? You know, I know this was Lafell that I asked. I was like, you bring a scythe to a gunfight? Well, now you bring yo-yos. If there's a scythe, just bring a yo-yo. That seems to be the answer for the Ruby Gold lane. I don't remember the last time that we've seen a competitive match without a traditional, like, marksman on both sides.
Yeah, and Toy has been such a traditional marksman for such a long time. This could actually play with, the muscle memory. Even in MDL, I don't really remember him playing a lot of the fighters in the gold lane, obviously because of the meta, but that means that he's, I don't think, as used to it as Sigiboom, who has played a bit more Dyran, though, on the Masha. I like that. Let's take a look at the emblems.
Yeah, looking at this too, again, a whole lot of Brave Smites here too. The Atlas is going to be great for setups later on. Kaja as well, going with the hybrid, has to pull yourself together. It's going to be crucial for Edok to try to go for some catches here with the Divine Judgment, especially playing against Rosa on the Selena, who has been a highlight for a lot of the matches that we've seen from Aurora Gaming already. And yeah, even so, I think the fact that Uranus has struggled a little bit in the competitive matches we've seen, maybe he works just better in this matchup in the jungle for now against the YSS, which has popped up quite a bit. This first turtle's up, so this is where we get to see that, but some of the level 4 is still missing, especially from our roamers here for Edok. But they're going to force it anyway.
Yeah, Luna with the Bravest Spider. Let's give it the arrow landing too. First blood to Rosa. Free turtle to Aurora Gaming.
Great setup early on. Again, it's Rosa with these abyssal arrows. You got to watch out for the traps too. That gives them information to go and put pressure on the buff. Is it going to be a response?
Curtain call. Good flicker from Rosa. Aurora just outplaying RRQ in the first 2 minutes of the game. And RRQ are already on the back foot.
Gives himself a nice little bit of a lead to work with. Nothing too crazy though. RQ definitely is a lineup that wants to also wait for Edok to have that level 4. Divine Judgment is such a big component to making this work in the early game, because if you look at the heroes that they have, man, there's not that many. Like, to make something happen in the early game. Whoa!
Solo kill! Oh, time with the flicker out. Lunar might just be dead. Thunderclap in! Solo kill for Lunar! Up top against Dyran. No flicker. Sutsujin walks up now, looking for the kill already. Apex 47 getting the damage down. Seeing him, Lunar staying alive, but will fall to Sutsujin, so at least it'll be traded back.
Well, that was interesting. I mean, that was crazy from Lunar to actually be able to make that work too. But again, all this, Miracle has brought them a nice little comfortable lead, 1.5K ahead up to this point against RQ. It's going to put them in a good position for the next objective. But now that level 4s are available across the board, this is where we start to see some of the setups in the mid lane. Apex? Okay. Oh, they're just going to force him off. Apex will take some shots. He's tanky enough. It's been a while since we've seen an Atlas in play, but you know, again, tanky enough. It's funny because sometimes you also get to see the focusing mark Atlas or the Kaja, but this time not. There's an arrow though.
Apex 47 from the back as well. Perfect match landing. Traction pulse coming down. Fatal Links on 3. Good Purify out there. Zero walks over Divine Judgment. There's no damage. His toy gets caught by the arrow. Rosa dives in under the turret. Gets a kill, and it's a 3-4-0 trade. Apex knows there's no Purify. Walks up with the perfect match, and that is another free buff stolen away by TNZ. Should be a turret too, a turtle.
Yeah. They're so clean with it, man. I mean, that fight there, everything layered really well, and the popping of the Purifies, but then Apex still goes in with the Fatal Links to be able to catch some. It's so well timed. Oh, Edok.
Okay.
Yeah, you might want to get out of here, Edok. Someone's got to deal with Rosa's Selena too. At some point, I almost expect that to be banned out, specifically against Aurora Gaming, because right now these arrows are so difficult to deal with. Belated Hep C's picked up by Dyron. We'll have to see the items if we can get that brought up here to see where they're going forward. So again, a lot of these first items already locked in on both sides, but yeah, man, there's a big lead starting to build up here too. Even in the gold lane, 1,000 difference between this matchup that we weren't really expecting here.
No conceal, no Purify on board. Fatal Links onto now the Mounted Shocker too! Beautiful combo by Apex and TNZ.
Can I just say it again? It's so clean and out.
2 for 2 on the solo kill. Traction pulse will trade it back, but Lunar has definitely been the one, the alpha in the XP matchup as the turret falls in the bottom lane.
I think Lunar's just going to take that every time, man. He'll take the 1v1 and he's going to jump into the turret, and after that he's like, whatever happens, happens. I get the kill. It's a great matchup there. Yeah, value, because look at this. This is all value for Aurora Gaming. 5,000 ahead. There's the pull, but Apex just doesn't care.
Yeah, no damage yet. No, Data doesn't even get it. Dyron with the flicker forward, gets a thunderclap down. Rosa caught on the bad spot now as Dyron looks for another reset on it and gets a double. Mounted Shocker by TNZ gets a kill back. That's him unstoppable. Edok, no Divine Judgment as TNZ utilizes the Traceless back.
Again, at least RQ is able to fight back, get something off the Divine Judgment. I almost for a second thought Apex 47 wouldn't go down. A little bit of action here, but Sigaboom's not going to be able to catch Sutsujin at all on this Uranus unless TNZ has something to say. You're still tanky enough, but I don't know, man. You're falling behind. 3 levels now difference between the junglers here. TNZ 5-0-2. This is what we saw in his Lancelot performance. Now he's doing it even on the YSS, and they're going to have control of the third turtle of the game. RQ, I don't know if they really want to fight this, if they want to contest it, as it looks like they're just going to let it go. They've got the information, but
Flicker, Divine Judgment, damage coming down as well. Retraction Pulse knocking down. Apex looking for the backline as TNZ gets the turtle for free. Curtain call there. Sutsujin is able to escape with the Consecration. Gets stunned up by the Abyssal Arrow. Fatal Links brings him back. Lunar gets the kill. An all-out win for Aurora.
Great job. Dyron, though.
Thunderclap landed on Lunar. Apex 47 pops in a perfect match. And that's about it.
Yeah, that's all they're going to get. You catch Sutsujin with those Fatal Links, and man, he's just going to lose more of his jungle. You know, this orange buff is up. I'm not sure if they were going to go ahead and make a play from that, but Lunar's definitely just kind of waiting there to see what happens. You can see the difference, too, in terms of gold for the junglers. Yeah, 2.5K ahead right now. And I think this is just going to solidify more that the Uranus is struggling, man. He's having a really hard time. When we saw he was going to be such a strong, definite pick throughout this. So struggle for a while for Sutsujin. Going to have to rely on the team to catch up. Especially, it puts you in a weird position where it's like we don't have this traditional marksman in the gold lane that we can like hopefully bank on later. I don't think a gold lane CC is going to be that. So it's like, then where do you shift your focus? Well, maybe it's got to be Dyron to be able to, you know, clap down on someone later on. Rins possibly as well. but it's just a very interesting lineup that isn't what we're traditionally used to seeing here. As you see, Dyron's still going to be up top. They're going to fight for this purple buff.
Apex.
Oh, Apex.
Look at the flank with the conceal already. Purple buff taken away. Sigiboo with the I'm offended. Now over to Jin. A full burst down. Pops in consecration. Traction pulse doesn't land. Apex 47 now caught. Oh, gets cancelled. Divine Judgment locks him down. Fatally still comes through though. And that's a damage from Lunar. AOE plus the trap. It'll be traded back as Dyron walks up and gets the kill over. No, it's Rinz who picks it up. Rosa lands the trap. And the arrow, purify out by Rinz, but he is in no man's land. Rosa gets the shutdown. TNZ in the back, finding it. Now it's a double, and Aurora have wiped the Kings out.
I gotta say it again, it's so clean from Aurora Gaming. The timing, the windows, it's all falling into place. Let's look at the instant replay. I mean, Apex played cat and mouse for a while, goes in between the tier 1 and tier 2, but he's like, guys, I'm gonna go in. He gets Divine Judgment, but the team is so synced up that they go in and follow through anyway. Even for Lunar to go ahead and stall this out, Rosa lands another arrow, and then TNZ comes, swings forward. This was such good communication and synergy that has been showcased time and time again from Aurora Gaming. They are locked in here for game 1, and you can see it again. This is, this is a very specific lineup that does. Oh, hold on, Apex giving information. I don't think he's going to be able to do much, but this lineup allows them to do that.
Apex 47, the true Apex Predator here in this game, and constantly flanking RQ. And Jin, while he can sustain, you can't really continue to sustain when you're just CC'd every time. You can't move at all. I think this is like the third purple buff that he's taken this game. Every other one has been snatched away by Aurora. Lunar, already with the Bravest Fighter, gets a stun down too. TNZ rotates up top. Lord taken. Apex looking for the kill again. Has a perfect match. Pops it in. But it's just to threaten Jin for him to back away.
Okay, here's the Lord. Shields are still going to be up, so they're going to force him off the tier 2s. And we'll see if RQ has enough to defend. Again, with this composition, oh, I'm offended, won't land. Keep trying to keep it together. Apex 47 could start up a fight. He does have Flicker, but I don't know if it's going to be worth it. We've seen too many leads get turned around, and Aurora Gaming knows this. This is what we've been talking about. I know, all pun intended, mastering the basics. Don't want to overextend it. Don't want to throw the game here. And so they'll just get what they can. Shields are popped up in the mid lane. They'll continue to focus down the next if they can, but not forcing it. Now for RRQ, if they want to somehow, some way turn this around, it's got to be on their own. Maybe it's a Divine Judgment, maybe it's that Traction Pulse that finds a couple members of Aurora Gaming, but do they have enough damage to follow through? I think a lot of this is, now you see the BOD picked up.
Look at that.
From Dyron, but that is that question. Looking at the damage meters, man, it is so far behind.
Yeah, oh man, 4 members of Aurora before you get a glimpse of Rinz on the Kimmy. And you gotta understand that for most of these picks, especially Rinz and Dyron, they have to scale a bit more for them to actually deal damage. If Aurora had like a 14 or 12k goal lead by the time that happens, I don't think it'll be enough to come back.
Yeah, Jin finally getting his buff again. TNZ's been level 15 locked in for a long time, so Jin's still playing massive catch up here. But even so, his job really as this Uranus jungle is to be kind of more like that front line. Like, he is the guy just going to be tanking up a lot, and that's why you have to hope that somehow, some way, when they catch up in terms of items, I think one of the plays that they could make is Dyron goes to that back line. If they somehow shut down TNZ, I don't even think that's the complete end of it all, because like we saw when Sigiboo played the Ruby before, he does enough to go ahead and heal back up, but just stops RQ from disengaging. And so once so much is expended and you're trying to run away or disengage, you're forced to deal with this Ruby at the amount of crowd control even with Apex 47. So this is just a free Lord going over to Aurora Gaming. All this leading into how can RQ defend against this push? Do they have a lineup that's actually going to allow them to stay in this? Because even wave clear wise, it's not that great.
Nope, not at all. RQ just have the Kimmy, right? Everyone else is, well, I guess you have the CC to deal damage to like the Lord, but that's it. The mini-waves, it's all gonna be on the hands of Kimmy to like try to clear.
Yeah.
And for Aurora, I guess the same could be said about them. Their siege isn't too good. They're gonna have to just rely on the Yi Sun Shin, but they have dive. They have a way to threaten the back with Apex too.
Yeah. Apex 47 and Sigiboom could literally flicker towards the wall and catch someone most likely. A Mound Shocker to give the information they need. Lord's going to be pulled in. It charges in the mid-wave. Conceal use. Are they going to go here?
Dyron forced back already by the perfect matchup. Apex 47, 2 base turrets taken down now. Its mid lane will fall too. Mound Shocker lands on Sutsujin. Sigiboom goes in for the I'm Offended. Doesn't land. RQ still able to defend. Now the curtain call landing on 2. No, I'm Offended, and Apex 47 won't go in just yet. They'll play it slow. They know they have waves and the advantage. RQ defend the Lord. But Aurora are not done just yet. I'm Offended over to Toy. Apex 47 looking to play. Has Purify. Toy. Bravest Spider by Lunar. Apex right there with a perfect match. Lunar actually diving in a bit too deep, getting chunked. That's a Divine Judgment over by Apex 47. Fatal legs! I'm Offended at the Mountain Shocker. What a combo by Aurora Gaming. Dyron jumps in the midst of it all, but cannot deal enough damage. 2 members of RQ falling. The arrow not landing. Sutsujin still standing there. Sigiboom goes over to I'm Offended again. What a combo. Rins free hitting, getting the immortality. Tienzi looking for the base. Lunar taken out. Rins getting rid of the minions. Toy still there as well. Apex right there. I'm Offended by Sigiboom. Locks him down. And it should be GG for game number 1. Tienzi gets a double. We'll have to wait for the wave up top. Destroying the base turret to win this game. 2 seconds on EDOC. I don't think they'll care. Aurora take game 1.
And there you go. A dominant game 1 for Aurora. 12K gold lead towards the end there. Interesting drafts, but Aurora Gaming comes out on top for game 1.
At this point, we have to accept it. No team in the world and in this tournament right now is playing and drafting like Aurora Turkey. RRQ Hoshi tried to show that they can dance to the same tune, but they just kept tripping up on their own feet. As Aurora have brought us back to the past, shades of what MLBB was like back then, with like pure funnel into the center of the map.
Man, it was, I guess this is amazing, by the way, from Lunar to be able to get that, but I guess the answer still is, what do you bring to that fight with the Scythe? Because so far, Sigiboom has been uncontested in that gold lane. They tried the CC, it just didn't work. It was so awkward, too, towards the end there, that last fight, because it's like, usually if you have that marksman, they can go ahead and lock down the base. But eventually, Tienzi was able to do that. But still, from start to finish, there was so much difficulty from RRQ to deal with Rosa's information, Tienzi's setting up, Apex being able to find all this. Like that layering, that wombo combo itself happened so many times for Aurora Gaming, and that's why I'm saying it was so clean from them.
It was too clean for RQ to handle. And again, when RQ thought they had an ace off their sleeve, you see the Atlas come in, and it was literally just a perfect pick here to deal with whatever RQ was planning with. Because again, Uranus, the reason they picked it up was because, all right, we're going to sustain through the initial burst of Aurora's comp and the kind of like lack of full burst power. But if the Uranus just stays in place, everyone will get the hit on, right? And like that's what the Atlas brought to the table. The threat of them clumping up together and getting brought into a combo and none of them moving.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because RRQ, with their last 2 picks in the draft, it felt a little bit off. There was something there that could have just been different, but then you could also say just Aurora just answered it really well. If you look at Aurora's composition, you see pure laser focus in supporting every part of the map for TNZ.
Yes.
Hypothetically, this could have just been 2 dead side lanes and just all action in the center. But RRQ ended up picking up the Masha, which sort of like shifted. It was like their way of saying, we're not fully confident in just the Kimi alone. So we needed some sort of other carry, but the Lapu Lapu just could mess up the Masha so badly in lane.
It's not really the best of matchups for the Masha, dude. Like up against the Lapu Lapu, Masha needs to just survive in lane. But when you're up against such an aggressive XP laner like the Lapu with a crazier power spike than Masha level 4, under the turret, he wasn't safe, Dyron.
That's a good example of just how I feel like impressive Lunar has been. Again, we saw so much of the Phoveus. Now we get to see him on the Lapu. So I think even other teams, when they're seeing this, it's like, man, we really got to be able to actually hold our own against this. Because the way Lunar is playing it sort of reminds me of little shades of Sanford. You know, like he's very aggressive. He'll take those 1v1s and win them, even if it means afterwards he's probably going to die. Because what that is doing is it's sending other members of the team to go deal with Lunar, you know, to make sure. So then it opens up the other side of the map. And that's what we saw here so well from Aurora Gaming. And it was just a really good synergy amongst all the roles here. And they all really played their part.
RRQ just looked like they were absolutely shocked. You could commend them for trying their own way of how Aurora would play. Yes, I like that. They were mountain shocked by Aurora. It's... Again, I really feel like just in the second half of the draft, they somewhat lost confidence in their initial game plan, which was like funnel everything into the CC, and that costed them. I'm trying to think though, what else could have they put in the XP lane to just make it a dead lane?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel just like for RRQ, they try to match the loco of Aurora with their own loco, but it ended up just being more like goofy and zany, man.
It was a little bit more goofy there in the end, and because Aurora's loco is there's at least one clear, concise goal every time that they pull this off. So TNZ continues to impress. 937 gold per minute, deathless, perfect. And because of the adjustment of RRQ in terms of their strategy, Susujin became the sandbag, and Siggy Boom on this Ruby was another layer of threat of just like, okay, nice, we killed the Lapu. Wait, the Ruby's still there.
Yeah, that's two like very sustainable heroes that they just had. And then I think based off that, when we see that breakdown too, TNZ's got to be at the top, like for junglers right now. The guy has not, I don't think he's died. Or like
I think he has died,
maybe a couple times.
I think he has the best KDA in the tournament so far.
Yeah, for sure. Like based off of the games that we've already seen him play, and and because of this performance, wow, the evolution of Aurora and how Coach Master of the Basics and Dexstar in combination as well. We have to give it up to Coach Bad Galsef as well. Just allowing Aurora to play in such a way that I can confidently say that no other team in the tournament is playing like right now. Their unique take in this meta, throwing it back to when we were just funneling everything into the center of the map, where side lanes just felt like two fighters duking it out to see who fights better. And they have shocked and awed the world, and they continue to do so again. What RRQ needs to do, there's a lot of questions, lots of big adjustments they need to consider if they want to force this into game number 3. But all roads are pointing to Aurora Gaming being able to take the cake and secure the knockouts spot. Before we continue though, we have to toss you on over to Baloyski and Eterna for an interview.
BBB.
Triple B is in the building, boys and girls. Hello, Beloyski.
Hello, Eterna.
How are you doing?
Good, doing good.
Good, good. Okay, with the big brain Beloy coming into the building, we gotta pick your brain just a little bit here. What is going on with the meta, Beloy? Tell us, what are your thoughts? Is it as flexible as that to see two fighters in the gold lane?
The good thing about the meta right now is it's so flexible because of the jungle. They can play both utility, tank, or the assassin. That's why the gold lane can also be flexible. I really like the meta right now.
So what else could we be expecting potentially in the coming future?
I don't think there will be a lot, but for sure there will be flexible. Like if they have YSS, it will be have more surprise pick, to be honest with you. But besides that, it's gonna be normal assassin versus tank, or assassin versus assassin, or tank versus assassin. That's it.
Okay, so it really depends on what the jungler is going to be filled with, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, but specifically about these two teams, because it's already 1-0 now for Aurora, and it's weirdly to say that we're in an era where RRQ look like the underdogs here. Do you agree with this notion? Do you think Aurora is the stronger team?
I'm not surprised about the performance of Aurora because they are a really good team from internationals. They always beat team that have the potential to win championship. But yeah, I think RRQ need to catch up more on draft. If they do, I'm confident that they can win also.
Okay, so you think it's a draft problem?
Yeah, but besides that, Aurora is really strong.
Okay, what about play style? Do you see like a difference in play style between these two teams?
Well, play style not a lot. They're both aggressive team, but I think the Aurora have just a better depth and then have a better gameplay in game 1, and let's see what game 2 can be.
What about mechanics? Any differences in mechanics?
For sure I have, but each player have their strength. Each player head-to-head advantage. Some of them can win, some of them can lose, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be a team game.
Okay. But if we specifically see like individuals here, let's say in the jungle, Sutsujin versus Tianzi, because Tianzi has been popping off since a couple days ago. What are your thoughts on the jungle matchup?
Well, before this match, I already know Tensi will have a good game because since M5, if I remember, he always performs so good already. That's why I'm not surprised at him. Every international, he tried to prove himself, and maybe it's time for him to prove it more.
Oh, maybe an avenue for him to prove more.
Yeah.
Now, coming into this next game, we're already 1-0, like we mentioned before. But what are your predictions here, Beloy? Do you think RRQ can come back for game number 2?
Well, it depends on what they're planning. But I think if they didn't adjust, it will be hard for them. Maybe they need to respect some hero of the Aurora, like Yusunchin and Selena. I think it's the main problem. Let's see if they can catch up.
Okay, so maybe force Rosa on a different hero and force Tianzi on a different hero. Do you think it would be different if, let's say, Rosa was on another hero? Why do you think the Selena is so important for Aurora's gameplay?
It's not just the arrow, right? I see his map control is really good. When he's using Selena, their map is so big. That's why it's one of the main factors why they can make very good moves.
Okay, we'll see exactly who's going to be able to pick up game number 2 because it looks like the players are all ready. So once again, thank you so much, Beloyski.
Thank you, Artana.
We'll get to watch it in the back rooms later on because we're going to throw it over back to our casters.
Thank you, Beloyski, for the big brain breakdown. Ooh. Everything's so clear right now, and yeah, I think I'm gonna ride on that one single thing that he decided to focus on.
Which one?
Take the Selena away from Rosa.
Yeah.
Make the map smaller.
It's not like he's already gone it 4 times.
Yeah, 4th time in a row. They're just consistently good with it and very comfortable.
I said it in the game. I was like, someone's got to take this. Someone's got to take it away. Ban it out. And this is what's gonna happen. I think next game, ban Lancelot, ban Selena.
All right, yeah. Let's see if that will be the case for the bans with the Lancelot, Selena, and let's see if that Naisu prediction will hit. To further understand why this team is just so good right now and why they are surprising the world, here's Aurora.
Base wide open, a few waves coming down as well. This will be it. RRQ takes a clean sweep against Area 77.
Onyx PH juga salah satu contender terkuat di MSC, jadi nanti bakalan jadi match seru lah.
Pandangan gua lawan Onyx PH pasti bakal seru banget lah. Jadi kita bakal ngasih pertandingan yang terbaik kita lah lawan mereka.
Onyx Filipin'e bol şans diliyorum çünkü şansa ihtiyaçları olacak.
Oh no! It's a disaster for the Super Fam. Super Fritz tries, but Aurora Gaming made it happen. And Singapore did it too on the Ruby. What a game 3 for Aurora Gaming.
I don't see any big mistake with the Onyx page. It's just like Aurora Turkey is more prepared than that.
Aurora did a very good job. Their macro is really good, and I think Aurora improved a lot.
3, 2, 1.
There's a lot of news that Aurora Turkey is really one of the dark horse in this tournament, so not really surprised that they did a pretty good job in their first match of the group stage. So yeah, I think they're just a team to watch out for.
Oh, let's return!
Just goes to show how different Aurora are. If you have every other team and at the end of every huddle just going, "Wah!" You have Aurora just going, that's the first time I've ever seen do something like that for their huddle. Now, great that we got to understand them a little bit more, but if you want a little bit more good stuff happening in your in-game, don't forget about our All-Star event. Ooh. Dino Planet.
Dino.
Best things in the world. Dinosaurs, technology, and bang bang.
Yes, sir. Hey, look at that, right? 27th of June all the way to the 5th of August. You guys can go and check it out. It's online right now. Dice roll your way into skins, man. Mr. Renmar can't get the Popo. I can't even get the Jawhead, but I know you guys have been playing the game non-stop to achieve what you believe in. And you believe in the Popo Koopa skin.
Get it now.
I won't be getting it. I'm already heartbroken.
Dude, I'm
messed
not even
up.
gonna get Jawhead, man.
Bro, you already got a bunch of other skins that you mentioned earlier.
That's
so
true.
like we're good here. I think it's time to try and if we can although I feel like it's so difficult to break down what potentially RRQ could do to break down Aurora in the draft. We've already started off with something that Beloyski set up for us, which was take away the Selena. But then if you take away the Selena, you still have two heroes who can rotate the map very well and get vision in the Farsa. And although she's fallen out, I would still consider Aurora to be the type of team to consider Zetian.
They might. I think we also have to go ahead and consider the fact that, let's just say, if this happens where Aurora ends up sweeping RRQ, I think they're automatic a tournament like favorite. Like they already are. They already are. But if they beat RRQ in a sweep, I think a lot of people are going to put them in the championship spot.
Everyone wants to avoid them.
Yeah, I'm gonna add double that idea too as well. Backstage, I was saying like, you know what? If they sweep RRQ here, I'm confident enough to say they're gonna go into top 4 immediately. Like whatever their first knockout match will be, it'll be like they can get through that, and then they're instantly in the top 4.
Right. Well, now in the draft, you called the Selena ban. It will be banned out, but no Lancelot just yet. We'll see about that now. Fanny and Selena. So respect to TNZ and Rosa.
Oh, does Sutrogen want to take it? Like, is that the plan? Or are we going to see a first pick Lancelot if it's open? Depending on this, because the YSS was banned out too from Aurora, but again, we've seen... Oh, there it is. Okay, so Lancelot banned out as well. Selena, like I expected, and then the Fanny. So this might... Where do we see RQ go with this? Since they're going to be first pick on the blue side here, what do they prioritize?
I think the Baksha.
Baksha?
Utility for Sutrogen. Play the way they did against A77. See how that goes.
Baksha has a lot of map presence, helps control the center of the map, which by all means is the focal point for Aurora. As long as you can mess up the center of the map for them, the rotations of Apex and Rosa, that makes it easier to be able to apply pressure onto either Sigaboom and Lunar, depending who is the more accessible side lane. Excuse me. Baksha is the first pick of RQ. If I'm Aurora, just go ahead and pick up the Farsa as early as possible. I wouldn't mind it.
Farsa Phobias maybe, or
Farsa CC could also be an option to go for up against the Baksha here. So we'll see. There are a lot of options. I mean, we haven't really been seeing a lot of the Grangers in this, like this early.
Yeah. It was very, I mean, that's what I love about our draft so far is they haven't, you know, because like last MSC and even back in M6, it's like we had very specific patterns that were very showed early on, because this is already different. I mean, Aurora goes for the Jushin and then the Uranus.
Interesting. You would usually not want to go Uranus when you already see a Baksha on the other side, but they still decide to go for the Uranus and the Jushin. Jushin, all right, makes sense. But now for RQ, did they just... I think they're still going to stick to the Kimi, right? Baksha Kimi combo? Or do they actually just go for Farsa instead?
Imagine Aurora puts this in the hands of TNZ too. Like, that would be a different thing, right? They actually put...
I don't like that, yeah.
I don't think they should, but I'm just saying that it's always a... Because we have to always say there's like always been surprises so far. So, but it's still technically a flex. We can see RQ, they'll go for the Cho early on, and then they lock in the Moskov here.
Yeah.
Essentially, when you have the Cho with you, you'd want to already show your mid laner that can burst with it. Is this them just trying to match the rotational speed of Apex and just try to control it through vision alone? Because they need more damage.
They are trying to secure mid prio right now with the Cho.
Oh, Angela, Uranus. Oh, no.
There you go. Angela, Jushin, Uranus, dude.
They
like
ban
this.
out Esmeralda.
Oh, man. This is a really good start to the draft for Aurora right now.
Yeah, Angela, Uragella.
Uragella.
Yeah.
That sounds... That can work.
Yeah.
Jellison.
Stick with that. Really, it's just Uragella. Okay. There is no other option.
All right. Uragella combination.
How about...
No.
No. So like the idea I guess for them would be like, all right, Uranus does get countered a bit by the Baksha, but if we have even more heals, what you gonna do about it?
Yeah, before Apex 47's pick last game, Atlas was last played at the MSC 2 years ago.
D7.
By D7 of Vertex Live. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah. Shout out D7.
Yeah, it was great to see the Atlas though, especially since we've been talking about it. You know, you can still get that skin that was shown there for you guys out there. I think you can still get it.
Yes, you can.
I got it back in 2020.
Same, bro.
You know,
2023.
Look at these
2023.
Yeah.
Two Skinners beside me.
Skinners. Pakito gets banned. Interesting. The Farsa, there you go. Yeah, expected from RQ, but RQ could still just go Kimi, or think, you know, we have Angela Uranus. Kimi ain't doing anything.
I'm only wondering why RQ were so confident in just picking up the Moskov. The Cho I get mid prio, but Moskov could have come later into the draft, or their Golden could have come later in the draft.
Wouldn't be wow, can't speak. Wouldn't Esmeralda be great here for RQ though?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
All these shields.
I guess RQ are expecting like a Joy, like an assassin for Tianzi early, but yeah, this actually could still be a Uranus jungle, which is weird. I don't like it on Tianzi.
Yeah.
But it is an option, knowing that a lot of the assassins have been banned out. No Yi Shin, Aurora banned that out. Lancelot Fanny taken away by RQ. Granger gets picked up by Aurora.
Okay. As much as Aurora has been very surprising in this tournament, and as great as their performances has been, isn't their draft just a little bit too honest, considering that you already see, you know how they're going to be playing this? Or is it just because it's so honest, but it's just a really strong lineup that you don't really need to worry about?
Aurora?
Yeah, Aurora.
Yeah, I think it's just a really strong lineup that you don't really need to worry about, because I don't think RQ can go through the front line, at least no way early to mid. Like, they have to wait late game before they can go through it. And Aurora just have really good damage dealers now with the Granger first, but I really think they're going to go for another damage dealer. I don't think they have enough damage just yet.
What is mid gonna be though? Oh, an Eve.
Ooh, the old counter to the Jusin with the Cho.
Okay, and yeah, if they ever put this Uranus in the jungle, he's gonna be eating a lot of damage from that Eve. Gonna take a while though. RQ's damage profile takes a while. There's a lot of pressure on Dyron to actually win lane so hard that he's gonna be able to get his first damage item very quickly.
This is going to be a telling sign, though, too. Last pick, because it could still be swerved a little bit if they wanted to, but
indeed,
yeah, essentially the RQ, when you look at the lineup, this is kind of like a slow burn lineup. Now, if they can get pickoffs early on, that's great, but it's still going to be a bit hard. Oh, there it is.
That's good.
All right,
Against the Eve,
Yeah, that's good. One pick out of nowhere, just like that. Similar to another Aurora EXP laner from the Philippines, will this Benedetta actually end up into the EXP lane? That could end up becoming the reason why this Eve-centered formation of RQ gets broken down. Will it be a sweep and straight to knockouts for Aurora? Or will RRQ force game number 3? It's MSC at EWC 2025. Anything can happen.
Thank you so much, Renmar. Again, breaking it down with us through that draft here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English Desk. It's still me, Naisu, and Mirko to bring you a game number 2 in this best of 3, the battle for a knockout spot. Can we get to game 3? RRQ has their work cut out for them, or will Aurora Gaming from Turkey make it happen in a sweep and make it even more apparent that they are a force to be reckoned with? So looking at these lineups here, still Tianzi, like we said, is going to be rolling with that Uranus in the jungle. This is a utility matchup now, and we were building up these junglers leading into this, and they've got the compositions, I feel like, to complement them. I'm only just hoping that, for RRQ anyway, they need enough time to make this lineup get online and be able to pop off later on.
Yeah, I really hope that Aurora are able to change the narrative of the Uranus jungle. Right now, Edok with a mid-prio coming in. You can see the burst on Tianzi. That might have been a mistake. Tianzi, no movement ability. First blood to RRQ. And again, the narrative sticks. Naisu, Uranus jungle.
Not so good. Well, so far. I mean, we got to see. But that's the thing. Oh, Luna?
Lunar might be caught. Shield Unity. 2 early kills for RRQ.
Hey, I said they need a little bit more time, but when you have an early game like this, I guess, you know, you get 2 kills in your favor. Now you've already got this lead, puts Aurora in a precarious position in the early game. We take a look at the emblems here. You can see building up, I think even so. You've got a whole lot of Impure Rages, of course. Also for this, the Concussive Blast on the Cho does quite a bit of damage, and that's what we saw earlier on, which secured them that first kill over. Oh, Apex 47. Man, this is going to be a struggle. He also had to burn the Flicker.
Yeah, this is why, I really like the mid-trio for RRQ when they picked up the Eve. The Cho was a bit too early, but they managed to get their last 2 picks to fit their agenda here. Mid-prio was almost certainly going to be RRQ almost every single time. Shield Unity coming down to damage with the Jikundo too. Eye for 9, a Petrify used up, and it will just end up with a kill. Bravest Spider by Tyron! Onto the turret! Oh, that burst! At least it'll be traded out with Rosa getting the kill, but a turtle has already been started by RRQ as Edok goes for the Jikundo, knocks Tianzi up. Sutsujin coming in with a Shield Unity, and that's the RWM to lock him down. Edok with the Lancer Flare thrown back.
Oh no.
And that's it. Oh, purple buffs take as well, I think.
Yeah, they're going to put pressure here. So tough. You see how that fight played out, too. Looks like, yep, just going to lose the buff. Are they going to stall this out? I mean, he's so tanky.
No
He's
way.
just going to roll on out. Okay. Again, that fight was a perfect picture of exactly what this lineup can do. Even the fact that you're so tanky in a Baksha, you can just play into the real-world manipulation around these objectives is the major advantage of this composition. Meanwhile, all this is happening and Toy is just free to farm up, do his thing, because you can rely on this rest of this composition to do its part. I was thinking it would take them a lot longer to get online, man, but they are already there. And now that you have a level 4 for Edok, he's going to be most likely going for those kicks, going into those plays. Sutsujin getting an advantage too. 2 kills already this early on. A 2-level advantage against Tianzi is why we see him just taking what he wants.
Sigeboom able to secure a few of those kills. Edok try to look for a pick there. And yeah, right now it's low game for RQ. And this is like back to at least, Sutsujin.
And again,
there's a long shield unity. Edok takes a turret shot too. Poisson's in the mid lane. And the consecration by Tianzi.
I'm just actually, you know, now that we see this, it's like, it can be the same thing for Aurora where, Rose is so up front. Okay, Rose is fine. But that's the thing. They have to rely on this Granger later on. To an extent, too, Lunar is going to be a little bit different here now with the hands of the Benedetta. That could mess things up in team fights later, especially with the Petrify. Going for that backline, going for the Eve if she sets up, if he tries to set up the real-world manipulation. But I just don't know if they want to do it now. The Turtle's going to be coming up here. They do have a Heart Guard they can rely on. There's a couple tools now that Aurora Gaming has that they didn't have in the previous fights. So if they manage to make this work, they could turn this game slowly around here, but RQ has control. They're going to start up the Turtle.
Yep.
They have all the space in the world. This is great positioning from them, too. I don't think there's any way Aurora Gaming gets this, as it's a Turtle in the free hands for RQ.
Yeah, absolutely no chance they go for the contest here. They're 2 behind to go for it. And again, so far their frontline situation isn't really looking too good with the shred from Rins and the anti-regen from Sutsujin. He's going to go in with the shield unity, just zones him away as Toy picks up every single shot of that turret shield. Leaving a bit over. Tianzi in the mid lane. Tyron pops in the Bravest Fighter. And will just clear out the mid lane as the Lance of Flare locks Edok down, but he has a Shunpu to escape. Again, a stun and more poke.
Yeah, there's a whole lot. You know, both lineups are kind of like that in a sense. That's what I was expecting from RQ, but even for RR Gaming, their lineup won't allow them to really just go into these fights, and they almost have to respond to what Edok does. A lot of times, again, when you have a Cho in play, you're just going for those kicks. There isn't essentially someone to do that from Aurora Gaming. Now, eventually, like I said, Lunar could play that part, but we see them trying to slow things down. They've already lost quite a bit of ground in the early game. You're talking about a 3K gold lead that was built up in the first 4 minutes or so.
Yeah. Wow.
And so you've got to catch up here. You need time because you can see the disparity in the jungle alone. That 1.2K gold lead, but even more so, it's still that maintaining the 2-level lead against Tianzi. And that's a difficult spot in unfamiliar territory. Oh, kick.
Oh, good dash by Lunar. Darren pops in the Bravest Fighter, now jumps in. Rosa with the flicker out, already used the Crimson Beacon earlier. So, there you go. Burnt resource.
Yeah, resources. Sometimes that's the name of the game right now, especially in a slower paced game. Off to a great start for RQ, but even for them, it's like they acknowledge the fact that Aurora Gaming, you know, has some of these tools now, like the Heart Guard, and like the fact that Lunar could go ahead and pressure them with a Petrify, that they have to kind of approach it in a different way. And if that kick isn't in the right direction, then there's no point in following it up. You maintain the lead you have, you continue to farm up. They should be able to get even this third turtle, I think, without much of a nuisance, but there's a Petrify.
Yeah, but it's used defensively, and Edok, he used the Way of the Dragon, but unfortunately it wasn't actually cancelled by the Petrify. Yeah. It was cancelled, the animation, so there was no kick, but he still has it on. He still has it up.
He still has it available, so this is a turtle for the taking. It looks like Aurora's going to go for it.
RWM2, that's the box!
Yes.
Oh my lord, that damage! The sword and the blast from Rins. Oh, Rosa with the Crimson Beacon, try to read out the Jikundo Flicker combo, but Edok just walks up and Toy gets the kill with the SOD! Tier 1 in the mid lane falling. RQ with a massive lead.
Massive lead, and then now it's RQ looking clean as ever. Just like we saw from Aurora Gaming in Game 1, it's completely swinged over to RQ. They are on time for everything. They're finding these windows.
Ooh,
and I don't know.
Damage.
EWC was there. He did have the flicker, but not going to make that call to go forward. So Aurora Gaming finding themselves pretty far behind already. It's just going to continue to balloon further. And I think this really is that game that's just solidifying the fact that, I mean, look at this Uranus. He's struggling.
Bravest Fighter by Dyron gets a stun as well. Now pops in the second part of the Bravest Fighter, but it's going to be the hard guard coming down. TNZ looking for an angle, but I don't really think that's an angle you want to take, brother man.
Yeah, you don't want to commit to that, even with a hard guard burnt out. Again, I think you start to seal. He's going to go for Sigiboom.
Oh, good reaction by Sigiboom.
Good response. But you see what's happening here, man. It's like every single thing that RQ does. Sometimes it's not even an ultimate or a flicker from themselves. They're getting these battle spells. They're getting these spaces to work with against Aurora Gaming, and it's really difficult. You're looking at just space taken. I mean, think about it. The tier 2 turret's about to go down mid lane.
SOD landing too, but it'll just force out the Crimson Beacon out from Rosa, and RQ are really just suffocating Aurora at this point. They have Aurora at a choke point. Like, they can't trade neither. Uranus has been up top, but Dyron's just been standing there like, hey, yeah, you can push the lane, but you can't get turret.
Lapu Lapu is insane right now so far from game 1 to game 2, just on different respective teams. You can already see item-wise, they're very far behind. Even in that gold lane, 3 items already locked in here for Toy. Yeah, just a whole lot. Oh.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's why the healing's not really doing anything, man. Dominant's Eye, Sea Halberts.
Glowing Wand.
Glowing Wand.
And a Baksha.
and a Baksha.
Oh, man. Yeah, this sustained comp is... Oh, TNZ walks up. That... Oh.
He's going to go forward.
Dealing quite a bit of damage. EWC with the way to Dragon now. Next hit as well. So it's Jin with the shield unity. Rosa jumping to the back line with the Crimson Beacon over to Rins now as Rins is able to dish out damage with Toy. Melting them down. The healing is non-existent from Aurora. Oh, you saw that shot? You saw that shot? Close.
Yeah, very close there. And that was just the reason of, hey, we have way more gold than you. We have way more items than you. We can take this fight. If maybe there wasn't a 7,000 gold differential here, maybe it would have been different. Because this was a fight that they decided to go for.
Yeah, this is just odd.
Which is very odd.
Oh, Dyron just gets an assassination.
Dude, live cam view, assassination happened. So, again, Aurora Gaming is in a position where we've seen teams be in before. They're massively behind. Do they have a composition to actually defend against the Lord? Yes, they still have the shields up, but this is something they have to watch out for, because fighting even on the turrets with an Eve on your side for RQ, they can just be like, yeah, sit around your turret, we'll just pop up and angle the real world manipulation in a way that forces you to fight us anyway. So that's why you see TNZ is holding that Lord there. He's trying to like delay it as much as possible. He's gonna go ahead and work on it. You see Dyron though. He's willing to take the 1v1.
He's walking
down on bottom. Shield's gonna pop up top. We got the 1v1 here going around the Lord.
Yeah, oh, ring around the rosy. TNZ just trying to buy time. He knows there's no way he wins this 1v1. He can just try to delay. Hard guard coming down as well. TNZ gets away, kind of a non-lane there. But what this does is RQ have another way to push in. Like, the Lord wasn't really dealt with. I think not even half HP.
Yeah.
So it just ends up being a slow push for RQ to get more. Oh my god, this is dying. Guys! They're just fighting forever! Oh my god, battle it out! RWM to the back, Lunar pops in the eye for an eye! EWC goes in with the Way Dragon still. Second part of it, Toy piercing through the turret over to Sigiboom, who has to respect this with the Void Blast coming down. It's still a battle on the bottom lane as Toy gets a base turret. And finally, after what seems to be 9 years, the Lord gets to the vicinity of the... TNZ's still running! Dad, we're just keeping him! Oh my god, this
is his job!
Hey, there you go. Hey, I'm here in your base now, man. EWC doesn't even want to kick, right? He's just like, all right, G-Kun, there you go.
This is where you say takes 3. Takes 3.
Oh my lord.
Hey, but did TNZ accomplish anything there? I mean, he delayed things as much as possible, but still, they lost a base turret. They lost the shields. You're still down 10,000 gold. I think just, again, what did that accomplish for Aurora Gaming? You know, maybe bought them a little bit of time, but they're so massively behind that, and this is the full force of RQ.
Oh.
There's RWM.
Yeah, Rosa forced to use a Crimson Beacon, and that should mean that it's going to be a free turret. Look at the piercing damage again through the turrets to Rosa and Apex. 2 base turrets in the sides. 30 seconds for the neutral objective to spawn. Lunar, before he can even swing his sword, gets blasted down by Rins.
Yeah, this is so tough to see for Aurora Gaming just because they don't really have much positioning. Rosa picking up a brute force, trying to survive a little bit more here. Yeah, Twilight armor though for Sutsujin. This is a complete outclass for game 2, at least in this one. It's just completely in RQ's favor, and Aurora Gaming, I feel like they're almost in that position where it's like, we're a little desperate. We wanted to go ahead and maybe take these fights, maybe force it, because it's getting to that point where it's just so one-sided for them. Lunar in trouble?
Eye for an eye, coming down, but Petrify and the final slash, or sorry, the final blow.
Oh no.
Shots over to TNZ. At least he's getting tanky, but he walks up to Jikundo. That's a flicker off of Siggy Boom, but the way of the dragon locks him down! And the RWM forces Siggy Boom to just take the shot from Sutsujin. The base wide open. RRQ will crack it up as Tyron pops in the Bravest Fighter. They'll take a bit longer here as they're actually out of minions.
Oof, they don't have minions. It's a little bit of health left. That wave's going to be pushing up top.
That's a Chikundo on the flicker into Rosa. A kill back at least. Aurora make it 2 on the board. But RRQ send the question back to Aurora. Maybe they'll go Uranus Jungle.
Maybe don't. I think a lot of teams are going to be able to see what's happened here with Uranus Jungle, and it's not working out. A dominant game for RRQ.
I just have a question now.
Yes.
Whose draft was worse? RRQ game 1 or Aurora game 2?
This is why I posed a question earlier, if the Aurora draft was just a little bit too honest, because everything that they wanted to do and could have done was immediately shut down by great early game rotations. Again, Cho priority up against a center of the map that's Angela and Jusin.
Yeah.
Man, that does not feel good going into that. And even though you say, if you tell the Angela and Jusin, yeah, just be careful. High chance you're still going to lose the early.
I mean, this is 2 minutes in, you know, and they're doing stuff like that. And that's the crazy thing. I think maybe, just maybe it would have been different if the early game didn't happen like this. Like, because RQ punished so hard 2.5 minutes in, and then they get the turtle, they continue on, they get resources, and it put TNZ even further behind. They knew that opening, and it almost just completely shut down game 2. Like, from the get-go, I just felt like after that whole interaction, 3 minutes, 4 minutes in, it was almost like, yep, this one's not looking good. It's probably over.
Yeah, it really has just been a chess match between the 2 coaches right now, or the 4 coaches. You got to remember that MTB is with Bagdel Seth, and Cascute is accompanied with NMM. So it's a chess match between the 2 coaches right now, like draft 1, draft 2, 1-1.
Yeah, at first, as much as I was like questioning the Moskov, it also made sense a little bit more in the bigger picture of RRQ, where it's just like there's so much focus in the center of the map that you can just leave Toy to his own devices. You needed a pick that can just sustain the lane and also just, if not hardcore, win it, at least just keep it even. And ultimately, in the big picture, RRQ drafted incredibly well. Well, it feels like Aurora, after they decided to pick up the Angela in the first phase, they were just shoehorned into that idea. They couldn't get out of it anymore.
Yeah,
unfortunate.
I think too, like, you have this lineup that's built off like the Angela and having all these shields and sustain, but then there's a Baksha.
Exactly.
And then like we mentioned with the itemization too, like they all had so much gold too that they just, and the lead that they just built those up to pretty much deal with any of the sustainability that comes with an Angela, comes with these shields, comes with these, you know, tankier junglers like it's supposed to be the Uranus, but look, he's 0 and 6. Tianzi, I just feel like we haven't seen him play much utility, and maybe he should just go ahead and stick with the assassins, and that they can play around there the best. But when you go through the ban now, the ban list, it's like, yeah, he's really being targeted down, and then you have to think, okay, what other assassins could he pick up? Would it still work for that? And I think that's where we see, you know, later on for game 3. But this now makes it really up in the air. It's like Aurora had a great game 1. They got smashed here in game 2. So where does this lead us for game 3 ahead of us?
I think the glaring 2 points that we can talk about in the draft is the fact that so far, Sutsujin has only made the utility jungles work. And so far, TNZ has only done well with Assassins. So maybe it's a utility ban on the left, Assassin ban on the right. Maybe we'll see that happen in game number 3, because at this point, I think both of the coaches should have a read on each other.
Yeah, and I think we're also going to be continuing a theme that we've popped up ever since MWI. Don't be too honest in your drafting.
Lie.
Lie a little bit.
Lie a little bit.
A part of me was also on the same boat as you, Mirko, where that lineup was just so good, but then I just took one really good rotation for the very beginning of RRQ. Add to that, though, I feel like Lunar, yes, I know his job is to clear and rotate. I feel like there were times he was over-rotating and over-committing, man. Like
cutting way too early, too. That gave the second kill away to the Baksha.
Yeah.
The Benedetta can work, but you're just not as, I would say, like, tanky, for example, as the Lapu Lapu, for example. Like, you're going to go in, you're going to be able to do some damage, but I even feel like with the Benedetta, like, if you are punished early on and you fall behind, like, you then find yourself in a position where you're just having a hard time to do much, and then you're forced to even use the Electo Final Blow or the Petrify more defensively than the game plan was to maybe initiate with it in some cases when they were initially going through the draft. And so Aurora, the entire time, like right from minute 2, they were in defensive mode. And that is just not where you want to be with this kind of lineup.
And the Selena ban really hurt Aurora. They had such a crazy creative pick on Rosa that enabled Rosa to do everything crazy. Now on the Juicin, I think it's not just because of the Juicin pick. The Juicin pick was fine. Yeah. Because there was no front line, there was no space given to Rosa, he wasn't really able to replicate what he's been able to do the last 4 games on Selena.
Yeah, I feel like if Aurora had a different roamer for Apex 47, something that could supplement what Juicin brings to the table early on, could have tempered a little bit of what EDOC and Rins were able to do in the center of the map. So I think that's something we really have to think about now for Aurora. I feel like this is the first time we've really seen a big dent in their armor. Yes, I know their series against Onyx went to 3, but even then that loss in game number 2, it wasn't a stop. It was so competitive. This is the first time we really got to see Aurora take a misstep, you know?
I think to bring the point of like my criticism toward RRQ in MPL Indonesia Grand Finals, I could say the same thing about Aurora. It's almost like they know what their strengths are. Tianzi on an assassin, Rosa on a playmaker, Apex 47 similarly on a playmaker. They literally did the opposite of all of that in game number 2. They went to play, I think this now becomes a very big weakness point that a lot of teams are looking at and being like, all right, we might have a read on them too.
And RQ were the team to be able to do that with bans on Fanny, Selena, and Lancelot. I would want to see RQ continue to put the pressure on the Selena of Rosa so that we get to see a little bit more of how Aurora would draft and play around if they don't have the Selena. And at the same time, it's also a good thing for Aurora because now they get to really see how their limits or where their limits are. So their limits are tested so that they can come up with new things to surprise us even more, if ever. Again, if you missed out the surprise earlier, we do have a new skin line coming up, the Metro Zero skin line. Again, it just feels all like cyberpunky, futuristic, all that. So if you're a fan of that kind of aesthetic, look for it, wait out for it. Not a lot of news on it just yet, but of course, keep your eyes and ears out for our new skin line. Now, as we head into game number 3, I'm trying to think of the possibilities here. It seems like Yisun Shin really is something that you should not be giving to Aurora.
Yeah, so Aurora going to go blue side now. Yisun Shin has been the first pick in game 1. I think... looking at the bans, they banned Lance Fanny Baksha game 1. So I think leave the Baksha. Like it's okay even if TNZ gets the utility. I think I'd much rather, if I was RQ, go up against the Baksha than the Yisun Shin.
Yeah, I think I still think I almost want to say for Aurora. I mean I kind of expect this even for RQ to an extent. It's like that game 2 or this series, because it is a position to the knockout, it's like we could have tested something out. And I almost feel like this was a test in a way for Aurora to be like, all right, let's see if this works. But it completely failed. It did. It crashed and burned. So I almost want to say, yeah, maybe if they go utility, the only one really I see Tianzi being able to make work, probably Baksha for him. But if not, and also depending on once we get to the bans, is like, what is open him for him in the Assassins? And I think, have we seen him play a Hayabusa yet?
Who? TNZ?
TNZ?
No.
So it's mostly been Lancelot,
Fanny Lance,
YSS.
Fanny Lance, Yisun Shin,
So they are in the blue, like we mentioned.
Selena first ban.
I think we're going to see a Lancelot again. And this poses the question of what does Aurora want to do? Do they want to give a utility over to Tianzi? And how do they have a better game plan for game 3?
I wonder if RQ want to pull like a crazy one and forget about the Fanny. Like just leave it open. Fanny 0% win rate right now hasn't really been doing too well.
I'm more on that boat. Instead of banning out the Fanny, you take out heroes that shine with it and plus give it difficulty. If you're gonna give the Fanny, you're gonna have to prioritize Batang on the first 2 red picks.
So let's see. Aurora ban out the Phobia, so they are setting up for like, I think, more Lance than Fanny.
Oh,
It's gonna be open?
I think RQ needs to ban the Lance.
Yeah, I think you should.
Over the Fanny, I agree. I think the Lance is a bit more terrifying in this current meta.
Yep.
And ban the Lance here. Let them pick up the Fanny if they really want to, and then like punish it. But if they ban out the box shot, this is first pick priority for Aurora.
They want to trade it.
Or what?
I don't think Aurora should just go Lancelot.
Yeah. I mean, it's proven even after the previous day. Okay, they go for the Kalea. They want to take a few extra steps. They go for the Kalea, they'll get pick off, they'll get burst at the center of the map, or go for high control. Either just the Juice and Farsa, or... I don't know, we haven't seen the Kimmy yet in the hands of Rosa, have we?
Not yet, no.
Yeah.
It's just been Selena and then Juicin there.
Oh, right, yeah, it's just Selena Juicin.
So the Juicin gets picked up by RQ with the Moskov again. Wow, early Moskov one more time for RQ. No Lance just yet.
Yeah. So it seems like that's the game plan. Strong center of the map, strong XP, dead lane, the gold lane.
There's a Lance. And the Farsa.
Yeah.
This gives you the... Again, you know, Rosa gonna be fine with this Farsa. You already have a ton of damage profile. You have a great burst.
Wow.
Kalea. This is interesting though. Over on the other side, the Akai comes through, which is still technically flexed.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I mean, like, most part, we've seen him...
I think it's... mostly it's been the flex of Jungle Roam.
Yeah.
But
Jungle
I think this is already going to be Jungle.
Yeah, but, like, that's... For me... Doesn't Kakai get countered by the Farsa and the Lance, right? Like, before the fight even starts, you're poked down by the Farsa. Retreat battle, Thorn Rose is still there, and you can get poked by the Lance, too, to force out early heavy spin before the neutral objective. So... RQ have to win out the mid lane if they want the Sakai to get the most out of the heavy spin.
Yeah, they need a strong front. It can't be one of those scenarios where you have the jungler or the tanky jungler, excuse me, being the frontliner getting vision. You have to be the let the Akai play back and let someone else play front.
I think you get a glue, maybe? Maybe glue for the XP.
Oh.
For RQ. Like, they need something, tankier for that for the XP lane here.
Yeah. Or just
think I want damage.
Someone annoying, like a Hilda, maybe in the EXP lane, if ever. Considering
like
it's
the Hilda.
Lance and a Farsa.
Could still be a Granger, too.
What will RQ ban in terms of the gold lane? Just take out the Granger. Maybe.
I think just if they want a Hilda, leave the Granger. But if they don't, then ban it out.
Oh, yeah, of course. One of the
really
surprise
good
picks.
respect.
Yeah,
I like that.
Iksha. I feel like that's so such a pocket pick, you know? Like,
And there's no dive right now for RQ, so that could have been a seal the deal kind of moment for Aurora.
Yeah, good thing they didn't miss out on it. They could still eventually, end up getting the Granger later on for Aurora if they want a little bit more backline poke. It seems like all roads lead to like Hilda and, as you mentioned, maybe even potentially the glue. If they want to add a little bit more of a dive aspect with a bit more damage and set, they could even consider Lapu in the EXP. Yeah,
could still be another Cho Lapu end to the draft here.
Yeah, that too.
I think it's just a kind of decision. Like, do we want more damage to be able to also set things up, or do we want more kind of durability so the Akai just isn't the one that's kind of up in that front line and then taking the majority of that setup damage?
I think safe choice would be the Cho first, and then Aurora decide to go like Lapu or something else. If Aurora do go Lapu, then RQ get Esmeralda, get that winning lane too.
There it is.
There you go. So now it's up to Aurora. So Aurora go either Lapu or what other XP are we thinking here? CC? Oh no.
CC.
If they go CC, then RQ go. No, they need a bit more damage.
Yeah, this is the difficult thing about Aurora right now. They have to choose the matchup. They're the ones determining it right now. That with the picks available, RQ could just answer to it well enough. Not to essentially win it. I'd still want to see them consider something like a Badang, honestly. Yeah.
They go CC.
Okay, they still go for the damage.
Okay, CC, and then the last pick, is gold lane.
Bruno. Okay, Bruno, Farsa. Good chunks of damage.
Wait,
lots of singular
There's
damage.
no stats for Bruno. This is He's been picked before, right?
Yeah, the reason, I mean, like, the reason they didn't want to go, so it is going to be the Badang against CC after seeing CC. I thought they needed more damage, but I guess they're just confident in that. But yeah, in case you guys are wondering why Bruno over Granger, that could have been a very easy Hilda XP pick.
Yeah. All right. I really honestly don't know what to expect. With all of the surprises that the group stage has brought, it is now down to one final game between RRQ and Aurora to determine which one of them will join Mythic Seal and Team Liquid in the knockout stages. Naisu, Miracle, break it down even more before we head into game number 3.
Thank you so much, Renmar. I like this. We now get a glimpse at the lineups once again for our viewers out there. You guys can let us know which team you think has the better composition, which team will go ahead and lock in at that spot into the knockout stage. Once again, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko to bring you the action, the very last game here for this best of 3. It's all going to come down to this because game 1, game 2 have been one-sided for each team. Now, what will happen here? Jumping into the Land of Dawn, it's game 3. Mirko, what do you think? You called a lot of these picks, you know, that came through. And I gotta say, the Akai in the jungle versus the Lancelot, of course, from TNZ, who has had probably the best performances so far in this hero, and just overall in the jungle even for TNZ. How do you think that's gonna fare out?
The Lancelot's a really good pick for Aurora. For RRQ, Mike, the big question for me is a Badang. Is it going to be damage Badang? Apex 47 and E-Dog just going at it here in the mid lane. Rins with Lantern Flare will bring Apex back. Oh, that is going to be first blood. Rins, oh my lord! Out of mana just a bit, still gets it down. E-Dog with the Jiku, no. Rosa might have to flicker, and he does.
Hey, we've spent so much time talking about mid lane trio, or mid trios for a lot of the teams, and RRQ, it's not as devastating as game 2, but they do get that first blood. They go ahead and get a minor lead. We'll take a look at the emblems real quick too. A lot of whole common emblems going on here, but also to be the case, you know, this is one of the things I think with the Badang. What do we see here? Because he's running the Quantum Charge.
Yeah.
Build-wise is what more so probably damage, right?
That's the question. I don't know if he's going to go damage or if it's just a normal build. TNZ lifted up, Lantern Flare there, E-Dog with the Shunpu. And it'll be a quick escape for TNZ. Yeah, that's the question I have. Will Dyron go damage? The emblem looks pretty normal.
Yeah.
This is what we see from Dyron a lot of times in ID.
Okay.
We've never seen him go damage yet in ID.
Well, I think, you know, based on the way that we've seen Badangs play and stuff too, it's just more so like your setup potential, fist break. Oh, like that?
Dyron already locking Rosa down. This is why Onyx ID in the grand finals just banned Badang. Both teams respected Badang. Dyron on a signature pick gives RRQ a free neutral objective. Tsunami Slam over to Dyron. This could be a kill back. Dyron looking for the pin, able to get 2 there. Knocks him back. Sutsujin walking up 2. He evades from a kill, and now it could be a kill back. Sutsujin with a heavy spin. Apex pinned down to the wall. Rins puts the light on him.
I was gonna say, what a terrible way to die. Get locked down by a heavy spin from a Panda and then get a Lantern. Uh-oh.
They're just too clean. Oh, you hear the war cries from RRQ here in the venue. Wow. They're pissed off after game 1.
Yeah, it's heated, man. They're already. Once again, I was like, it wasn't as devastating as the previous game to start, but 3 minutes in, they find themselves 4 kills. A nice little bit of a lead in gold here. And Susujin having a great start, you know, 2-0 on an Akai. Yes, TNZ is going to be able to keep up, you know, farming-wise, XP and everything else, but the composition, Tsunami Slam.
E-Dog should fall. Sigiboom gets the kill. Good shot. Sigiboom gets the Haas Claws too. That's an attempt from Toy to steal the gold crab away.
Yeah, I think this is going to have to be one of those cases, man, where, you know, for Aurora Gaming, they got to rely on Sigiboom again to be able to pop off. He did get this early kill. That's going to be great, but Rosa has been having a hell of a time, and usually we're expecting in the early game, you know, that Farsa to be the threat with this Feathered Airstrike. It was utilized, but that's something to be said. Even if a Farsa falls behind, one thing's for sure, a Feathered Airstrike is still a valuable ultimate to have, especially around objectives later on. So for RRQ, you know, they try to maintain what they can. Edok does have that flicker available, and like we saw previously, expect them go for the kicks. He's going to be pretty aggressive on this, and they're hyped up, man.
Some other teams are hyped up too. I believe we just heard the next team will be competing in the next match. Go crazy in the back there, but RRQ, yes, still in control, but Aurora have done a really good job at just stopping the lead from being too crazy. Tsunami Slam, reading Edoc's move. Edoc still going to be taken down by TNZ there as he constantly just dashes on the minions in the mid lane with a puncture. Well, remember, Tyron with a big pin down there, but it's going to be a good escape as Rins is forced to use the Crimson Beacon. Dyron poked down as well. Aurora Gaming winning out Turtle to Toy, just farming up top.
Yep, good push from Toy. That's probably all they're going to get since this objective is going to be secured unless Susagen tries to get there.
Oh, heavy spin baited out. There you go. The SOD did land. Tyron caught in the bad spot now. Lunar chasing him down. Turtle 2 free.
Okay. Turtle 2's taken. It was work. There's a kick though. Lunar.
That's going to be Apex jumping onto Sister Jin. Good curtain call on the Vengeance from Lunar to evade from a possible kill.
Okay. All this in the past couple minutes, man, has brought that little bit of lead that RQ had earlier on down to pretty much nothing. So you have equal objectives so far. RQ, though, I feel like got some decent gold in the hands of Toy. He was able to go ahead and push up quite a bit into that. But still, it's a macro play. No, whoa.
Bottom lane, a gank. Okay, Dyron survives.
We got thrown off there, but yeah, Dyron's gonna be fine. He's still gonna stay though. Guess just to go ahead and grab this, clear this wave out so it's not pushed in. But meanwhile, up top, Sigaboom been holding his own. He did have to pop the Purify, it looked like, for that. So still playing into that. And this is where we see both teams kind of get back into this settled position. Now they've traded objective. They've still working on the tier 1 turrets if they can. But ultimately, they have to rely now on setup potential. Even looking at Aurora Gaming, they essentially have the same thing. The option of going in with the Tsunami Slam, we've seen it a lot from Apex 47, and that is going to be the exact play over here for RQ. Now, the other facet to that is Dyron has been the one that's very proactive on the Badang to go ahead and set things up. So you've got a couple options here. There is some pushing, though, from Aurora, even up towards that tier 2 now.
Yep. Good stuff from TNZ too on this Lancelot. So far, it's just been a trade, and I think for the trade, it's just equal here. So Lunar has been getting a lot of free farm, but they got a turret up top, and they were able to enable Toy to get to his item power spikes a bit quicker as TNZ will invade here. The big question for RQ is damage, right? Another Tsunami Slam into the burst. Edoc falling again. Sigaboom getting a second kill and a second item with the Berserker's Fury.
Yeah, picks up a big item for him. Again, Bruno still one of those heroes that just needs maybe 3 items to go ahead and really be online. So now that he's got that little bit of extra damage, Dyron
1v1, Dyron with a flicker out. That's a Phantom Execution, dodging him from Thorn Rose too. Sutujin walking up, SOD, very close from landing. Sutujin already with the Retribution, but has to respect this as Apex cuts him off.
Good try on that the spear there, but not going to happen. TNZ will make his way to the turtle, so this looks like it's just going to go in the hands of Aurora Gaming as Sutujin is zoned out from Lunar.
Yep.
It's going to be a little bit too late to that, so TNZ secures the turtle. Conceal used. They force in the fight.
Yep, that's a flicker over from Apex finding Edoc again. The Feather Airstrike coming down as Apex gets lifted to the air by Rins, but there is no threat. Aurora, 2K.
Interesting, man. Like how the adjustment has come to play from Aurora. Just, they held on, you know, they felt that the brute force from RQ early on. They're like, man, we can't let this happen again. Having flashbacks of game 2, and they've adjusted. So they're playing into that whole Apex 47. It goes in for the pickoffs. We make that happen every single time it's available. But also, Lunar has done a fantastic job at playing the macro game. You can see he's got the War Axe and the brute force now. He's actually going to be fine on his own, especially because he has a Vengeance, right? No one's really going to single-handedly take down Lunar. Lunar can continue to put pressure around the map, so RQ has to be able to actually contain that. And that's why we've seen this shift where Dyron in the early portion of the game was a part of all these initiations. Now he has to kind of keep things in tow. The mid lane, though, TNZ's going to take the purple buff. Look at this positioning here, though. You know,
wow.
He's got to get out of there, I think.
Yeah. RQ are now just banking on Toy. Sutujin going to be engaged on, has a heavy spin. Uses it and gets away. But that's it, right? Like RQ at this point, they really are just banking on Toy to get to the item power spikes and then to maybe carry the game. But Aurora have a loaded Bruno.
Yeah, I was going to say, the problem with that is like the Bruno is already there. And that's always...
the Farsa.
Yeah, and the Farsa.
And the Lance.
And remember, Rosa struggled in the early game. But as I said, the Feathered Airstrike is still valuable. Even if you're 0-4, that's one of the plus sides of having a Farsa. You can go ahead and set that artillery up for the team and work through that. So now, a Tsunami Slam going to be used.
Again, this time onto Dyron. Doesn't react in time. Apex gets the kill, and it actually baits out a flicker out from Dyron. Timing couldn't be better for Aurora. Look at that damage on Rins, too. Lord spawning in the game. Aurora should get this for free, and RQ again just forced to watch.
Yeah. Oh, heavy spin used.
One Lunar. That's a Vengeance too. No damage. Again, Way the Dragon. They have a ton of CC though, and that'll be enough to give. Oh no, but Edok gets the kill.
Yeah, and oh, hold on. Still pressure under the turret.
Gets a few shots in. Rin still standing. TNZ? Oh no, that might have been a mistake. Oh, it's gonna cancel constantly, and Rins gets the kill.
Are they? I'm not sure why they stayed. They didn't have to go ahead and pressure that.
No reason.
They just gave that kill over to RQ there, even though they got the objective. That's great for them, but man, that is not a mistake you want to continue to make here. Aurora Gaming still holds on to a lead. They did a ton of work at getting in this position here. They don't want to throw it away like that, but RQ will look to punish and clear things out. Sigiboom doesn't get the orange buff. He was working on it, but they're going to fight anyway.
There you go, another one. Dyron is dead again. Aurora with the constant pickoffs. And RQ are forced back. Despite the kill on Tianzi, they really just can't capitalize here.
Yeah.
Still waiting for Toy. Apex with another jump over to Jin. Rin still there with the Lantern Flare, and Moscow starting to hurt at least. But the Worldie's doing the same. Oh, back and forth on the RQ members. Toy trying to clear. That's again a zoning skill 1 from Rosa.
Look at Sigiboom, so confident. Has all the space in the world to work. That is going to be the Holy Shield being popped though. So ultimately that Lord, not too much. RQ is going to be fine to go ahead and clear things out. And Toy is pretty much online. I would say, you know, we got to start to see him convert some of that damage that he has now. Looking at the items, he's got the Trinity that he needs. He's going to be in a good position and maybe gets the Wind of Nature, of course, next for that defensiveness. Earlier on, the Malefic Gun was picked up by Sigiboom. So he's got a great advantage. Look at the damage still from Rosa. This is the crazy thing about Farsa. Even going down 2 deaths early on, you're still at the top of the charts. Conceal's going to be used. Are they going to make a play?
Dyron in the back, finding a massive one on Rosa. Lantern Flare not there yet. Edog jumps to the back and Toy just dismantles them. Skypiercer built up by Rins. Dyron with another pin down over to Tianzi, forcing the Phantom Execution. Edog with the Jiku No on the way to Dragon, finally getting picked over to Epix 47. The Thorn Rose there, but it is RRQ with now a stack on the Skypiercer. Tianzi with the Thorn Rose one more time. Edog over to Jiku No, able to get it onto Tianzi, but there's no more follow-up here as Toy continues to pierce through. Phantom Execution pinned down from Dyron again!
Oh, man! RRQ will fight back! Just when you thought Aurora Gaming had that lead that they wanted to, they come back, swing things forward.
They're so aware, and again, Naisu, Dyron on Badang, the game changer, the X factor.
Oh, and Dyron has dealt with getting Tsunami slammed multiple times, man. I feel like this one was a little personal as he goes in. You can see the Lord advantage that they had too. It was negative for Aurora. And so this was a great play, and I'm surprised still. They tried to clear this out and keep things going. Oh, bottom lane.
That should be a pick on Lunar. There's no one to help. He'll buy some time.
Maybe they can Lord.
No, they can't. It's a bit too quick. They have no burst on Lord, not instant. So free pick, and RQ have the advantage now.
Hey man, I was saying, you know, Toy having those items, he had the trinity of items that he needed. He came in, popped off, and it worked so well. Wind of Nature is now for both of the gold laners. They're gonna need it here, but big thing is RQ playing the advantage around Dyron. And that seems to be the hard part. Rins, too, has done a phenomenal job at using that beacon, using the flares down to give space to RQ. Now they're going to take control of this. They already get the feathered airstrike down, too, so this should be an easier Lord for them to take, unless Apex.
Edog zoning. Okay, Tsunami Slam over. That should be a free retreat. Dyron still able to escape as that's the Phantom Execution defensively. Free take.
Free take. They get that feathered airstrike down, and they're confident enough to go ahead and continue on. So now they're up to this point. RQ, but this is conceal from Aurora. What does Apex 47 want to do here? They just want to fast clear this Lord out.
Yeah, they do. But RQ, read this. Look at the move of Edok on the side. Look over to Jikundo. Might be able to find out. Apex does do it. Way the Dragon Toy gets the damage down, and the instant execute with the Skypiercer on him.
Oh. They might look for more. Lord's still up here. They got to clear this out. They still have Sigaboom, but down one member. What more are they going to lose here?
Oh.
Takes a couple shots. Damage. Yeah, they'll burn on down, but the Lord finally worked on. This might be all that RRQ gets, but they are clawing back towards this game. They've gotten themselves in a good position here. TNZ, though, not sure if he's actually... Yeah, he'll just be forced out of the jungle here. Susujin might jump forward onto this turret.
Wow. Almost well played there. Yeah. You know, the chain CC was almost there, but TNZ got away with a puncture away from the heavy spin that could have pinned him down.
These fights are so interesting because some of them are almost like a feint. Like some of the fights, some of the ultimates that on both sides allow them to go in for these, I'm going to initiate, but then they pull off and then they go back and forth here. And now we're getting into the territory where you're going to play into some of the immortalities coming up. Of course, still the defensive items like the Wind of Nature, as we mentioned. EDOC has been on the hunt all game, man. He's been doing a really good job at finding the setups and kicking it into Toy. A lot of times, he's able to just go ahead and kick it towards the right members of RRQ. Essentially, they still have to respect what our Aurora Gaming have, though. You can see economically, you know, the gold lean isn't going to be too crazy like we've seen from the previous two games. So it's more so down to managing the macro. But as we said through this meta, it's like, how is the micro for both of these teams? How can they go ahead and solidify an advantage into a team fight? That's one of the biggest things here for both of them. Taking a look at the items, you can see the plays here. You got a bit of an advantage in the mid lane, but like I said, for Rosa, just build up on that damage.
And the Moskov, the man they've been banking on from the start of the game, is now fully built up. Even the Rombus, everybody getting them.
Mm-hmm.
Helping the Mr. Man EDOC out with some golden XP.
Man, this is good.
EDOC.
Conceal going to be used. Apex.
Way the Dragon pinning him down again, but Tsunami Slam actually comes in, so they were able to cancel it out. Further airstrike of the Rins. Now, Susujin with the pin down now with the heavy spin as well. Sigiboom! All alone, isolated by the Panda. But Don gets the knockout punch, and RRQ 10 seconds away from the Lord, get the marksman.
What a target. The perfect target for RRQ to get. They find Sigiboom. This is going to be a Lord for them to take. I don't know if there's anything that Aurora can do unless they try to pull something fancy here. Darren's going to go ahead and post up. You can see how fast they're blitzing it. They go with the conceal anyway.
Yep. They have to try. Rosa already wings by wings. This is going to be free.
Yeah.
Without Sigiboom, there's absolutely no chance that they have a shot at winning a team fight.
Oof, tough place to be in now for Aurora Gaming. This lineup that they have, once Sigiboom's up, they could still be in a good position again to go ahead and go for a defense. They hold on to the base turrets, RRQ as well. This is about as close as it's been throughout our series today between these two teams, fighting for that knockout stage spot to move forward. And right now, it's leaning towards RRQ. A good push in with this Lord could get them the win. Rosa?
Uh-oh, Flicker already used by Rosa. The SOD doesn't land, but EDOC has the way the Dragon. Rosa all alone. The way the Dragon, and Rins is right there to pick up another Sky Piercer. Rins is unstoppable, 5-0. No Farsa?
No Farsa for the defense is what I'm thinking, Mirko. This is so unfortunate for Aurora Gaming. Still 30 seconds away.
Tyrion gets a fist crack over to Sigiboom. Now with Ikuno as well. Lantern Flare not there, but finally gets it down. Another Sky Piercer for Rins. And now with a heavy spin, RRQ with the war cry as they reverse Aurora Turkey.
And RRQ will do it. They'll move forward to the knockout stage here against Aurora Gaming from Turkey. Everything we've seen from them. And now for RRQ. What a great victory in this best of three.
The surprise run ends here. They are not out of the tournament, but now they are brought down to the 1-1 bracket as RRQ will now join Mythic Seal and Team Liquid Philippines in the knockout stages. Through textbook and a slow download understanding of their opponents, they eventually were able to craft the perfect tempo-breaking, crowd control-heavy lineup to stop Aurora's crazy run.
Man, this is such a great series because you have both teams hyped up, of course, but you also have these games where it's like game one, you know, favoring Aurora Gaming, game two, a dominant performance from RRQ, and then game three, it was really close, like this back and forth between both teams where it wasn't completely one-sided. And this also now throws everything up in the air. It's like Aurora Gaming beat Onic, right?
Yeah.
Now RRQ has beat Aurora. Now everybody's, I feel like, power rankings. There has to be new power rankings or something, or tier lists for knockouts, man. This is great though.
I just love the fact that RRQ, again, play through their strengths. I'm in love with their gameplay, with their drafts game 2 and 3, not 1. Tyrant on a playmaker, Edok as well, and then the carry being Toy, Sorterin, Sutsujin being on utility. I love it.
Yeah, we'll be able to break this down further, but first we have to join Eterna in the stage with an interview from the winning team of RRQ.
One of the key players are up on stage here with me. It's Edok from RRQ. Congratulations, Edok.
Yeah, makasih.
Yeah, makasih. Okay, Edok, how are you feeling right now? Masuk knockouts, you're headed over to the knockouts. Are you happy?
Ya lebih, ya udah senang lah, udah lega. Jadi kayak lebih banyak hari libur lagi, jadi lebih banyak belajar lah.
Okay, he says that he's happy, he's relieved, and that there are going to be a few days that he can rest and also study and train more for the next upcoming battle ahead. Now, you were able to take down a team that people are not stopping talking about, right? Aurora. Onic PH was taken down by Aurora. What did you learn here in the series that Onic PH couldn't figure out? Edok ngerasa ada apa sih? Kamu belajar apa sih sehingga kamu bisa nge-knockout Aurora yang lagi kuat banget ini?
Ya kami tetap play as a team aja. Ya terus kami nontonin gameplay dia kemarin juga lah. Dia pasti udah ngeluarin banyak lah lawan Onic PH, jadi kami bisa nontonin. Ya berarti Selena kuncinya.
Oh, okay, so he thinks that Selena is the key because he was reviewing Onic PH games earlier on. So is that the secret sauce, take down the Selena? So do you think TNZ was a problem? Because Boloyski earlier on mentioned that perhaps TNZ was also a big problem. Ngerasa nggak kalau misalkan TNZ itu menjadi key player juga selain mengeluarkan Selenanya juga?
Ya TNZ jadi masalah besar juga lah di patch kali ini. Dia mungkin punya banyak hero pool, Baxia, Lance gitu-gitu, ISS. Ya jadi yang pertama Rosa, yang kedua TNZ yang menyulitkan kita lah.
Okay, so he figured it out, and that's what maybe Onic PH couldn't figure out. Why are you going so far from me, by the way? Mundur terus. He keeps moving backward. I'll go closer. There you go. We're friends, right?
Okay,
We're
aman.
friends. So how were you able to bounce back from game number 1? Gimana cara kalah game 1 bisa comeback lagi di game kedua?
Ya cuman ban Selena aja.
Beneran cuman Selena doang?
Ya, cuman Selena doang.
Okay, so literally the key from game 1 to game 2 was literally just the Selena from Rosa. Okay, what do you think now? Because now you're heading over to the knockouts, and the cool thing about MSC this year is because you're going in as a 2-0 team, you will be able to pick your enemy. Jadi kamu nanti pas di knockouts, kamu bisa pilih 2-1 dari pool 2-1. Tim yang mana yang kamu akan lawan nanti. Kira-kira udah ada bayangan belum bisa pilih siapa?
Nggak ada bayangan sih mau pilih siapa, ya tetap semua lawan juga.
Okay, so he doesn't have what is it called? He doesn't know any particular hero in mind, or I mean team in mind. He just doesn't mind going up against any team. Is that right? Yeah. What about Onic PH? Do you think you might want to meet up Onic PH?
Ya bisa aja lawan Onic PH juga.
No team that you wanna, spice things up against?
Nggak ada, soalnya target kami juara. Jadi semua kami siap lawan.
Okay, he wants to be champion, so he's ready to face up any opponent. All right, Edok, I think we've taken enough of your time. Thank you so much, and congratulations for making it to the knockout stages. We're gonna throw it over back to our casters.
Thank you to Eterna and Eterna's friend Edok.
Yes.
Okay. A great win, prolific, and it seems like you take away the Selena from Aurora and they change significantly.
Yeah.
He even went as far as to say, Rosa, only Selena.
Only Selena.
Selena doang is what he said in the interview. Yeah. So far without Selena, this team has just looked very different. Like the play style, they're not as aggressive, they're much more passive, and they just don't know what to do with the lead.
Yeah. I think RQ also just had a really good composition that, I mean, we said that in the draft, like both teams had really good comps. And I think this time RQ just played it really well. I think a lot of teams are going to have to deal with that aggression that we see from RQ in the very first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, backstage I was actually talking about it with Eterna. Once RQ slipped that early lead that they had, and it was Siggy Boom who finally got to break off, and then it was Aurora controlling the tempo. I kept telling her, like, you really only have two conditions for RQ, the Badang and the Moskov. You play around those ultimates, and then Susujin decides who he can pick off away from the heavy spin.
Yep.
And we saw that multiple times happen over and over again for RRQ. They knew their conditions very well. Dyron, you mentioned it, playmaking in his hands, and he gets to find gold for the Kingdom. Let's see who the match MVP is for RRQ in this 3-game series. It's none other than Toy in the gold lane, 2-0-3.
I'm sorry, man. The MVP choices have been pretty wacko, honestly. Like,
it's gotta be Dyron.
It's been so bad. We saw Vannix get the MVP when Kurt got crazy.
Yeah.
We gotta change that. But yeah, Toy MVP here. Not to say that he's bad, but man, the game-changing moments came through Dyron. Really, yeah.
Like from the series.
Yeah, even earlier, Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brother Kurt Teasy.
The gourd!
Yeah, the gourd! Well, we can debate the MVP as much as we want, but he is still, at the end of the day, the Sony match MVP. And yes, now we've seen Team Flash take down Dianfeng Yao Guai, and we've seen RQ take down Aurora. Now we move on with the rest of Group B. You'll be joined by Lafell, Brigida, and Gideon. That's it for me, Naisu, and Merkel. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in a bit.
I swear you remember who you are.
Fortunately, there's not the runner's apathy from Kellera to finish off the kill just yet, but will they still try to regroup? Oh, they go for Kellera!
Weh, Rosa sih gigi banget sih.
But King Kong still secures the Lord
Wah,
Knight and connects on two members
Dapat
of Onyx
Icon,
Philippines
wah.
though. And it's Brusco and Super Prince trying to run away. But Aurora, they're gonna chase after them.
Son saniye Super Freeze'in üzerine doğru devam etti. Brusco'nun kaçacak geliyor. Rosa ikili vurdu.
Oh no!
Waduh. Hah? Enka?
But Aurora Gaming made it happen, and Sigiboom did it too on the Ruby. What a game 3 for Aurora Gaming.
In a split second, that single decision that mattered the most.
Basta ayun din sinabi ko, diba? Bigyan mo pagka...
Hindi. Kasi sobrang layo ng kampe. Maharap.
Tapos kahit mag-burst sila ng Lord, hindi pa rin para sa akin okay lang. Kaya pipilitin ka nila Hindi sila makakalalim sa lens eh.
Wala akong spellback, mahirapan ako sa nilpoy.
Pero kasi bago yun, dapat
maganda doon, pwede na yung talo na kahit hindi ka.
We have 2 more matches for today, and I hope you guys are ready for it, because I'm not. Welcome to MSC here at the Esports World Cup. I'm more okay with the 3rd match, not so much for the 4th one. My name is Rafael. Alongside with me is Getting Q as well as Brigitte. It's going to be intense matches, and here's the thing. I can't believe the 3rd match is an elimination match.
That's true. I can't believe I'm seeing Onyx Philippines here in this lower bracket going up against Area 77 in this do-or-die match. I mean, I know I'm having quite a hard time right now in the 3rd series, but it's okay. We'll balance it out once we head into the 4th.
We don't talk about that, but yeah.
I don't know why people are stressed. I'm expecting things to go exactly as planned, right? It feels like a lot of the things are kind of like getting back into that, you know, that standardization, you know, the traditional ways of playing it. I'm not talking about match number 4. At least for match number 3, this should be a confidence booster to all the Filipino fans out there. And then there's Area 77, who I think as of now, we shouldn't expect an upset, but that's just me.
Because my question is, you said everything's going to plan?
Yeah.
What's the plan? I have no idea what the plan is, but here's the thing. We got a hot take here because the previous match, that was pretty interesting. So this is the Doctor's Note presented by Al Habib Medical Group. Since RQ just defeated Aurora, does that mean RQ's better than Onyx?
Oh.
You know the funny thing is,
okay,
I'm using the viewers' logic against them because you guys know you guys are thinking the same way.
Hey, they probably already are subscribed. Make sure, guys. Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib, that's the way. Make sure you cool down these hot takes so far because they're gonna need some medical attention afterwards.
What do you feel about that hot take?
I checked to see if they're wearing their headsets, and I'm glad that they are because I wanted to warn you of saying that right in front of them, but at least they're wearing their headsets. So.
Hey, some people play better when they're like challenged. Just like me, I'm meant to be challenged.
Hey, I mean, and we saw RRQ getting a little upset in that game, you know? I mean, Aurora at the very least definitely made a statement towards them, and they're like, no, this does not fly.
That's true. The story of teams playing better when they're behind is becoming too real.
Oh, it's becoming very real. Now we got to talk about the match that's going to happen just after this. Believe it or not, it is going to be Onyx Philippines going up against Area 77 in a do or die. Loser gets eliminated, the winner survives. And we got plenty to talk about here, but let me just say for Area 77, listening to their story reminds me of the good old days where when you're forming a team, you're just grabbing a bunch of your friends, the ones that, you know, always rank up together, and then forming a team. Because nowadays, like, there's a lot of popular players where you just pick and choose. But for them, they're going old school. It's like, hey, we know each other for a while, let's make a team.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I think they had the hardest route. Because coming into this, they didn't even know that they were going to be in this position in the first place. And then, of course, they get the big international welcome facing off of the Soulsuck and RRQ. And then afterwards, for some reason, they have to face off against world champions Onyx BH.
That's true. in a sense, the chemistry should undeniably be there because they've stuck with each other through and through. Even though their former teams have been shuffling players left and right, they decided to stick with their roster, only changing at most their roamer. So that's the only thing they've changed ever since. But I think you can't take away the fact that since they're considered in a way the new ones in this kind of situation or in this tournament, they too have admitted that there are still some jitters here and there, and they've experienced that in their first series.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup between the Philippines and the Philippines. North America. Considering that basically everyone there are immigrants from the Philippines. But yeah, looking at their lineup here, hearing some of the interviews where even Joy Boy say that they feel very nervous. They feel the stage fright. And I can understand that because you're going up against strong opponents and now going up against Onyx Philippines. I'm worried if that will happen again because they say because of that stage fright, they become more passive and not as aggressive as they're used to.
And that's why we needed to see them play hot from the get-go, especially against a team like RRQ, right? Again, their play style just kind of forces them back into a corner. But now you're going to try and out-mechanic some of the best players in the world. We're reigning world champions so far. They're as cool as ice for a reason, and they're looking to kick them out as soon as possible.
Talk about easier said than done.
That's true. I hope Onyx Philippines, though, after what happened, do not commit those small mistakes again because
make big mistakes.
No.
Oh, sorry. I misunderstood. Sorry. My bad.
No, honestly, because as small as it seems, those mistakes that they did in their previous series eventually cost them the game. So
it stacks up. It's a compounding interest sort of thing, and I definitely think that right now Onyx PH really needs that confidence boost, right? So if they can go 2-0 against Area 77, that's going to put them in a position where, all right, mentally we are reset. Whatever happened in the previous game, that was just us. We slowed down a little bit. They have to just chill out, right? Don't break just yet. And considering that they have the coaching staff of both Hazen as well as Why Not, we saw even in previous bits of content getting into the show, hey, guys, we have to communicate with each other. We have to be the super fam that everyone knows and loves us for.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure if you talk to their coaching staff as well, they'll just have this mindset of probably not thinking too much of the pressure of being in the lower bracket and taking things one step at a time. And I feel that's very important that they do because if you think too ahead, it's gonna be a little, different since they're already in, most likely if they win, going to be in the 2-1 pool.
Yeah.
So that means they're just gonna be one of the options of the 2-0 winners.
Hey,
I doubt it. I doubt it.
You know what I say? Sometimes being an option ain't a bad thing. Anyways, make sure you guys get the MSC pass because it's still on 20% discount. And hey, you saw an atlas being used just now. If you want the skin, making sure that you guys get the MSC pass, get the coins, and then get yourself some free skins. I had no idea where I was going with the previous one, but I gotta say, Brigida, looking at this matchup, especially considering that Area 77 might be a little bit stressed out going up against Onyx Philippines, I feel like if we really want to make it worse, we ask them to take off their headset, Onyx Philippines, and say the hot take again. Because here's the thing, they won't take it out on us.
Look, I mean,
they'll take it out on them.
To be fair, they already have to deal with Onyx PH like shouting across the room.
And they can understand.
And they can understand. This is not a like, oh no, I don't know what's going on. They're all bilingual. They understand exactly what's going to be thrown across the room, and that could be motivation. That could definitely dampen out the vibes. But I'm feeling that Area 77, looking at them right now, it's like, okay, they're kind of chill. Let's see whether it ramps up.
Okay, I'm waiting.
No, okay. We wait faster. Wasn't Area 77 the team who played facing the opposite directions?
That's actually a good point.
Right now we got to look at the game times here because we're about to jump into draft. So we got to look at the game times in case for everyone to know where everyone is at. Right now, Team Liquid is their overall game time is only just under an hour, and Mythic Seal is 1 hour and 7 minutes. Arcade get pretty good with 30 minutes. I kind of feel like it's going to get updated a little bit later, but so far Team Liquid is the leader here.
Now, let us explain. The winning game time, this is the total time of only the games that they have won. And it's important because as we start moving on from the group stages into the knockouts, teams who have a faster winning game time get to select first. So right now, Team Liquid currently sitting on top. I don't think Mythic Seals have an option of getting like second. An hour is a long time.
Yeah, we're yet to find out who are the other 2-0 teams gonna be down the line, but
I mean,
An
Arc is one of
hour.
them.
An hour for all the past few matches that you've played. That's pretty interesting. I
That
feel
also,
like
that also brings into perspective how long we play.
Yeah.
Right? I kind of feel like average with the draft, with waiting for the game to start. Damn, we play a very long time a day.
Considering how long we've done this, I'm pretty sure we've lost years of our life.
Oh yeah, that is
Cumulatively, probably at some point. Hey, don't worry. But the draft is now started. We see that Area 77 is going to go on the blue side. Onic PH going to be opting for the red side. Kimmy, alongside with Jushin, first bans.
Yeah, we can definitely see like the development of this Jushin as well, because no matter how much we criticize saying she's not enough of this or that, always seems to prove us wrong. Kimi does seem like still one of the hot favorites, because I kind of feel like a team that doesn't know how to play from behind should never let go of Kimi.
Yeah, Kimi, the way that it's almost always paired too with just another continuous magic damage, or not magic, continuous damage source, like the double marksman, the triple marksman lineups have been a lot more prevalent in the previous games that we've been seeing. It's hard to let go of that, but that leaves the question yet again of whether or not we're gonna see the Farsa being prioritized here in this game. Since I feel like in the past few games, there have been instances where it's left open, but not necessarily picked up by either of the teams.
I totally agree. I think that right now, with the pocket metas that are starting to show, the tournament meta is forming to be really solid, with junglers ending up saying, yeah, potentially Selena can be played, potentially Akai can be played. All of these options are really, really good overall, but it all depends on the crux of, hey, we need to answer the first couple of few picks. Do we let Kimi through? Do we let Kalia through? Uranus has been something that's been popping up here and there, but it feels like most of the teams are generally saying, we actually don't really care about the Uranus.
And here's the thing, I kind of feel like Farsa is always a good pick. The only thing is that when something is good, your counterpart is going to get stronger as well, where a lot of these assassins are amazing. So I kind of feel like if you're going to get a Farsa, it almost forces your jungler to be able to protect the Farsa whenever needed. So maybe we'll see that utility. So almost showing a little bit too much of your draft as well.
Yeah, so maybe not the Yi Sun-shin gets prioritized instead, right, on Q, because it is left open for Area 77. And Onic PH, such a quick response with the Phoveus, again, not completely paying attention to the Farsa. But I feel like if they did want to pick it up, they can still go for it for Red 3.
Yep.
But Area 77
I mean,
now.
if Area 77 picks up a Farsa here, they could pick up something like the Lancelot and then be like, since you have a Yi Sun-shin in the jungle, good luck of protecting your Farsa.
Oh, wait, that's a...
Jawhead.
Wow. Okay, so now Area 77 bringing up the, class favorites from NA. The Jawhead's interesting in this this particular game, right? Because technically it is a flex pick. Does it do well into the Phoveus and the EXP lane? Maybe for the first couple of levels, but then eventually falls off.
I mean, looking at the grand finals, right? Back in NACT, they only won with this Jawhead. And now having this, actually now it looks like they do have a reason to pick up something like the Farsa later on, because their fine is okay-ish.
The combo is
it's okay-ish.
Yeah, ish. But I feel like they probably felt a little more confident picking it up too, since there's no chance of a Badang or a roamer or a hero on Onic PH side that can cancel out the Jawhead as often, since I feel like that's one of the biggest problems Luis encountered when he played the Jawhead the first time here in MSC. So they see the Kalea and the Phoveus immediately picked up, and now this just probably was the reason why they're encouraged to pick it. But that doesn't take away the fact that the Lancelot still gets through and is in Onic Philippines' hands right now.
It's interesting to see, because now it means that Onic PH is now changing up the priorities, right? Like Super Prince is like, I will play whatever you need me to play. I don't want to be the main win condition just yet. Make sure that King Kong is going to be on a hero that he can actually perform on. Don't put him on the utilities anymore. We want him to be able to kind of try and escalate the game as much as possible, which is when we see Area 77 making the hard read with the Hilda, right? Again, it's not like you want to see you blindly pick the Hilda. You're hoping for the assassin on the other end.
Personally, for me, I kind of feel like for MSC, I feel like all of the players need a little bit more confidence, because what has been shown is that, yes, the hero that you pick has counters towards it, but it comes to a point where if you're good enough, you can play around it, because there's so many Hildas going up against the Lancelots, and yet when we're looking at the win rate, it's not really Hilda favored, right? So I kind of feel like this is what the coaches have to tell to the players. Like, yes, I know utility is safer, but sometimes you just got to trust in yourself. Be like, yes, it counters you, but just play better.
Yeah, because I feel like I will never forget that one time wherein the Lancelot with a full damage build, or even not a complete build just yet, was able to take down the Hilda, which was constantly bugging him all by himself. So the damage is clearly broken for a Lancelot. So if Area 77 wants to play this aggressively in the early game, which seems like the case since they have a Jawhead and the Hilda, they have to make it consistent and they have to close the game fast.
Yes. Speaking of closing the game fast, right? I'm surprised with the bans that we see from Area 77. I get the Kadita, but they also get rid of the Moskov, right? Which to me is a little strange considering that there are natural combos that Onyx PH want to actually provide. They want to be able to, you know, have a little bit of burst damage to work alongside this Kalia, but then they go for the Harith instead this time around to increase their damage profile, which begs the question, right? What is the main idea? Do they know for a fact that Area 77 is not going to go for the Farsa this time around, or do they feel like, hey, we've already taken out the big picks, what are you going to do?
Honestly, at this point, I want to see a fighter in the gold lane. Like, I feel like in this situation, it works, right?
Another Ruby?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because again, like, there's so many ways. I mean, technically a fighter.
Kinda
a fighter, yeah, the Roger. The Roger and the Sicilians are the and the Kagura.
This looks like ego picks, right? I feel like Onyx PH at this point of time, these are all ego picks. We were expecting standard. They're saying no, we don't want to play standard. We think that we can just style on Area 77.
No, legit Kalia and having 3 burst options. I really feel like they want to say, if you see anyone, take them down, lower their confidence even more, make them afraid. Speaking of which, this is elimination match, and I'm going to give it over to Gideon as well as Brigida to break this one.
Thank you, LaFell. All right, second half of the day has already begun. We've got 2 best of 3s to kick things up, but the very first one is already an elimination match. Onyx PH, no one would have expected them to be in this position. Area 77 facing off against some of the best teams already from the get-go. If there was a time for an upset, it would be now to spark hope in NA. But Filipino fans all are looking at the world champions here at MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup to come back into form.
Now that you mention it, Gideon, what if they actually do that, no? And that'll be so hard on Onyx because the biggest upsets were taken against them, if that were to be the case. But, I mean, let's see, because I feel like both of these teams, their intentions are pretty clear. Just burst down whoever you see for Onyx PH, Area 77. They might want to attempt to do the same because they have a lot of pressure, especially with their roamer or through their roamer, which is Joy Bodge. But whether or not they're able to do that, that's gonna be the question. It goes back to what LaFell says about you have to be confident.
Hey, you need some confidence in your team, man. I'm seeing that fear come out of you. Don't let it. Onyx PH, they got this, right? I would imagine. But Area 77 have proven that they are able to, you know, press buttons well. They're able to team fight against their opponents. It's just finding those leads within the game itself. Now, looking at the emblem set, seems very standard all across the board. Killing spree coming out from the side of Shiro, very confident of him, but more importantly, from the side of ISO, he needs to win this lane, right? He's already taking the Quantum Charge. He's also making sure that he has Master Assassin against someone like Kelra, who, again, Mystery Shop, he doesn't even want the tenacity. He's like, all right, if I have to give up the laning phase, that's fine, but give me at least 12 minutes and it's over. Oh god.
Instead it's Hunter who gets the tenacity. Fortunately he does, because those are instances wherein you definitely need a little bit more tankiness in your hands, considering that it's not just King Kong, also Super Friends. Maybe this is why there are no Farsas being picked, you know? Like the Kadita bans, the Kaguras, they can come out a lot more often, so maybe teams are being more cautious of that.
I don't know what scrims have been showing for both of these teams, but it's interesting if this is truly what they were looking to play. Now, King Kong, he gets out of there and Ureshi's able to peel back, but it seems pretty chill for now for both sides. Nobody wants to make that first blood happen just yet.
Not just yet. Super Prince, though, doing a great job at scouting where the other members of Area 77 are, but look at that ejector getting denied by the Tidal Strike, and somehow Brusco gains access to the Turtle. Joy Bodge, the first to fall. Ureshi trying to zone out the other members as well, but that's already one pick-off. Flicker Dark Wave coming in from Kark, but Shiro somehow finds a way to steal the objective. Brusco might just get punished here, but Ureshi at least has the Flicker.
Beautifully played by Shiro. Finds the one frame he needs to get the Traceless off and weave in his retribution to steal that turtle from King Kong despite getting attacked by so many members. He stays pretty healthy throughout it, right? So he can maintain his jungle farm. And this is what we were looking for, right? The natural way to kind of speed up your jungler, especially when you have someone like Jawhead. Use those Spark missiles, leash for him, speed him up, clear it fast, and then look for opportunities across the map.
Yeah, so this is probably a different way to look at it for Area 77. If they're just literally playing around Shiro, then that doesn't change much of what they want to do of playing aggressively from the very beginning, because even the first objective went into their hands. Oh, but they used the Unstoppable Force and the Ejector onto Kirk. Will they have enough damage to take him down? It seems like they do. They just answer what we mentioned right off the bat.
Yep, they have a clear idea. Now, Onyx PH have to answer back. We need to see some kind of retaliation. ISO will have to try and outplay. Keep in mind, he only has Purify.
Oh, they'll get to find a way out of this Lycan bounce, but look at the ultimate coming in from Super Fred. Still somehow dodges it. Even the Phantom Execution won't get to take him down. Brusco gets punished instead. That was a massive outplay coming in from ISO.
Beautifully played. The yin-yang overturn coming out from Super Prince wanted to collapse on him, but he quickly purifies it, rolls out of the way, uses the extra movement speed plus quantum charge perfectly to dodge the damage. Nicely done from ISO. This is what we've been waiting for Area 77 to show that they can not only push buttons, but more importantly, they can go toe-to-toe with the best.
Yeah, those are some plays that you would expect to see from the likes of Kelra too, but ISO, too good at pressing buttons. He just needs to stay this way for the entirety of the game because he's going to be one of the major factors as well of how the next few team fights are going to pan out. But another thing is Joyboy. He's doing such a great job at finding those ejector plays, but it seems like they've tried to go for him first. Yin-yang overturn again, burst him down, but will Shiro once more get this turtle? It seems like it's a no, but will they fight back? Because Onyx PH, they will respect and disengage.
Nicely done from Onyx PH. The lead is still within the hands of Area 77, but they now are forced to respect the motions from Area 77. Take out Joybot first. Don't let him escalate the scenario. They've already got a tier 1 on top side, and they got outplayed by ISO. They cannot afford any more disrespect from Area 77. Now, in terms of how Onyx PH is going to be looking to escalate, they've got some really good combos on their side, right? Yep. Yin-yang overturn plus the Tsunami Slam is a great way to kind of make sure they guarantee a kill. And not to mention that a majority of the members from the side of Area 77 aren't running the Purify, right? They're running Flicker.
Oh, but Joybot can't just go for any target. Can't just go for Super Prince. There's still the Rasho Umbrella Flea, as they call it, to get away and somehow purify the ejector. So that's the thing. I think Onyx PH, it's great that they picked up this Kagura because it serves as their main source or way to find where Joyboj is gonna come from, and the plan to just keep taking him out is clearly working in their favor, especially now that their main damage source is just coming from Shiro. But speaking of, King Kong somehow finds him here up top, but Oreshi's within the area as well, so they'll somehow get to help him unless Brusco tries to do something, but I don't think he will.
Not yet. I don't think they have enough damage with just King Kong alone. Plus, it's a two-pronged attack, right? You're attacking that top side, you see where Shiro is, the mid lane is suddenly missing. Could he be bot? Could he be top? It's better for Area 77 to just sacrifice the turret on that bottom side, which is actually really good specifically for Kelra. It unlocks him from the lane. Now he's able to double wave off of the mid as well and participate for the upcoming turtle fight. Now, this turtle fight is going to be interesting, right? I feel like Area 77 shouldn't be the ones initiating on it. I feel like ISO, his first item though, he decides to go for the Halberd. So he has anti-heal, which is, yes, it's good against shields, which is great against Super Prince and as well as Kelra. I'm pretty sure that King Kong is going to go for his traditional bruiser build. I don't know if he wants to go for full damage just yet, considering that his targets are pretty squishy. But here we go.
They don't find anyone. Brusco, with the conceal, walks away from the range of the ejector, but the Sanguine Claws catches to Brusco, misses the title strike, and Ureshi disturbing everyone from behind, but this might just be the time for the Salmon Force to show off. Brusco is the first to be taken down, however. Hunter is next. Kelder still dancing in between ISO and Joyboj, and look at the damage coming in from King Kong. Phantom Execution also committed. Ureshi using the flicker, trying to take down Kelra, but he can't do it alone.
The experience is starting to show from the side of Onyx PH. They are together. They understand every aspect of the fight. They see the full battlefield because Area 77 ended up splitting their forces into two. Shiro understood, oh man, I can't get on top of Super Prince, but I think he needs to work alongside ISO. Because watch this fight, right? Ureshi knows what he's doing. He's on top of King Kong. Shiro moves away as Hunter gets blasted, but notice that ISO specifically is targeting Kelra, right? Let's say he wasn't targeting Kelra. Let's say he finishes off these kills on the end of Onyx PH like Super Prince. They need to make sure. Right now in the early game, wait, hold on.
Yin Yang overturn, committed ejector onto Kirk, but he has the Infernal Pursuits. However, Brusco's the one who gets punished. So they get to defend this mid lane turret for Area 77.
Why did Onyx PH so desperately want to push them out? I mean, they were working on the minions, and honestly, they got pretty close to breaking that mid-tier one. I get that if they broke that mid-tier one, it opens up a lot more options, but at what cost? It's basically gone, but they've already sacrificed the initial lead that they took back from the previous turtle fight.
And it's interesting to see that it's actually a very, very small gold lead that exists between these two teams, because even in terms of map control, Area 77 is doing a great job. So maybe despite these early item decisions, these pickups, it's more on the macro that they want to play after all, up until that moment wherein they feel that they can really decide to start the fight themselves. Because as you mentioned, I feel like that's not a good decision, especially if there's King Kong who can burst down your crucial heroes like that.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's going for Bruiser build this time. I think he's going for raw damage. He's got the Hunter Strike and the War Axe already. He's level 13, 9 minutes into the game. Shiro is keeping up with him, and we saw a couple of 1v1s happen on the top side of the map, but now majority of the objectives have been spawning on the bottom side. A little unlucky for Area 77 because these fights have not been easy. Oh, interesting. Clock of Destiny purchase from the side of Hunter. He decided to complete the Gleaming Gem.
Well, I feel like there's a bit of tankiness there too. If you complete that, but the ejector will be committed onto Kirk. There's the flicker, but it won't keep him safe. There's the Zaman Force as well coming in from Kelra. Tries to burst down Shiro, but there's the Traceless as well. And that's after they got the Lord for themselves. They still lose a member when maybe they couldn't have not gotten a casualty, and now King Kong might be next because he gets caught by the Lycan Bounce!
I thought ISO was going to die there. He got chunked by 50%, but it's not over. Ureshi is able to hold on, and finally the mid-tier 1 collapses. It's a breathing moment for both Onyx and as well as Area 77, but honestly, Shiro's probably smiling. He's like, nice one, ISO. Now I get to be the one who gets an eventual level lead.
Yeah, I mean, the Lycan Pounds from the Rogers sometimes puts him in a dangerous spot, but during those kinds of situations, it's just a sure way to chase and kill whoever you're trying to take down. And in that moment, it was King Kong who unfortunately found no way to deal with it. But at least for Onyx PH, at least for Kelra, it seems like he just has his eyes set on the turrets. Probably a bit of pushing back the members of Area 77 too through the Zaman Force, but Onyx PH, they have to keep it together a little more, because I feel like it's great that they're playing it aggressively, but Area 77, as you mentioned, even if they don't start things, they have good ways to punish or turn things around.
Yep. Now ISO third item already complete. He's got the Windtalker, he's got the Sea Halberd, he's also got the Endless Battle. With that being said, yep, he's got more than enough damage to start 1v1ing some of the squishier members. King Kong is doing a good job, but here's the thing. Onyx PH don't scale as well as Area 77. And I feel like right now, unless we see like big mechanical mistakes, you whiff on a kill, you don't use your iframes in time from the side of King Kong, the big punishments from Area 77 are really devastating, because Hunter, he's been eliminated pretty early on in these fights thanks to King Kong. But now, as we are going into the 11th minute, and I think by the 13th minute, Hunter is going to be a huge problem for Onyx.
That's Hunter, Shiro, and ISO, who you have to consider in terms of scaling from Area 77. Whereas for Onyx PH, yes, the burst damage is there, but once you commit the combo from Super Friends, you pair it up with whichever setup Brusco decides to go for, and it's unsuccessful, things are not gonna be looking too good for them. They respect that Joy Bodge might just go for the setup, and it might be this time their turn. Phantom Execution committed by King Kong, tries to chase after Shiro. There's the down force, takes down ISO. A beautiful pickoff coming in from Onyx PH. Super Prince committing the yin-yang overturn, but they'll settle with that one pickoff that they got.
Look at the footsies from both of these teams. Taking space, giving up space. We see the initial movement from Area 77's Conceal to get access to not only push Onyx PH out of their own jungle, but to walk to their wave. And I think that's the problem, right? They could have just waited a little bit longer and the wave would have naturally pushed in their favor. Onyx PH punishing ISO specifically for that. And now it's a 4v5. Unless we see Area 70 really drag this out, I feel like Onyx PH can really take their sweet time with this.
Yeah, Shiro and Joy Bodge are both coming from the sides. Brusco probably looking for an angle. There goes the title strike! He will be finding the Tsunami Slam onto Shiro, and that's going to be a massive problem now for Area 77. Joy Bodge popped his immortality as well, and the Lord will go into the hands of Onyx PH.
Beautifully played by Onyx PH, and now it is crunch time. 8-8 with the current kill score. With a Lord in their hand, they're looking for inhibitors. They're looking for all the outer-tier turrets. And worse yet, Kelra has fully scaled. He's got a concentrated energy, so he doesn't mind taking a couple of hits, maybe from a Lycan Pounce, maybe from a single Traceless coming in from Shiro, but he cannot afford to get CC'd by the Sanguine Claw or even the Turtle Boat from the Mountain Shocker.
Yep, and it seems like they're doing a great job at just forcing reactions out from Area 77, already taking down the inhibitor turret in mid, even before the Lord gets to approach the base, but Joy Bodge nearly catches Kelra. Just in time, there's the Tsunami Slam as well, but will they have enough follow-up damage? Yin Yang overturn. Here comes King Kong as well. Joy Bodge might not survive, and they're actually trying to buy some time, but King Kong shuts him down.
King Kong's so good at maintaining those War Axe stacks. The true damage is too good, but now the Lord at full health with no inhibitors. Kelra's going for the end.
It's a Zaman Force just to take down the base, and Onyx PH take game number 1.
Woo, what a strike from the side of Onyx PH. Decisive fights from both sides. Area 77 telling them, hey, you must respect us. Onyx PH had to, and once they saw them as equals, they went straight for the throat.
Yeah, honestly, congratulations to Onyx PH for winning the first game, but I kind of feel like for all Onyx fans, they were a bit nervous. Very, very nervous for that one. And I kind of feel like now I can see where Area 77, they said that the stage fright comes in, because I kind of feel like there are moments where they could be a little bit more aggressive, you know, trying, you know, risk it just a little bit to make sure that you have some kind of advantage, because I kind of feel like ISO made one good play when he was ganked, but then after that, we don't see a lot of ISO. You have this jawhead, but you're not really forcing fights, and to be fair, I can't even blame him. The damage is just not there yet. You have the Sicilian as well as the Yisun Shin. Yisun Shin has damage, but it's not like second skill Lancelot kind of damage, right? It ramps up just a little bit. So I kind of feel like Area 77, they're good in the early game, but once you start going to the mid and late game, it does look like they're overthinking it a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, right? You can tell by these neutral objectives, they really want to come in feeling like they're on equal footing against Onyx PH. They don't want to threaten their positions. They don't want to kind of overstep their boundaries because they feel like Onyx PH will just topple them because of that slight man advantage.
There were moments that Area 77 could have, but maybe their hesitation got the best of them a lot of times in this game. Because, like, I agree with you, even as a Filipino watching this, it wasn't as clean as you would probably say it or expect it to be coming in from Onyx PH, coming in from the Super Fam. Like, there was a bit of the mechanics showing here and there, the chemistry from Area 77 too. So hopefully they get to work on that, because, again, this is still a best of 3 either way.
It's much closer than people would think. The thing is, I kind of feel like Area 77, they got to change their mindset just a little bit, because even with the drafts, it's kind of like a triple marksman kind of draft, but subbing in that Sicilian. But the difference is that Kimi, even from the early game, already puts a lot of pressure compared to the Sicilian. So I kind of feel like for this one, they're kind of playing not to lose, right? Waiting for Onyx to make a mistake, and we've saw that quite a few times, right? King Kong goes in, all right, catch him, kill him, that's great. But you can't, like, if you want to become champions, you can't always hope for your opponents to make a mistake. You just have to be ready for it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree here. I think that right, what Area 77 needs to do, especially with a composition like this, you can't really quote-unquote peel backwards, right?
Yeah.
There's just too many people who kind of extend their leads or stick onto you like glue. Kirk is a really good example, right? He may be 0-3 and 4, but he's in the face of Hunter. He's in the face of Shiro, which forces both ISO or Shiro to kind of make a decision on where they need to be during the fight. I think my big problem is that, unfortunately, Hunter didn't have as much impact as I wanted him to, right? His whole job is to make sure that if Kelra drops down the Zaman Force, hey, you better dash backwards every single time. You cannot fall within my range.
It kind of felt like they lost or ran out of options in a way, because they were the ones who kept banning out mid lane heroes too. Because again, I think we talked about it in the draft that Super Prince, he's just saving his hero for second phase. Like, that's probably one of the biggest shifts we've seen in Onyx PH and their drafting style. So it kind of backfired to Area 77 as well, because I mean, the Kagura came in very unexpected, but Cecilion couldn't really complement the idea of your draft as much.
I gotta say, as we don't see a lot of Kagura, but I really feel like this Kagura was the reason that they won. I kind of feel like Super Friends was the one that made sure that everyone don't overextend, right? Throw the umbrella just to have an idea of where the engage could come from. That gives the confidence for Brusco to just go in and then immediate burst. Because I gotta say, like, his Kagura mechanics were amazing.
It's really good. You can see how good it is, especially in a 1v1 scenario against the Cecilion. Cecilion's like, I want you at X amount of distance all the time. And Kagura's like, plus minus every single time. I will never give you that ideal option. But worse yet, whenever we see Area 77 looking to try and go on one target, that's when that yin-yang overturn becomes a really powerful tool. Even if Brusco doesn't use the Tsunami Slide, hey, that umbrella is going to force you to kind of break apart. You can't really stick together too hard.
It messes up their formation so much. And to be fair, their Onyx PH's lineup, I feel like individually, every single one of them can break Area 77's formation. Like either the Lancelot when he goes in and looks for the backlines, or Kirk, because again, you mentioned he's just like glue, always sticking to the members of Area 77. And the AoE from the Tidal Strike and the Yin Yang Overturn. Just so many things you have to consider if you're Area 77.
And I kind of feel like you kind of have this mindset as well that even if you have 3 late game heroes, Kara with one hero, he can outpower any scaling hero in the game. Super Friends, by the way, did the most amount of damage in that one. So that's a very impressive Kagura play. King Kong still having the highest gold per minute, 814. You actually took a lot of damage, and then Brusco set things up for Onyx Philippines. So yeah, I kind of feel like Area 77, they got to find that confidence. As difficult as it is, because how can you, like, just trust in yourself, because it's one more game for you to get eliminated.
Yeah, it's one more game. They got to throw everything at the wall here. And I think that at least for Hunter, he needs to be on something that's comfortable, which is why they put him on the Sicilian in the first place, or that's what I would assume that they did. But even so, if they're going to play a composition like this, they have to be really surgical with their attacks. And if we're going to trade, we either go even or we go home. So we got to make the best out of the scenario.
Yeah, that makes me wonder now if the Jawhead has been the most effective roamer for Area 77. I feel like for Hunter, he's been mostly on the Jushin's Farsas, and those are pretty much either banned or you feel hesitant to pick it up going up against this team of Onyx PH, who, if they keep saving Super Prince for last, can bring out all these Kaguras and all that.
Yeah, they could, and I think that Joybodge, this looks like the most comfortable he's ever been, right? I think some of his outplays, especially when you're thinking of like how Brusco and Joybodge want to play the game, are extremely similar. And we've seen them both kind of mess with each other. Flicker forward, Brusco's able to stop him. Brusco tries to make a play, ejector comes immediately.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Onyx Philippines still look very strong there, but we gotta remember, even in this tournament, Onyx Philippines can bleed. In fact, we have a video to see later on, like
how they're so good.
Dude, I have voices in my head that it just talks, and it's just very long.
The schizo is going crazy.
Yeah, but right now we gotta look at the road to EWC for Area 77.
It feels surreal for us to be here. I'm finally on the global stage. Nobody expected us to be here. We're like the outsiders. So yeah, we're just here to prove ourselves that we deserve to be here.
That's huge damage. The feathered airstrike comes down and BTK falls. This time around with Area 77, I think we're looking to see what new impact that NA is willing to bring to the table and whether or not it's going to be worthwhile, especially since their group is not only like it's not the easiest group in the world, but things can really snowball out of control for them. If they get through some of the hardest teams in their group, I think they definitely have a shot at going pretty far. A couple more shots, BTK trying to defend, but that is it. Area 77 defy the odds and take game number 1.
I will put it as simply as I want to see Area 77 succeed, because their success could mean revitalization, could mean a renewal of hope for a region that was often overlooked, and I hope they can deliver some absolute surprises.
I would say it's at least safe to say that they're strong enough to hang with the teams here at MSC. But again, it's just unfortunate.
Going up against Onyx, man. Look, both me and Remar, when we did the documentary interviews, we were like, there's a possibility, right? If one of the bigger teams from their side on the upper bracket side actually drop down, then it becomes a huge problem for Area 77. And unfortunately, that's what happened. We didn't predict the future or anything, but like, I mean, this is the worst case possible for NA. But let's jump right into the draft.
I can't believe it actually came to this point where Area 77 will have to face an elimination match against a fellow Filipino team. But it is what is it, I guess?
It is what isn't.
It is what is it.
It is what is it in the words of LaFell, I guess?
The other one is shut up and talk.
Yes, LaFell 2025. Coming up with some banger lines these days. But hey, look, as we see that the blue side has been taken over by Area 77, it looks like they are the ones who are looking to make the adjustments. Same bands coming up from the side of Onyx PH, and honestly pretty similar bands from the side of Area 77. The only order difference being the Selena in 2 rather than band 3.
Honestly, when I saw the Selena ban earlier, I was thinking they might actually be considering the Farsa.
I really thought so too. And then like it went all the way to the end, we didn't see Farsa at all.
I mean, like, to be fair, I think we just saw how difficult it is to use a stationary mage right now. Because, like, again, every single time he shows his face, he gets attacked. And this is why we see the adjustments coming in from mid, because even playing mid, I get hella annoyed going up against this assassins, this fighters going up against Lapu Lapu in rank like Yuzong. So I'm like, okay, give me something with dashes. So that's why we were starting to see like Kadita, the Kaguras.
Yeah.
I mean,
eventually maybe even the Nana. Even if I die, I have a second chance, you know?
The one, actually Nana's a pretty good shout out here. Yeah. That I can get behind, honestly. Even though I don't like the hero, but in game number 1, they showed they were playing Sicilian, which I don't think is much of a big adjustment,
exactly.
right? It still falls within the same parameters and still has the same problems. But now we see that the Kalia is going to get banned out. And now, Kimmy, from the side of Onyx PH, we go into the opening picks. Do we still see that Jawhead opener? Do we see the Yishin Shin? No. Wan.
But can get very heavily countered by like Farsa, Irito,
or the Yishin
any assassins. So, you know, but we've seen even with like I said, even if they're counters, you just gotta outplay it.
Just yesterday, Team Liquid Philippines felt like they had all the counters in the world against the Wan, but
that's Liquid Philippines.
But yes.
Man, it's crazy. Same region, completely different play style. Different expectations altogether.
Wait, is that
Yishin Shin as well as Phoveus. Again, it feels like Onyx PH has a system that they want to stick by, right?
Take
Yishin
Farsa.
Shin makes a lot of sense. I would like to see the Farsa, but the only problem is that when you see the Yishin Shin on the other side, it's like, man, I have to really worry about my positioning. I also might even consider taking the Purify instead of the Flicker. Because again, that turtle ball, as soon as it connects with you, you're basically as good as gone.
Jawhead again.
So they picked a Jawhead again. Maybe it is going to be a good time.
Just more burst.
Farsa, burst them down. All right.
Just gotta be brave. Like, this might be your final match, so might as well.
Might as well.
I'm all for it. I am all for it. But now the question is, what is the jungle going to play, right? Because I'm assuming the Lancelots are going to get banned out here. I'm also going to assume that the Hayabusa probably would go, but I feel like at the same time, the Fredrin wouldn't do too bad. But that's just me. That's just me, right? Let's see what this final pick is for the side of Onyx PH, because this really affects the second half. The Amon.
Hey, you know what? Kyrie could do it. If Kyrie can do it, I can do it.
King Kong is like, yo, Kelra, you play a meme Yishin Shin down my goal lane. Chin, right?
So we're putting Issa Chin in the gold. I mean, if we saw the rubies and all that, I wouldn't be so surprised anymore. Just now, the Roger even was in the gold lane. But I'm feeling maybe...
Kagura round 2? Because you have the mobility, you have inbuilt purifies to deal with the jaw head.
Or they picked the Kadita this time.
Ooh, that's not too bad. That's
just adding more unique picks.
Because the difference is like the knock-up is a guaranteed way to cancel things or a lot of things. Like the Kagura at most can do the stuns, the burst. But ever since they adjusted the Kadita and made her combos a lot more faster, every time I see her in the Land of Dawn, it's such a massive threat to all the Farsas. So...
There's so many ways to deal with the Farsas. Like, as amazing as she is, Munta makes sure to balance it out by making sure that all the other predators can't keep up.
Yeah, no, it's really tough. It's really, really tough. But it's about impact in the game, and I think that's why Farsa is so highly prioritized, but also so volatile at the same time. It's just, you hit 2 feathered airstrikes, those 2 shots are more than enough to take out 90% of the problems within the game, assuming that they land in the first place. But now it looks like, I'm not sure.
It's kind of like having a hot girlfriend.
Huh?
It's like, yeah, you got a hot girlfriend, but everyone wants her.
The Farsa.
Yeah, the Farsa is the hot girlfriend, but then everyone wants her. So then you got to go to the gym, bulk up, you know, and then be able to smash everyone, but not in that way.
I think, yeah.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
It makes sense, right? It makes sense.
It's the trophy wife analogy, essentially.
Yeah.
Right? You're not looking to parade it around, but it's just that's something that everybody desires.
That's why Farsa has her face covered.
Her eyes.
Oh, yeah, but
if she can't look at other people, she won't know how bad they are.
It's bad because in the lore, Alice took her eyes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not a choice. It's not a choice.
Hey, one baddie for another, you know?
Okay.
Oh,
Farsa's story is sad.
It's pretty depressing. It's pretty depressing. When are we going to get...
At least she's strong.
She is really strong, but, well, Alice
and
not so
hot,
much.
I guess.
Wait, now that you mentioned that.
What?
Like the entire everyone wants Farsa thing.
Yeah.
There are actually a lot of picks still out there that can make things a lot more harder, like the Arlots.
Yeah.
They're still left open, right?
Yes, the Arlots, the Chos.
Oh, but they picked the Phovius. But they can still Arlot roam.
They can still... yes, they can still
Maybe
Arlot
they ask,
roam.
hey, Brusco, you want to use Phobius?
Brusco!
Yo, Brusco, you can do a roam Phobius.
Now forever, the image of like, hey, are we going to flex pick something is going to be like, yo, Kelra! Yo, Brusco, you want to play Yi Shin Shin, my guy? No, but it's true. The flex picks are going to be important, and I do agree that there's a lot of disruptors in the meta and that are still available in this draft to make sure that this Farsa does not have a good time. And now with the hey, yo, okay, just letting you guys know.
That there's a pause in the draft.
Yeah. Didn't realize that it looks exactly the same as like when you're in the game. I thought it'd be a different UI, but hey.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they heard that Farsa was hot and they'd be like, wait, pause.
Stop.
What?
Stop.
Pause.
We can't be distracted. Not on an elimination game.
My gosh, good luck, Hunter. Maybe that's all I can say.
Super Prince is looking across the room and is like, I get it.
That's the move. Sound like, good luck, Hunter.
No, because like that's the thing. I think I was reviewing some notes, and even for homeboys, I feel like the same applies.
Yeah.
That things kind of changed when people
Izanami
got to cut.
It's kind of like Izanami Neo.
Yeah, so we're seeing that right now.
That was bad.
Here.
I know. I will punish myself.
That's 2 out of 10 right there. Oof, that one stung.
Couldn't say anything.
No, some of these, there's a hit and miss. It's a hit and miss.
Our friendship has been rough.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's just Izanami now.
He better, honestly, he should have stuck with the Izanami.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yo, ain't it.
Where did that even come from?
Yeah, apparently
he's my boy, and I'm like, I don't approve. But that's kind of like a parent thing, you know?
That's more like a parent thing, I would agree.
Yeah.
Even so, as this draft continues, I am a little bit concerned of what exactly Brusco is going to play. I feel like it's going to be the Cho. Like, it's a gut feeling, but at the same time, there's not a lot of flexibility now that you've early picked the Phovius, right? It's a lot of the flex picks that we see in the meta so far usually contributes to, hey, is it going to be EXP or is it going to be the roam? Now, you're just kind of forced into this one road.
I think the Cho indeed has been his most picked hero, yeah.
I kind of feel like
Korea.
if you want to be a roamer, you have to know how to use the Cho.
Yeah, it's like junglers and Fanny, right?
Yeah.
You're a roamer. Do you know how to play the Cho?
Don't put me on the spot.
He can. I've seen him play Cho.
I can play Cho. It's just that you have those heroes where like you're amazing at it, but the moment you pick up, everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Like, how am I the highest kill?
Oh, like
like
a
that
boy thing.
Yeah, like a boy thing. It's like you have an amazing game, but everyone else sucks. You know, it's kind of like your goal laner going 0-8 and 0, and I'm like, bruh.
Okay, you don't have to like put me. You don't have to put me in that kind of.
So
position,
you're the gold
jeez. Hey,
Actually, no, he's the one that actually carries most of us. He's legit pretty good.
I'm like okay.
Everyone else is not. Actually, Husky is okay.
Husky's pretty decent.
Milo is very hit or miss. He will carry, or he's the reason why we lose.
He's mood based.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Milo. Love that guy.
He's the kind of guy that will pull off a Moscow zing, like yesterday.
Sometimes
Why did we have to name drop them?
hey. Sometimes Milo, he can be innocent, but most of the time he's like a Mikey. Yeah, you see the difference? There's a very big disparity there. And it's all based on mood. If he's feeling good, he's innocent that day.
Not gonna lie, sometimes when he feels good, I'm even more nervous. When he feels good, I'm like, oh, you're feeling good? Like, oh yeah, I feel invincible. I'm like, okay.
Proceeds to play Mincetar Gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have fun. MPLMY in a nutshell.
Oh
That's why we're the best place to...
Boot camp?
Yeah, because anything that can happen will happen, so you're always prepared.
So, what about where they boot camped?
Hey,
why did they boot camp? Indo, right?
In Indonesia.
Hey, I think that everywhere... Okay, so this is what I've been gathering, right?
Okay,
From all the teams who came down to well, not MPLMY, but came down to MY to boot camp, the general consensus is this. The Philippines, sometimes, they've got really good games, really good ranked games, really good teams to play. Biggest issue, internet. Can they get consistent internet?
Okay,
Indonesia, decent internet, decent teams, really expensive venues, because how are you going to fit like 6, 7 people? So Malaysia is the perfect in-between where it's like, it's cheap enough, you get decent internet, and you get like semi-decent teams. So there's that.
So that's the tourism part. It's like, hey, come to Malaysia, it's cheap.
I feel like if teams heard that.
It's bang for buck.
It's bang for a buck.
It's bang for buck, and we have enough top-tier teams from around the world coming to one place, then scrims are also going to be pretty good too.
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times, and I like Malaysia.
I like how you took your time with that.
Hey, I do.
Like Malaysia.
That's just me helping you convince.
I mean, like most
people
players
to
come to
captain.
Malaysia, just eventually becomes like really super good.
Huh.
Innocent Cram.
So you've been there
Me.
long enough, so you should be really good.
One of the best. One of the best.
Top tier.
I almost defeated Zorn.
Huh?
I'm not even kidding. We found him in rank and we almost did it. Almost.
Very close.
We only know because he was streaming and then we checked like, oh, so close. If we only did not make this one, two, a few mistakes, we would be fine.
What was he using?
I think Suyu or something. Like he was playing jungle.
He was playing jungle?
Yeah. During that time, he was playing jungle. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean, like to be fair, I kind of feel like he's one of the best junglers in Malaysia.
The full experience was if you nearly beat him and he was on the likes of Igrak or something. Or like...
And LaFell was playing like Cho.
Yeah.
I will only use Cho on solo rank, so at least if I feel bad, I'll just be angry at a few randoms, you know?
Yeah. Pull down the MMR of the 4 other randoms. That's the way to go. Oh boy, this game is really taking some time. It looks like we're going to take some time before the technical issues are going to get locked in here. But, I mean, spirits are very high for both sides. I don't think anybody is too disappointed just yet. Not entirely sure what the issue is just yet. But even so, thank you for everybody out there being patient enough to stick around for this matchup. Again, it is still elimination, so I can imagine that this is like a looming dread for Area 77.
Yeah, especially as they're one game away from actually potentially being eliminated here. And so far, in the past 2 days, or actually, if you count today, then yeah, that's 2 days. We've already seen what, like 2 teams get eliminated already? 2 or 3? Was it?
2.
Yesterday was 2. We already had one today.
So that's 3.
Yes, quick maths.
It's quick maths. We're about to get another one here because this is the last lower bracket match we'll be seeing today, because we're jumping to an upper bracket match right after this, which
Let's
is a
not talk about
qualification
that.
match.
It's
But
unprofessional to talk about other matches during
but
this
we
match.
don't talk
right?
about that
Yeah,
yet.
we don't talk about that ever. Oh.
What about later then?
Hey, what
It'll
about
just
this
be
pick?
silence. Just raw silence, and we cut over to the EECA broadcast. Look, the game is already up, and now we are exactly the same position that we left off from just now, right? This final pick is going to be the Irithel from the side of Onyx PH. Very fast, very quick. Thank you, why not? As we go into the second half, now to the bans.
That's respect on the 1-1. I mean, even earlier on, we saw the mechanics already. The potential that you could get from ISO. So you really have to find a way to counter it out. Now, will Onyx PH indeed deny the other junglers available there for Shiro? But they banned the Hilda instead of any other jungler.
To be fair, Ureshi was playing a pretty decent game.
Yeah.
From early to mid, it seems like he was at the right places at the right time, on top of the right targets, making sure that King Kong's life was... he was forced to make certain moves because his life total was getting attacked by Ureshi consistently. So I'm all for it, right? Get rid of the Hilda, get rid of the annoying problems. Zetian gets banned out for the side of Area 77.
I guess that's the most interesting part. Because, like, the Zetians don't get that much attention anymore. Even though I feel like it was established that the trade back then was the Zetian into the Farsa, just canceling out the Veteran Airstrike wherever you are, but things have been different. The win rate hasn't been that good for the Zetian, so Area 77, if they want to double down on the mid lane bans again...
I mean, like, here's the thing, Brigida.
What?
That's human nature.
People change.
You make one mistake.
Oh, it's different.
And everyone just keeps looking down on you. They'll look at you as unredeemable.
Unredeemable? God damn, brother.
That hurt.
Reality is harsh.
Whoa, wait. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, the Angela Irithel.
Dude, I'll wait. Go ahead.
I mean, it was an expression.
Yep, it's a good ban coming in from Area 77, right? They're looking ahead of time. And I think that the Zetian ban also has some logic behind it, because a lot of the reason why they were losing fights in game number 1 was because of information, right?
Yeah.
It was the lack of information for Area 77. And every time they made a move, they got punished.
Another thing, Fed Airstrike open, and then Zetian user ult can cancel that as well.
Yeah,
that too. But they still have
But Gata
ways,
could do that
so.
too. Oh, Suyo! Suyo Esmeralda.
I don't know about this one.
Where is... Well, yes, there's damage from the 1-1 Farsa.
No, I think that the Suyo may not... I think they're going to comfort picks, right? It
Yeah,
has
yeah,
to be
yeah,
comfort
yeah,
picks at this
comfort.
point, because Suyo doesn't do well into this particular matchup. Yes, he chunks out the Yishin Shin given the right opportunities, but the Phoveus is going to be difficult to deal with. The Gatot as well, and most important, now that they've got the Farmus, it doesn't feel like Onyx PH can do too many mistakes, right? It's just, oh, I overextend. Drop down the ult.
In case there's any new players, this was the traditional way to deal with the 1-1, where when she uses the crossbow of Tang, you open up your ult so it doesn't like always refreshes. And the thing is, once you get like 2 or 3 items, your Ghost Bursters will be able to deal enough damage to 1-1, because she's a mid-range hero, so she will inevitably get hit by those Ghost Bursters as well. So very smart pick, showing their experience, showing the amount of years that they put into this game. But now, again, this is potentially Area 77's last game. I'm going to give it over to Gideon as well as Brigida.
Thanks, LaFell. Woo! All right, now that the technical pauses are out of the way, it's time we start moving into the game to see what is important between our two fighters, our gladiators, fighting for tournament life from NA. It's Area 77 on the blue side, facing off against a super fam, Onyx PH on the red side.
Man, these last picks coming in from Super Friends. Such interesting choices all the time. They always make sense. It felt like they had much more room to ban out other heroes too, because since Area 77 already revealed the Farsa, they didn't have to take out the Valentina and whatnot, so it was an easy option for Onyx PH here. But then again, let's see how they play this out. Seems like the plan is to still go in aggressively, potentially get the first blood, and they will. How fortunate is it that they actually get Shiro even?
A pretty bad mistake. Honestly, I didn't think it was going to get punished this hard, because you see the initial tap the blade surge into the wall. He wanted to go over the wall to get right on top of the Litho Wanderer as it spawned. Had he gotten that, he would have more than enough time to not only take the Litho, but go to his purple buff, But the cooldowns, right? They're
Yeah.
still pretty long in the earlier stages of the game. Just a nice chain of CC from Super Friends and Brusco.
Yeah, and also interesting, somehow Shiro still able to catch up, also stole away that gold crab away. They find a way to deal with Brusco as well. So they even out the kill score, and they might actually try to go for King Kong. What? Ooh, maybe not the best decision, especially as you're trying to catch up. So that just hands over 2 kills in the early game for King Kong.
That has to be... That was quite the mistake. I'm not sure, because he knew what the jungle pathing was. He shows up by Little Wander, knows that he doesn't have his orange buff, therefore it should still be up. Gets into the fight, they do make the initial play on towards Brusco's side, but then why go further than that? Why go make your way towards Beetle's side? And you know that you're low.
You literally handed over the information, and now Ureshi gets handed over to Onyx PH as well. Ghostburster's already committed. Joy Bodge, will he still try to attempt to scout, though? I don't think at this point Area 77 should actually try to contest for anything, and just as they still want to farm, Shiro gets denied of that. King Kong's the only one who worked on the objective. There's the Curse of the Crow, however. Super Friends dodging all those feathered airstrikes, still survives, also dodges the falling Star Moon. Area 77 doesn't get to punish them at all.
Area 77 need to take a deep breath right now because they're playing a little nervous, right? They're making these desperate moves when honestly it's not a desperate situation within the game. I understand that elimination is on the line here, but if they don't recollect themselves, these mechanical mistakes, Onyx PH will start disrespecting you. We need to see you hold your ground like you did in game number 1.
Okay, Joy Bodge. Do they have the damage to deal with him? King Kong catches up Mountain Shocker into Joy Bodge. Will actually get to punish, not even punish, just clearly take him down. Shiro gets chased by Super Friends. AOG committed by Brusco. They're forcing the fight right here. There goes the NetherRealm as well, surviving or allowing them to survive. Things are not looking too good. It's already a 6-1 kill score.
Hunter, please, we need you to land these shots. He's trying to be... Oh, wait, no! Ureshi finds a play of his own, but it did come at the cost of his flicker. If he manages to walk it, it'll be great, but no, he's gonna fall as well. You can see this desperation oozing out of Area 77.
You need to see the chemistry, their familiarity with one another come in, because it feels like they're doing too much things, separate things, individually in this game, which clearly is not the way to go up against this lineup, especially if you're trying to play around certain heroes of Area 77, because being this much behind, especially on Shiro, doesn't guarantee the space that your other members need to farm up.
Yes, and right now, you can tell that when it comes down, when people talk about experience, right, most people are thinking, oh, you need to have a certain level of game IQ. No, Onyx PH has years of protocols that they've implemented in their game, force of habits when they see certain movements across the map. When you see someone like Ureshi walks up, guess who's there? Kirk, keeping an eye on it. And with that being said, their numbers advantage can pinch them whenever they want to. With the lead that they have, they're forcing it.
Dark Wave and Infernal Pursuits into the AOG. Even with those 2 setups, it's all enough for Onyx PH to take down several members from Area 77, and now it's an easy way for them to convert. Just 5 minutes into this game, they'll actually get to take the tier 1 in mid.
Yep, this mid trio from Onyx PH. Now bulldozing their way, the most important structure of the mid lane collapses, and the anchor of Area 77 just struggling. Like, I mean, ISO, he's doing okay, right? He's trying to hold on to this wave, but the single assist, and more importantly so, the crab control from Kelra is only going to propel him forward, right? 92 gold, honestly not that bad. ISO is holding on despite Kelra's initial assist.
Oh, but Shiro gets caught here in the middle of 3, or actually 4 members of Onyx PH. That's already monster kill for King Kong. Gets to use the Mountain Shocker onto Hunter. And with the AOG, they don't get to catch Joy Bodge, but still, those are 2 crucial members from Area 77 already.
The one thing that you should never give Onyx PH, it's tempo. They've got not only a decent lead on their side that we've seen a lot of teams recover from, even at the top of their game, but tempo is too powerful.
That's Kirk dealing with 2 members all by himself. And with that little help he got from Super Friends, they got to kill ISO for the first time. So all members of Area 77 They're clearly struggling at this point in time.
Any play that they make is going to get disengaged. They need to understand how this composition works from the side of Onyx PH. They're getting bulldozed through because they don't have the right abilities at the right times. Not to mention, not even the items, right? So it feels hopeless. The only ways we see Onyx PH actually dropping the ball mainly comes from Brusco. His AOG is a game changer right now. Great disengage, but more importantly, it forces Area 77 to use a battle spell if they are caught out in the open. We need to start with that. Punish Brusco. Get that AOG out of the way, and then be patient if Onyx PH makes a mistake.
And that might just be the way they're planning to go. And their first step is to maybe avoid the fights for now, as they look for the trades on the opposite sides of the map. But will Onyx PH actually let you avoid these fights? Kirk will try to chase down Shiro, forced to use the Retribution. AOG gets dodged, but he won't get to judge the Infernal Pursuits. And they finally deal with him once again for the 6th time in this game.
Honestly, it's not too bad because there's no jungle camps that Shiro could have taken, right? No jungle camps to invade and steal. Taking that tier 2 is not that bad, and dying for a 6th time at this point really isn't much goal to the side of Onyx PH. They can kill him another 4 more times, and then yes, we have the Diggy, good old Diggy feeding strap, but even so, he's basically pretty worthless.
Yeah, Ureshi's gonna try his very best to escape this chase from Onyx PH. Fortunately, has the mobility as an Esmeralda and the Flicker to keep him safe. But that doesn't change the fact that he'll get to find King Kong in the mid lane, and King Kong's the one who has enough damage to actually deal with him there.
They've already taken down Ureshi here. Onyx PH, they want anybody other than Shiro right now. Shiro just doesn't give them enough gold. It's not worth the time. They've already taken 1 off of ISO. They've taken 1 off of Ureshi at this point. Sorry, 3 off of Ureshi. They just need to get these holy shields down. If they're able to crack these holy shields early on, this Lord could be devastating for Onyx PH. They have a 6.4k lead with the majority of their carries already moving to their 3rd item.
Yeah, that's already a Blade of Despair that you can see. Oh, doesn't even get to use the ejector. He's just cancelled by the Dark Wave as well. Feathered Airstrike doesn't deal enough damage either towards the members of Onyx PH. So they're not gonna force a fight. Look at King Kong just working on other things across the map. ISO tries to fight against him, but that might not be the right choice. Just look at the damage coming in from this 904 Yi Sun Shin.
3 empowered auto attacks is all he needs to take out ISO. There's really no counterplay to that. For now, Shiro, understanding his role, hey, if there's anything I need to do, it's to push these towers. The holy shielding from the side of Area 77 starts to collapse, and that's perfect for Onyx PH. They're setting up this Lord. They don't care. Take the Econ turrets on the tier 2s. Yes, they're not buffed up anymore, and they'll take a little bit shorter to break down, but when this Lord falls into the hands of Onyx PH, they're going to look to end.
Yeah, these are things that Onyx PH just willingly chose to let go of. They just allowed Shiro to take those turrets, to take the orange buff. It's not like they don't have any information whatsoever that he's doing that anyway. And now they assign Kirk to go for the chase. He might just deny Shiro of his path to getting back to his base, but at least for now, Area 77, they definitely have to find a way to defend and deal with this upcoming siege.
And now they're calling the squadron back. They're like, whatever, you can take an inhibitor if you want to. You can try, because we're going to close out this game, Shiro. You decide your fate, as we see Onyx PH now knocking on the front door.
Oh, he probably tried to buy some time, but look at the Feather Airstrike immediately cancelled by the Dark Wave. There goes the Unstoppable Force and the Ejector onto Kelvin, but the Netherrealm saves him just in time, and even the Crossbow of Tang doesn't feel like it dealt enough damage against Onyx, but it will be enough to at least send them back.
All right, they took an inhibitor. They're looking for 1 more inhibitor. And Shiro, he's already gotten that initial push, but for some reason, they decided to switch Kirk and Brusco, right? With 2 inhibitors down, Brusco is finally back in. He's been holding the AOG this entire time! Oh my god!
And there goes the AOG, who actually somehow gets to dodge it, but will he be able to dodge the damage coming in from Onyx PH? Might not. And now they gain access to the base. This looks like it's finally it for Onyx PH, but Area 77 still find a way to clear it.
Another wave is about to collapse. Top side is going to go through, and it looks like Onyx, they're waiting for a mistake. They can't really necessarily force it. They already technically made a mistake by diving too far. And now they're just waiting for the waves to make sure that this is an inevitable end.
Yeah, fortunately they get to dodge those potential setups coming in from Onyx PH, but the death timers aren't that long, so they might have to respect that a bit as well. All members of Area 77 are back in this game, but they seem to want to end it as soon as they can. They find a target there, they look for Joy Bodge, they finally get to take him down. ISO gets to find the stacks, but there's a winter crown and another round, and this might finally be the opportunity for Onyx PH to end things. They don't have the minions, however, but that's a near wipeout for Area 77. ISO will try to find an opening, but that will be denied from them. And this means that Onyx PH will stay in this tournament.
And that's a 2-0 victory for Onyx PH, eliminating Area 77. Oh man, game 2, that was a beatdown, LaFell.
I mean, I don't know about you. I think that was a very fun game, and both teams get to express themselves, because I kind of feel like at one point they're like, okay, we know what's gonna happen, right? So might as well trade a lot of objectives. And to be fair, they got it. They got a lot of turrets in the game, and overall, yes, they lost, but again, they're gonna lose to anyone. Might as well be the world champions.
I think there's nothing to be disappointed here from the side of Area 77 as well as NA fans out there. The early game definitely is what really sealed the deal, because once Onyx PH had their mid-trio kind of roaming around and kind of bulldozing after the mid-tier 1, it was basically done for, right? Side laners, nobody was getting much of a lead anywhere there, so it's just, there's no saving grace.
Yeah, the way that Onyx PH just decided to capitalize mistake after mistake coming from Area 77, this was, yet again, experience clearly in play. I feel like there were a lot of those small mistakes which could have been avoided, but that's the thing, maybe. This is still, in a way, at the end of the day, something to learn from if you're Area 77, and for their first experience, for sure, they've got a lot of lessons from the first 2 matches that they played.
I mean, here's the thing. When it comes to experience, we don't talk about this a lot, but there's an art to be on stage, because we've heard from multiple teams either they're too scared or too hyped. Even for teams that's been here like a few years now, they have this mental crutch where, yes, you got a good game, but that doesn't mean you have to overextend. And now we're going to throw it over to an interview with Kelra and Eterna.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry, we were discussing a little bit earlier on because apparently Kelra needs a translator. Yes. Yes, he needs translator. Okay, Kelra, congratulations for winning this match. Now, I heard that you were sick before getting into this match. Is that true?
Yes, is that true?
Okay, are you okay? What's going on?
I'm okay, but earlier I not feel better because it's hard to breathe because of my asthma.
Oh, so the asthma was triggered.
Yes, and also I'm feeling dizzy earlier.
Oh, dizzy and asthma, but you're feeling okay now, or is it still?
A little bit, okay.
A little bit, okay. We'll make it quick then. We'll make it quick. Get well soon, Kelra. Hope
Thank
everything
you.
is okay because you're sick, you're unwell right now, but it didn't translate into the game. Game number 2, that was a very dominant game to say the least. Congratulations on that. And that's why I was really wondering, and I think a lot of people back at home are very curious too, as to what's been going on with Onyx PH. It's very different to your M6 run. I think you guys went through that very smoothly, but here at MSC, going to the lower bracket, has there been obstacles, challenges maybe that we should know about?
Siguro yung mga naging obstacles lang sa amin yung mga naging challenges sa amin. Mas naka-adapt yung mga team ngayon sa playstyle namin compare sa M6 na run namin na dominating kami, na walang naka-adapt sa laro namin.
He said that I think the challenges that we have faced during this season is that a lot of players and teams are able to adapt with our play style compared to our play style in M6.
Okay, so it feels like the other teams are stepping up because we didn't get to talk to you about what happened after that Aurora game. How did the team take it? Was it a positive vibe after that, or what happened?
Nung pagkatapos sa laban namin sa Aurora, parang hindi naman namin in-expect na kami talaga yung mananalo dun. Pero confident kami kaya pala namin na manalo dun sa Aurora. Naka-scrim kasi namin yung Aurora. Yung result ng scrim namin is very, dikit talaga yung laban. Kaya, yun. Mas naging positive pala kami nung after namin matalo.
Okay, so he said that after our game with Aurora, he we became confident after that. But although we didn't expect that we're gonna win the fight because we were able to do scrims with them. But despite that, they're still able to be motivated after their fight with Aurora.
Okay, so still motivated after that, but you were expecting that loss against Aurora?
Hindi ko naman na-expect yung loss. Kumbaga, expect ko lang na magiging close fight yung laban namin.
We didn't expect to be to lose the game, but we expected that it's going to be a close fight between us.
Oh, okay. They expected it to be a close fight. But was that okay? Was the players all right after that? Was it like a hard hit to the mental, or are you guys okay?
After talaga ng laban namin, parang mas na-motivate talaga kami, tas mas natuwa kami. Ewan, ba't ganun naging feeling namin? After nun, parang gigil na gigil kami. Mas gusto namin, after ba namin, pagkatalo namin doon, gusto na ulit namin maglaro eh. Ganun feeling.
After that game fight, we don't actually know, but we just felt motivated after that. We just want to win more.
Okay, so the drive became larger after that loss. Now, speaking of that drive, you're not in knockouts just yet, right? You still have one more match to take down, and it's either going to be against Homeboys or Team Spirit. So, up first, who do you think is going to be up against?
Tingin ko yung makalaban namin Homeboys kasi malakas din Team Secret eh.
I think it's going to be Homeboys because they're strong.
Ooh, Homeboys. Okay, I mean right now Homeboys are looking like a strong contender, but Team Spirit are too. Do you think it's going to be a 2-0 for Homeboys or a 2-1 for Homeboys?
2-1.
2-1 for Homeboys. Any message for Homeboys then?
Message ko lang, galingan nyo, gagalingan namin.
You better do it, because we're gonna fight, we're gonna do better.
Okay, thank you so much, Kelra. The golden standard. We're not gonna take too much of your time because we want you to get well as soon as possible. So with that, we're gonna throw it over back to our casters to break it down.
Hey, thank you. In a way, again, we wish him fast recovery. Looks like a lot of people are getting sick here. So hopefully everyone is doing okay. And you know what's interesting about the interviews here is that the person talks very long.
Yeah.
And then the translation so short. It's like the reverse of me. I take short ones and make it longer.
That's
this is longer.
true.
Oh, very, very time efficient.
Hey, I think, well, I'm just going to live in my naive little world and just assume that Tagalog is just a lot of words that have very condensed meanings.
Well, in a way, it does feel like a much more condensed and summarized version of some of the ideas that are repeated here, similar to the entire. They didn't feel that bad after losing. It was just, for some reason, a lot more motivation. It felt to them that they wanted to play right after that happened, which of course doesn't happen because you have a day to rest. But, you know, like maybe that's the super family mindset.
I mean, honestly, we can relate. Because when we lose, we're not going to sleep.
Oh, that,
There's
yeah.
one more game. Until we win, we're not going to sleep. But now, we're going to be looking at the MVP of the match. It could go on to anyone. It goes over to Kelra.
Yep, Kelra.
Sure.
3-0 and 3 on this
It's
Irithel.
not like that's a Yisun Shin in that game.
Hey.
That kind of like one-shots people, you know?
Hey, Kelra had to struggle. King Kong just got to farm. That's the difference. That's why he's the most valuable player.
Or Kelra denied the main hero they wanted to play around.
That's also true. Yes. Also making sure that the 1-1 wasn't as effective. I mean, again, having lane dominance has its roles. We're being real kind with this because, man, oh boy, Kelra, it's hard to say that he isn't the gold standard without getting an MVP.
Yeah, but anyways, for you guys at home, make sure you guys support the teams. It's only the what? 20 diamonds. Make sure you guys support the teams because, again, it all contributes to your own benefit of getting skins as well as a lot of goodies with the MSC coins. Now, coming up next, it's very interesting because Kelra has a lot of confidence for Homeboy. So I'm not going to have opinions because we know how that goes. So I'm not even going to ask you guys. We're just going to prepare for the next one because right now we're going for a break where after this is Team Spirit going up against Homeboys.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
We're finally here at the final match of the day. And this is going to be between Homeboys going up against Team Spirit. In terms of storylines, they've met before, at least in terms of the organization. The players, not so much. Welcome to the MSC here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Rafael. Alongside with me is Brigida as well as Gideon, where we're going to be talking about this match. And it's interesting where Kelra thinks that it's going to be a 2-1, could go over to Homeboys. But if you look at the previous, I would say, performance of both teams, Team Spirit looks more confident and Homeboys looks a bit shaky.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that Team Spirit is really solid this time round, right? And I'm glad at the very least both of these teams aren't going to be the cause of each other's downfall. They're not going to group each other here. It's just, it's a no-stakes match. This is just for a playoff advancement.
Yeah. The fans can relax a bit, I guess, because like these teams...
Just a bit, because loser's going to go up against Onyx, you know.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing, you know? Like, whoever loses this will have to win against Onyx if they want to secure the last or one of the last few spots remaining for knockouts. But yeah, at least they're heading into this match without thinking that it is a do or die or it is the elimination. But I guess it depends on perspective.
Yeah, in a way, it's kind of do or die, because if you lose, you're going up against Onyx. So kind of the same thing. Speaking of which, I don't know if the audience can hear it, but here at Team Spirit, they're already voicing out their confidence, their war cries, right? Either ways, definitely Team Spirit looks much more stronger. But again, looking at the opponents that they went up against before, Tiempo and Yaguay, does look like they're not really up to date on how to play the matchups in this current meta, where Homeboys, they won, but they really won based on the punish that they did against Team Flash. Now, here's the thing. Will Team Spirit do any kind of mistakes that they'll be able to punish? Because looking at how they've been playing, they've been pretty clean.
Well, based on, you know, context cues that I'm solely basing this off of what Kellera is saying and what I've been hearing down the grapevine, it really boils down to scrims, right?
Yeah.
What is the information are they getting from the scrims itself? Homeboys is one thing, but Team Spirit, I feel like considering the environment that they've been playing in, the brave draft system that they have to go through, their hero pools have always been big, but now with a lineup that has stuck together for more than 1 year, this team coming in from EECA is a powerhouse for a reason. And it's not only because of their strong fundamentals, but each person is a playmaker in their own right.
Yeah, I agree. This is somehow definitely going to be a much more level playing field for Team Spirit if we were to base it from the previous matches that they had. But seemingly, even through the interviews you get from them in the previous match that they had, the confidence, you still get to see it there. Like, you talk, or Aterna talked to Hiko, and I mean, we all know Hiko's the guy. He's all smiles. He's just that very jolly, young player, one of the youngest players that we have here in MSC. But when you ask him about his confidence, I know he says it's okay, but it doesn't seem like it's just okay if you look at his play.
Hey, you gotta lie to your opponents. All right?
Give them false hope.
When you're really confident, just be like, not really. I'm like very nervous. And if you're like super not confident, be like, I'm good. you just gotta lie. You know?
I feel like between the matchup of Homeboys and Team Spirit, between Hiko and as well as Mel QT, where Hiko's like, yeah, you know, I'm no big deal. And then there's Mel QT who's just like, I'm kind of average overall.
Really? He's the average marksman.
He is the average marksman. They give off the same energy, which is why coming into this matchup, I really want to see whether or not what we've been seeing from the Homeboys, is it just the wrong read on the meta, or is it the information from the scrims that have been kind of skewing their perspective on the meta as a whole?
Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to see how Homeboys does enter this match, because I don't think relying simply or just on the ability to punish your opponents is gonna be enough, especially in the long run if you really get to stay longer here in MSC, because heading into this tournament, they've gotten a lot of attention. They've only lost to, I believe, SRG in their entire run, and that's definitely something you'd have to look at from MPL-MY. But the way that they won in their first match, I believe for many wasn't that convincing.
I mean, like, again, like their story is basically like every single player are basically scraps, right? Sup, Daddy Hood, the owner is there. But yeah, looking at the team, they are very strong, but also one of those teams that they really need confidence in order to play well, because their main shot caller, Ivan, really needs to be in the zone to make sure that everyone is playing their positions well. And now we got to talk about both these matchups, because Hikomania going up against Malaysia, this is not the first time. Heck, before this, even Homeboys went against previously Des Volt. That's also a story in itself. Right now, we're looking at a man on a mission. So far, going up against Vamos, they were able to win. But MSC 2024, Homeboys was able to beat Team Spirit. Now, here's the thing. In terms of the organization, more or less the same, but the players are definitely different.
Yeah, the players are definitely different. This is a whole new Homeboys, in rebranded, right?
Yeah, rebranded,
with what people some may call scraps, now turned into potential diamonds. And they could really change this narrative here. Because keep in mind, Team Spirit, it's not like they're unfamiliar. Yes, they do have history with Malaysian teams, but they also decided to boot camp in MY as well. So keep that in mind, that they do probably have a, I wouldn't say upper hand, but at least a good insight onto the MY playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, even for the match wherein we saw Onyx PH and Aurora, those players too weren't entirely the same players in Aurora PH, which you get to see go up against each other every single time. But the stories behind the organizations, it's still there. And now that's gonna be what Hiko aspires or strives or wants to do in this match, is to even out the score historically between these two organizations, because if they do get to win it this time, then they'll be able to bring it to a 2-2 standing. Like regardless of the changes between Vamos, between Homeboys and Dios Volt and Team Spirit, then that's probably what they're going to be after.
Honestly, there's a lot of lane-to-lane matchups that I really want to look at, but I want to start with the gold lane, because Mel Cutie back in MPL Malaysia is known to be like, even though we call him the ordinary marksman, he does try to win his lane. Like, he's very aggressive in the sense that he wants to join the fight even when it's like not super necessary. He just wants to be involved. But I gotta say, in the previous matchup going up against Team Flash, I see some hesitation. It almost feels like he's playing a little bit too safe, which is not really his playstyle. Going up against Hikomania, we've seen him having the capability of even getting savages against one of the stronger teams. So I really feel like Hikomania, despite him saying, you know, confidence-wise, it's just okay, I kind of feel like for both of them, Mel Cutie is the one that really has to get comfortable here, where Hikomania, in a way he feels at home.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because Hikomania has proven time and time again that he is capable to play on a big stage and perform at the highest level. But Homeboys, this new rebranded Homeboys, it's a little different. As we get into this draft, I'm hoping this time around it could change that full narrative that these rejects are now turned into diamonds and shaping up to be potential favorites or dark horses, right? I mean, if we're talking about, as we go into the draft, we need to start talking about some of the other matchups because Izanami Yayo or Izanami, the Prince
Just
of Mages
Izanami.
against Sunset Lover.
I don't care.
Fair enough, but Izanami and Sunset Lover are honestly pretty similar in their play style. And then finally, the one matchup which I'm really worried about, Amal versus One Shot, because One Shot really feels like he's found himself this season.
That's true. The mechanics that we've seen from One Shot, they've been terrifying, which leads me to my question of whether it will be the same situation where the Lancelot is gonna be banned, because for the past few games, I think we've seen that teams have just been respecting him, but so far it's still open.
Personally, for me, I prefer the Lancelot getting banned or Homeboys pick it up. No bias, but you know, it is what it is. I don't even say it is what is it, you know. But yeah, personally for me, I do prefer it getting banned out because so far people have been fighting the Lancelot with the Hilda. But I kind of feel like for both junglers, they're experienced enough to be like, this is a nuisance, but I'll get through it eventually.
Yeah, no, I agree. I can agree with that. But I feel like Lancelot right now is positioned in the meta a little too well, right? It has a very high skill ceiling, but it's got ridiculous numbers thanks to the items that people have been adding onto it. But let's look at the fun fact, because again, the staple from Team Spirit, Kid Bomba. Apparently his IGN came from a kid who shouted Kid Bomba after his Fanny eliminated an Emmy with just one shot.
Wait, so one shot is it one hit or one shot the player?
I don't know. It'll be funny, even funnier if one shot the player was the guy getting hit by Kid Bomba and he's like, Kid Bomba!
It's like, oh, I like that name. I died, but hey, One Shot is a good name.
Oh, wait. Are they actually...
Banning out the Irito, this is very interesting.
They want to set up for a 1-1 first pick. Let's see whether TS decides to kind of lean into it, right? They can decide to be like, yeah, sure, no 1-1, no problem.
Why does it feel like they're thinking about, they might let it go?
But the thing is, they ban out the Arlet, so this makes it so that Team Spirit can pick up the Farsa.
Yeah.
Maybe even Farsa Lancelot to go up against the 1-1. I kind of feel like that's a worth it trade.
So are we still going to support...
She even went Omen, they're like,
No, because I'm thinking, are we still going to be supporting Homeboys in... Oh, wait, it was okay, coach, I see.
I don't understand.
This is the table of the flipping.
Why? Why would you... You're on blue side. You're on blue side and you're like, I want to set it to potentially get a 1-1, but no, we're going to go
Lance. Now they can get a
Lands.
Farsa.
Yeah, now they're going to get
Farsa
the Farsa.
Granger?
Do they want to go Granger here? I mean, it would have been nice if Erythel was open, but hey, decided to ban it out.
There's a Phoveus too.
Phoveus isn't too bad, but then that opens up options for TS picking up the CC and then really starting to compromise. I mean, it's difficult enough that you have to deal with the...
Jushin?
The Jushin, yes. Sorry, I don't know why the name was taking so long to get to me. Processing speed slowing down.
It's okay. I forget people's names too.
Maybe it's the voices, I don't know. Even so, being able to kind of stick onto your opponents is always a really good opportunity. But that's the thing, you are going to be an anchor. And now Homeboys say, you know what? We don't want that Farsa. Instead, we're going to lean into the Kimi this time, plus the Badang, which is probably saying something about TS. Like, hey, maybe there's an opportunity, and it also deters TS from actually picking up Joy.
Interesting flow we've seen so far. So does Team Spirit get the hero for
Phoveus? I feel like either Phoveus or the Hilda is an option here.
I don't think that they're going to go for
Phoveus
or Hilda.
I'm just worried about the one-shot options later. Oh my... Okay.
There's a lot of damage here, but the thing is, Homeboys has a lot of damage as well. So it kind of looks like for Homeboys as well as Team Spirit, they're just, making a gentleman's agreement and be like, hey, let's fight Micro here to see that who has the better skills.
I'm down, but the problem is that Homeboys do have a bit of a trump card on their side. Ooh, good ban on the Akai. Really good option here for the side of the Homeboys to ban out, but the same goes for TS. It does reveal a little bit of how they want to run their comp. However, Homeboys, they kind of have their book a little more open other than the Badang. I feel like TS need to recognize two things. One, yes, the Phoveus is still a potential for the side of the Homeboys, but I think they should be more worried about a Masha more than anything else.
Or maybe even later on, if Homeboys picks up something like a Harif, I kind of feel like their momentum, it builds up very, very fast with the Kimi as well as the Harif and even the Badang. Like, they just... Okay. Hey, you know what? I'm good at drafting too.
Hey, they could throw the Kimi into the gold lane. The worst comes to worst, right? I think that's still a potential. There's still some potential there. I'm not sure how that matchup works up specifically against the Wanwan. I know Granger and Harith. I'm not so sure about the Wanwan positioning on that.
Yeah.
Now we go to the final ban for the side of the Homeboys, and then first picks on the second phase for TS.
Oh wait, another pick that people like to go up against the 1-1. Mostly just because you want to survive the lane is pick up something like a Claude, which I remember like week 1 or week 2 of MPL. That is something that Melcuti really likes to use just to make sure that this 1-1 is not able to get an edge over him.
This is interesting. It seems like it's purely utility that they want to deny from one shot. So
again, gentleman's agreement, let everyone be damaged.
They're letting... I mean, I thought damage was the good thing. Like,
It is
even
good.
a lot of damage was a good thing. But
I like it.
Homeboys are just letting it happen for Team Spirit. But they save one-shot's hero for later. Picking up the... Wow, this is like a lot of single target, not so much bursty composition we're seeing from Team Spirit so far.
I totally agree. I think that right now, Team Spirit, what it really boils down to is we fight. We're going to get, no matter what, there's going to be attacks for our life total when we trade against each other. But if I can leave the lane first, we rotate super quickly with our entire lineup. I think that's the general idea I'm seeing from the side of TS.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they're playing for Hiko here because honestly, like this is kind of like the same mindset or playstyle that they have for quite a while, and now picking up the Ruby as well as the Beatrix. So first you thought, oh, Ruby gold lane, and you're like, nah.
No, even the Lancelot first pick gave us that feeling, you know?
Hey, Mythic Seal picked up Lancelot first pick and took down SRG, okay?
Yeah,
I still have my traumas, Brigida.
There are still traumas, but now Guinevere comes into play. This is really good.
That was so
out.
surprising they immediately drop it down.
Yeah, no, I have to admit, Team Spirit, I think they've got a better draft here. It's easier to pull off. However, it all boils down to, can you land the CC in the first place, right? So Homeboys have a high ceiling of trying to outplay TS, but at the same time, TS, if anything hits, it's over.
Yep, T has a lot of ways to initiate a fight, so I'm going to be throwing it over to you guys, and we'll see how this match really plays out.
Oh man, LaFell doesn't even want to give a prediction. I mean, or he doesn't even want to say what comp that he likes
doesn't
even more. He's like,
anything.
nah, there's too many curses in play. But hey, what about you guys at home? Who do you think is going to win? This is going to be a really fun matchup. We don't get to see. I mean, the first shifter has got a fun little game of their own.
The Atlas, they got the Atlas.
They got the Atlas, so therefore we deserve to have some fun too. It's time here at the MSC Midseason Cup 2025 live in Riyadh for the EWC 25. Homeboys going to be on blue side, facing off against Team Spirit on the red.
This is gonna be an interesting take on the playstyle from Team Spirit. I don't know if you could say it's mostly team fight, because the majority of the heroes we're seeing in their composition are literally single target heroes. I mean, you could say that the Guinevere could like affect more than one hero, and it's great that it has a way to keep itself or immune itself from the other crowd controls that can come in from Homeboys, because that's going to be a problem. I mean, Ivan, Izanami, and actually, more importantly, Vel, right? Those are a lot of layers of crowd control that you have to think about if you're Team Spirit who wants to go in and looks for the setup.
So many, right? And I think this game is going to boil down to the performance of the laners on every single lane. Maybe the junglers not so much, but there is a higher onus on one shot to land his abilities, and Amal needs to be able to use his iframes to get on out of there. Speaking of which, let's look at the emblem setup, because this time around, I'm not seeing Killing Spree. Amal has decided to go for the War Cry.
Even for, I mean, looking at the emblem combinations for one-shot, since it's been a while since I've seen a Guinevere jungle, seems like it's going for a tank emblem, a little bit of thrill here, and of course additional damage to the jungle. So yeah, maybe it is indeed Team Spirit just wanting to play around Hiko. If even the Guinevere seems like it's going for a bit more tankier approach.
Yeah, I think the tankier approach is slightly better here, right? Because if we're talking about just like, there's just so much disruption from Homeboys' side. The only way we see One Shot actually making an outplay of his own is if he times his Violet Requiem perfectly against the I'm Offended. But now, first fight.
Oh, that's another one that's timed, but look at the layers of crowd control coming in from Homeboys. They introduced it as early as minute 2 of this game. First blood is none other than One Shot, and this is likely to be a turn turtle that gets into the hands of Homeboy's Thornrose, dealing a lot of damage, but Amal somehow gets punished too.
He didn't. Oh, he thought they wanted to go for more. I'm pretty sure Vel was communicating I was going to flicker and try to make a play to get you out of there, but it happened too late, and now the I'm offended as well.
My.
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting those 2 upcoming kills.
That's true. That's why I already stopped. Like, imagine that. There was still a flicker that Ivan could potentially burn, and yes, it's gonna be a huge problem for Team Spirit, who's just trying to run away, but that's the thing. This isn't a gold lane Ruby. It's an XP lane Ruby, so seeing it active in the first objective just helped so much in terms of Homeboys winning that fight. I mean, the way that they're able to layer the Fist Break and the I Am Offended, Team Spirit could barely move, could barely get out. There aren't any Purify spells either way other than Sunset Lover.
Yeah. Oh, so it seems like I was wrong. Amal did end up missing one of the punctures. He didn't get a reset on it, which is why he couldn't double dash out of the pickup here. Even so, right, the extensions and the kills that came afterwards, after Amal died, is really great for the Homeboys, because these leads adds up for people like Izanami. He's got that full level lead against Sunset Lover and Vel. He's got full priority, right? He's not really interacting with Kid Bomba. He's saying, hey, I am willing to give you a little bit of gold, because if Izanami gets far enough ahead, you don't have an option. And he still has Purify, so Sawo's thinking, man, I can't even force it.
Oh, you're already using the Traction Pulse though. Got to be cautious of Sawo, because he can potentially look for a setup though. But this is different from what we were kind of expecting to be Team Spirit just constantly being the ones to dive, trying to interrupt and look for Izanami or making him uncomfortable in terms of positioning, because if they're able to establish this lead, I mean, that's 100% kill participation for majority of their heroes so far. So I feel like they're gonna be extra confident in whatever they try to do or in whatever they try to position themselves, and that's what we're seeing right now prior to the next objective of this game.
Amal, gotta be careful there, buddy. You can't be losing your resets here, especially for your puncture. It's too important.
Whoa.
This might break out. The Traction Pulse has been thrown, but at this point, everybody, they're ready for this 5v5. They're really...
Oh! And it's Homeboys who starts things first. Amal doesn't land the Thorn Rose, will still try to go for Hiko, however, and Vel actually gets taken down. Kid Bomba surprisingly gets the last hit on the turtle, and Amal might have just gotten taken down. What? Renner's apathy from Melcutie! It lands to Sawo!
That was a headshot coming in from Melcutie, saving at least a bit of the scenario. They give away the turtle, but they end up losing 2 for it. Amal, he's got to be careful. He cannot make these types of mistakes. And honestly, just with the War Axe alone, Hiko was put in a lot of trouble. Had he landed it, that definitely would have been a kill. But now the lane swaps have started to come through, right? Melcutie still wants to be able to participate for this upcoming turtle fight. And surprisingly enough, Vel is willing to sacrifice bot tier 1 for this.
Oh, brief stun onto Kid Bomba, enough to burst him down through the follow-up damage of Melcutie, but the curtain call! Such well-timed and well-placed, and now One Shot finds the kill onto Melcutie. There's the way of the dragon as well, landed onto Vel, but look at the sustain and the Phantom execution! Homeboys, they turned things around!
How worth it is it? I gotta give it to Kid Bomba. He outplayed the scenario very well, but it's a 2-for-2 trade with a tier 1 down bot side and Hiko catching double waves in the process. The true winner of this really is Hiko, because Melcutie, if he survived here, it would have been a different story. Had he taken a kill off of Kid Bomba, then the economical damage wouldn't have been so bad as Hiko continues to get ahead in this game. The cleanup is nice from the side of the Homeboys, but the execution is not as polished as we would like it. Look at Kid Bomba. He knows he outplayed that. It's like, try me again.
How often do you see the actual winners not being part of the fight? but yeah, Hiko got a lot from that entire team fight, which took Homeboys long enough, but still, if you look at the lead, at least it's still in Team Spirit's hands. But nonetheless, I'm liking the mechanics. I'm liking how coordinated Homeboys actually is starting to look like in this game, regardless of how Team Spirit seems to play it maybe a little too aggressively even. I mean, there were a lot of times Kid Bomba up top was even right under the turret already, but they tried to recreate that play onto One Shot, has a way to immune himself, however, not the angle they're trying to look for as they land the kick on Izanami, and Amal gets taken down even before he gets to use the Phantom execution of the crossbow of Tang! He's actually finding the targets right now! 4 members already taken down from Homeboys.
And now you can hear, I can even hear it from here. Team Spirit are very vocal about it. We saw that mistake. You do not get to walk away with that. We need more polish. We need to smell the varnish off of you. Anything less is beneath us. Kid Bomba already managed to get the blade armor. This is going to just be a tougher time for Mel QT to try and cut through him until he gets a Malefic Roar or a gun. Regardless, it is a winning scenario as Team Spirit, 7 minutes into this game, 4,000 gold ahead, and a majority of it being held by both the side laners, Kid Bomba and especially Hiko.
They have so much room to move around the map. Ever since they've been winning out on the macros is the first few team fights that we've been seeing. And it's a surprising change of pace for this game. I mean, that was a high-pitched crossbow tang. It came in a little too surprisingly as well. Oh, traction pulse though. Doesn't land onto anyone, but they've created enough space yet again for Team Spirit, who will likely try to just secure this for themselves. Homeboys, even after that great start, even after those multiple chain CCs that we thought could have made things so much difficult for Team Spirit, now they're the ones struggling to find a way back. And look at the curtain call once again, landed beautifully, but the Bennett's Rage, there's enough damage as well. Kid Bomba popping the Vengeance, tries to sustain a little bit more, but Hiko will try to look for the staff. There's a flicker from Bell, but he gets to receive the Way of the Dragon, and that gives 2 kills, or 1 kill, 1-for-1 trade for both of these teams.
And Amal, he's coming back into this. He's like, guys, I messed up a couple of times, but now I'm going to make sure that if we get somebody low, I will finish them off. And Kid Bomba, he tanked the damage with the help of that Vengeance, and not to mention his blade armor, which is making Izanami's life extremely difficult. But the conversion, right? Team Spirit was 4,000. There's now 6.1k ahead, and they still have the Lord walking down to the bottom side. All the Econ turrets, which is all this tier 2 turrets, are going to collapse. That Holy Shielding will protect them. But I think that Team Spirit now just really taking their time, right? Eating away at the economy of the Homeboys, stealing away their jungle at the same time.
Yeah. You gotta be careful if you're Homeboys. There are flickers available for Sao. Spatial migrations even for 1 shot, and looks like the Holy Shields are already gonna pop before the Lord even gets to approach their inhibitor turret down bottom. Sao might have wanted to try and go for the attempt, but they're gonna play it safe. There's the traction pulse, gets dodged by the Crimson Beacon, and somehow Homeboys successfully defend for now.
All Holy Shielding has been stripped away, and Team Spirit, they understood there's no way we're going to be able to finish this on the first time, right? Even Sawo, he's looking for an angle, but if he doesn't see it, they just have to back off. No reason to throw your lead now, especially now that you've developed a very solid 7k. In about, what, 70 seconds or so, Homeboys are bound to make a mistake. They have to walk back up. Malefic Gun already purchased for the side of Mel QT, and I think it really boils down to a battle of battle spells, unironically.
That's true. I like how Sao, yes, tried to look for a kick, but when he saw that it might not be the best time to go for a kick anymore, just disengaged. Didn't force anything to happen anymore, because that's respect, of course, coming in from Team Spirit and them just badly wanting to hold on to the lead that they have. And now all they have to do is just to keep managing these waves, deny the potential farm that Amal could actually secure. And that's not looking too good too, by the way, because he's 2 levels behind of 1 shot. So even when it does come to the objective fight later on, this is a Lancelot, but the retribution won't be the same.
It's not on equal footing. And I think worst yet, right? The transition piece. Izanami was supposed to be the one that gets them over early to mid. And now that we're seeing the blade armors coming through, and I'm pretty sure Radiant armors are also eventually going to get built, unless he's got a Divine Glaive on top of maybe having I would say the concentrated energy might just be a little bit better in this particular case, just to sustain in this battle, right? Let's look at the items so far. Sky Piercer already built. And now already looking for a second item, but man, members from the side of Team Spirit already moving to their 4th item for their cores, 3rd item for their side laners.
1 shot doesn't have the Radiant armor yet, but already has the blade armor, enough tankiness to at least sustain the other major damage dealers of Homeboys at this point. So probably a major target for them is indeed gonna be Izanami, considering that he hasn't died yet even once in this game too. So it's going to be a huge problem for Team Spirit, because Izanami is also able to supplement a bit of crowd control, but Homeboys have to do a great job at protecting these heroes, not just Izanami maybe, because this is a 10k gold lead we're talking about in the hands of Team Spirit, so things can get pretty messy once they approach the base.
Yeah, it's looking to be a checkmate angle, and they've achieved it at a very primal time, right? Because off of this push, Homeboys are not anywhere close to the 42k mark. Team Spirit will eventually hit their final item power spikes, while Hiko, he's done with his items, right? He doesn't even need his situationals because nobody really threatens him at this point. So, unless he wants to sell his boots off for a wand, oh god. Right, I mean, Sawo's okay, right? He tanks a bit of the damage, but there's a second wave coming through.
There was a slight mistake, it seems, from Sawo in terms of calculating how he could have landed a setup for Team Spirit, but it doesn't seem like he still wants to go for the reset. Might attempt to do something if a member from Homeboys overextends a little bit, but at least they'll keep themselves safe. They'll just stay under the turrets for now, and even Sawo won't risk it anymore, so again, a successful defense, I'd say, for Homeboys.
Very successful indeed. I mean, their composition has the better wave clear, right? Team Spirit are the ones, the way that they siege is by threatening you with their position, by actually catching you prior to the siege or while you are underneath your turrets. And I think that right now, with Sawo losing that flicker, it's a...
Oh, and he doesn't have the flicker, as you mentioned, to get out of that. Spatial migration doesn't land onto anyone. There's the conceal coming in from Homeboys. Might just catch multiple members from Team Spirit, and there you go! But the crossbow of Tang lands onto the members of Homeboys. Can Hiko find a way to take down more than just one member? Vel being chased here by Kid Bomba, and one shot tanky enough to deal with the other members, but Hiko comes in, and with his help, they finally get the kill.
Hiko Mania, he got his name for a reason. A really good engagement coming in from Ivan. Even Vel trying to make sure that this play was going to work out, setting it up for his boy as a secondary engagement tool, but Hiko already had the weakness points already triggered. He had that crossbow of Tang, and even Sawo, he's telling the rest of his team, he's like, hey, I got caught off first, good recovery. This time I'm gonna make it count. Give me 17 more seconds.
That just brings it to the 10k mark though. In terms of the gold lead, it didn't shrink at all. It's Sawo once again with the conceal looking to find a target, but Homeboys are gonna keep themselves safe. Even with multiple successful attempts to defend without the Lord, Team Spirit were able to take that inhibitor turret up top nonetheless. So this upcoming objective, will Homeboys be brave enough to try and risk it? They're complete in terms of numbers, but in terms of battle spells, these two flickers that aren't in the hands of Vel and Ivan might be crucial.
Extremely crucial. Not to mention, they've got two side waves to deal with, right? Team Spirit can take however long they want to deal with this Lord, and they should be able to secure this without much of a contest from the Homeboys, and this is it. If Homeboys are able to make this one final defense, they will come back into this game on equal terms with Team Spirit, other than the minions pushing. But in terms of power level, Team Spirit, they're looking to try and close this out here. Sawo, he's used that conceal to get another inhibitor on that top side, but hadn't commit the flicker. So we need to see that big choke play from Sawo. That's what we're expecting here, unless One Shot is going to be the one who initiates.
Yeah, because for the past few Lord Sieges, the attempt from Sawo hasn't been that successful. He's always forced to recall, reset, and so Team Spirit are left with 4 members, and of course you'd expect the setups, the engagers to come in from Sawo and of course One Shot, but I feel like for now One Shot is more of the secondary layer of crowd control for Team Spirit so that they don't put themselves too much in a dangerous position. But Sawo, will he get to find it this time? Izanami Yeo still has the Purify, so might not be the best target, but he's already down, half HP! One Shot gets to find a different target. It's Vel instead and sets up for the perfect crossbow of Tang coming in from Hiko Mania, and that will just hand over the win to Team Spirit.
Too many mistakes being made in the earlier stages of the game, and Team Spirit, great converges, great punishes against the Homeboys. This is what I'm talking about. Team Spirit are so solid.
I kind of feel like this is the perfect time to have that rank mentality of that when you lose, blame your jungler. Because I gotta say, Amal on this landslide, he did make a lot of mistakes. And I kind of feel like it's very evident. Like you said, like missed punctures and then just questioning like, what are you doing there in the first place? And I kind of feel like he wasn't ready to face up against this CC coming in from Kid Bomba, because there were quite a few times where Kid Bomba was able to actually catch him with the curtain call, and it made it so that, hey, you want to dash? Hey, guess what? You don't get to do that.
Yeah,
so in this sense, CC is just a better Mincetar in that kind of sense, where you just can't move around and you just have to take the damage. So maybe it's jitters in game number 1, but I really feel like the mid trio, well, I would say Izanami, Ivan, as well as Vel, they tried their very best. But if your jungler can't really contribute that much, it's not going to be looking good.
Yeah, but that's not the only thing that I thought was really weird, right? They got Vel to kind of move out of his lane, and he sacrificed like, what, 2-3 waves even just to try and force a play with Mel QT's side, all of which, again, I understand the idea behind it, but if the execution doesn't net you that profit, it is you are on the losing end. The gold swing falls into the favor of Team Spirit very quickly, and we saw by mid-game, both Kid Bomba and Hiko both developed a 1.2k lead. That's not something you want with this type of comp.
Yeah, honestly, Homeboys seemed like they wanted to force too many fights together, which wasn't a bad thing because I feel like their lineup needs to be together for it to work. But Team Spirit, they were just, I'd say, much more composed in a sense that they've had their crucial key heroes or players just working on what needs to be worked on, and namely that's Hiko, who didn't care if he got to join the fight or not, because what's important, what mattered was that he got to get the farm.
I would say is that we saw Hiko with just raw, pure mechanics, but I gotta talk about Kid Bomba's battle IQ, because more often than not, we see like in a fight he's gonna be involved, but the way that he uses the CC is kind of like he's just waiting for them to get in a bad position, curtain call, and then gets away, and then using the Yo-Yo Blitz just to get some of that HP back. But it really does look like his battle IQ is that he's using himself as a bait, make them all these forced mistakes, and then trust his team to follow up, which they did.
I think that's why, you know, Kid Bomba has been such a standout player and some of the best EXP laners in the world, because he is not only trustful of his team, but he's very effective when he is utilizing his abilities. Not only that, right? Because I feel like One Shot had a lot of times where he could have been the first one to engage and then look to kind of like set up for somebody else, but really it's that curtain call that makes the difference, because if you lock down at least one core or even a tank, that's perfect, because you technically get a 2-for-1 if One Shot comes in with the magic thump into the Violent Requiem. You've basically locked down 2 people.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I feel like best example was the one that happened up top. Like Kid Bomba was already kind of under the turret. He just had to bounce away to reposition a bit, but that was all him buying time because there were other members of Team Spirit on their way anyway. So they got to somehow manage the team fight, which was looking good for Homeboys supposedly, because I'd say the idea was great. The fist breaks, I'm offended, the setups, and then the follow-up damage from either the Thorn Rose or the Beatrix, because the Bennett's rage happened a lot of times. It got to burst down members a lot of times. But like what happened after that probably was the difference.
Here's the thing, like I really feel like what Kid Boba did was the best example of what we mean by you gotta lie, right? You can't be too honest, because in that situation, people would think that he was throwing, right? but then all of a sudden, everyone is jumping in. But now I want to move on to say that Homeboys is not just AML. There's a lot of mistakes in terms of their abilities as well, because I even remember in mid where
when he throws the Bennett's Rage into the wave,
not even into wave, into nothing. I would understand if they're, you know, the minions are there, at least you get value there. You clear minions very fast for you to go to do something else somewhere else. So yeah, I kind of feel like Homeboys, they need to calm down and utilize their skills properly, because at this point it looks like they're throwing.
To a degree, right? It's just there's the lack of polish, which is why I was saying that for Team Spirit, they need to smell the varnish to give you respect. If not, they're going to just get away with everything, right? Convert on all of your smaller objectives, all of your green caps, all of your buffs. And that's what we saw in this game, that every scenario that we see TS win against the Homeboys, the gold swing is a little too significant than what I would be comfortable with, and Homeboys were more than happy to give it away. So coming into game number 2, and one more thing, another thing that I found really weird, despite TS being the more composed team, they were literally very vocal, shouting in the game, while Homeboys...
that was them?
Yeah, that was them. Homeboys were the ones who were silent, but they were the ones who didn't seem as composed.
So that was Team Spirit all
was
along.
Team Spirit the whole
I
time.
mean, we did see a replay once of Kid Bomba shouting.
I mean, when is he isn't?
That's true.
It's on brand.
Yeah.
That's Kid Bomba for you, I guess. But this is also Hiko for you, the rich guy and the carry for that game, who was relatively quiet for a 1-1 from the start. But that didn't matter. Like, the moment he was able to find his footing, join the fights, that's another thing. Like, everyone else made it so easy for him to stack the crossbow of
Yeah.
Tang. He didn't have to go out of his way too much to stack the crossbow of Tang.
I mean, like, to be fair, it is based on his skill, because even I was surprised by how quickly he flew up. But either way, like, we can definitely see, like, at least for Team Spirit, in terms of their micro, it's amazing. The decision making, as well as how they perform in the team fights, it's really good. For Homeboys, they really got to make sure that they are back in their own form, back in MPL Malaysia, because they look much more confident in that one, where when they're being aggressive, it's aggressive for a reason, because you can actually get something out of it. For this one, it really does look like you're being aggressive, but at the same time, you're hoping to get lucky, which I kind of feel like is not the right approach.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I want to
That's
believe
the
that they're,
experience, because you don't know.
as much as I want to believe that they're hoping that they get lucky in a lot of these scenarios, I like the proactiveness coming up from the Homeboys, right? I think that the jitters really are getting to them, and it becomes very evident when you look at these plays like fairly closely. Once they kind of got their composure together, it's a little too late. When you've given a 10K lead over to your opponents can make mistakes like this, like, oh no, it doesn't
That's
matter.
so fast.
And then he goes like, I don't care, right?
That was something I'd expect Homeboys could have really won.
They could have.
Because those were two members who got caught in the fist break, but in the blink of an eye, while they were being kited, for some reason, Hiko got the stack. So, you know, like that feeling when you were the ones chasing and then suddenly you're the ones.
I would say
getting
this
away.
more on Hiko. Hiko was damn good.
Yeah, he goes really good. He's one of those gold laners that you got to keep an eye out for, right? But hey, it just means that Homeboys need to play a little bit better, right? They need to pump up the standard. They need to be a little bit more consistent and have better execution for this upcoming game. Because again, the ideology for the comps are good from both sides. These teams, I want to say that they're a little more equal, but Homeboys have to show up first.
I mean, here's the thing. Yes, it's not elimination, but you're going to be facing against Onyx. So it kind of feels like you're just delaying the inevitable. So winning this one will make it big, because going to the knockout stage, being top 8, that's huge, right? Even in terms of just the placement you get with the money, right? So I really hope they start locking in, because if they don't do it now, I don't know when.
Yeah, I think they gotta get used to like locking in and just winning it out in
Just be
one
better.
series, being better. Because like once you get to the knockouts too, yeah, that means a lot. But
It gets scarier there.
Isn't it single elimination?
It is single eliminations. Hey,
Singles are scary.
Yeah, they are. And it helps that also that Team Spirit are playing like they don't want to face off Onyx PH. So they really got to they got to put their foot on the gas here. It's really, how badly do you not want to play against the Super Fam?
Yeah, but either ways, I kind of feel like in terms of the draft, I feel like it still makes sense. You know, because
it does.
I feel like here in the MSC, there's no real super bad draft. Sure, there's like one or two, but I feel like every single player, they show you the reason why these heroes are getting picked. And then we can see, like, in terms of Homeboy's draft, it's really about, in a way, like hiding, where you're trying to bait out mistakes with the Ruby as well as the Badang. But again, the way that Hiko played that 1-1 really made it so that it's kind of irrelevant. The moment they want to move forward, you instantly get punished. But to be fair, Hiko was also able to do that kind of damage because they were too far ahead. So again, they just gotta realize, because I feel bad for my boy.
Your boy?
My boy did well, you know, early to mid. Like he had like 0-0 and 6, but at that point it's like, guys, what am I gonna do?
Well, I don't know. I feel like I've been in the scene long enough to witness too many downfalls to kind of care at this point. I know. Look, hey, it's a matter of fact. I've seen a lot of Malaysian
we get cynical
teams.
As we get older.
Yeah, we get more and more cynical, which
is
is totally fine. But I think what I appreciate the most from these teams, especially at an international, is when there is that layer of polish, which I think is a big difference compared to all the other MSCs as well as M series that we've seen so far. This time around, the drafts are looking good. We do see the the pros and cons of the draft very quickly. It's not like, oh, this is an interesting draft. I hope it works in this way, and nothing happens.
Yeah, no, I agree. They really got to polish this as well as be a little bit hungry.
Hungry.
You didn't guess the joke.
Oh, so I'm assuming it's
No, it's a joke.
Don't worry, it's
geographic
about,
joke.
this is Balkan region. Don't worry about it.
Sure.
Yeah, look, TS this time. Oh, wait, actually, Homeboys have decided to go to the red side.
Yeah. and
Interesting.
For some reason, why do I feel like the 1-1's not gonna be banned all the time in this series?
Because people feel like I can.
Oh, they can. They feel like they can?
Just trust, but,
Okay, no.
Yeah, no.
Homeboys doesn't feel like they should.
They're like, we're done with this.
Yeah.
Okay?
Maybe like one of the players like, Coach, we can. And the coach looks at him like,
Say that to my face. Say that to my face, boy.
Okay.
I can imagine Erpang just holding his little notebook, just pulling it down a little bit, just eyes glaring. Say that to my face, boy. Jushin
Kadira
gets locked in.
Wait.
Kadira, CC. Homeboys is really making their own drafts here. And now a quick Lancelot pickup.
Wait, that's what you like to see, right?
I mean, who?
The unique drafts, because the first batch had a lot. So
what do you mean this is what we want to see?
I mean, for
what do you mean by we?
Okay, never mind. It's just me.
All right.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, kind of feels early.
I agree with you with that. I think that the Kadira is a little
Especially
strange.
because they already have a mid laner.
That's, well, Unless no.
It's not?
No.
What are you trying to say?
No.
He knows what I'm trying to say, unless it's a roamer.
I don't know. No. I don't know what you're smoking right now, but you got to stop it, all right? Get back on the meds here, sir. It's not happening. Fanny is getting locked in, baby. Homeboys, balls to the wall.
Hey, talk about changes, right? Talk about changes. Like, you know what? I feel like in that game, it wasn't hard enough.
If I were right behind Homeboys right now, wasn't there a time they also went Mincetar Gold?
They did do that.
Just to double down.
Shut up and talk, okay? But less of the talk right now. That did not work out.
Yikes!
I mean, like, here's the thing. Coach Jesvin, honestly, I respect him a lot. Like, he has these crazy ideas. And like I said previously about the drafts, like, once it's finished, the questions will always be there, but as the game progresses, you can see the logic around it. For now, you don't see it. Hey, trust me, even I don't. But eventually, just wait for this.
Okay, let's just wait for the last two.
Exactly.
If this gets even weirder, wait, what does that say? Oh, it's the Malaysian. Oh, dude, he's got the notebook for the Malaysian Esports Federation. That's cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I didn't know they had a notebook. I thought he would get a shirt at most. But even so, if this draft gets even weirder, I'm just gonna assume that Jesven, he just misses his girlfriend or something. I don't know, dude. Because I mean, this is we're not seeing traditional tanks.
No, it's about like never let your opponents know what's going on.
I don't know.
The element of surprise.
Yeah,
I would disagree.
Never be honest. Always cheat. Okay, not that one. But like you gotta have this deception. Be a magician.
This looks too honest though.
What's honest? What, you think this fan is going jungle? Actually, yeah, probably. But you know, it's like make them think. Hey, are we not thinking about it? Are we not
We're
confused?
thinking. I'm thinking too hard about it.
No.
What do you think about their opponents?
I think we have to simplify this just a little bit, right? Because right now it's a pick-off composition from the side of the Homeboys. I don't know how they want to round off the pick-off composition or who's going to be the true setter. Because if they throw Kadira into this mix, there's already like a Badang Lancelot and as well as the Jushin. And if Jushin just takes Purify, you basically dodge 90% of the abilities in the first place, right? Iframes from one and a good follow-up coming in from this Badang. I think if TS wants to have any opportunity, and this is why they're thinking about their last ban, right? They've gotten rid of the Gatot, they get rid of the Harrods, so now they just need to make sure that Homeboys don't scale to the late game. So worst comes to worst, you pick off, you get a huge snowball. Oh no, 10k lead. But if you can't clear waves, you don't scale that well, they can hold out.
Now I'm also thinking about the Mincetar. Because in your
it's
head,
actually pretty good.
In your head is always that what if.
What if or please do.
Yeah.
Maybe you agree with me now.
I mean, it's not that I disagree. It's more like I don't want it to be a reality.
You're getting very convincing, Brigida. I'm just gonna say that.
You
You know,
should have more
LaFell usually
confidence
doesn't
in
agree
yourself,
with me,
yeah.
but I think you're the only person who's made him agree with you this entire time.
So yeah, they don't agree with us. They're gonna simplify it maybe as we asked.
No,
so.
it's still snowball oriented. It works in the favor of like, you know, profile of picking people off. But really, are they gonna like run with Kaja or something? They're running with Franco. Oh, actually, Franco doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't sound too bad. Yeah.
Irathel, all right.
Okay.
I mean, like again, that's a lot of counters here. It looks like Team Spirit, they're really going for standard, and then Homeboys is really going for a question mark, which again could work.
They're going for a gas sort of like composition.
Yeah.
Ooh, Cho,
Ooh.
so good. Good denial from TS, but now we see the instant response here. It's going to be the Hilda. So strange. This is giving me like Ultra Legend vibes.
Because it's really like Homeboys, even if you look at how they played in game number 1, their idea is that kill them very, very fast and then hope for the best. Which, not gonna lie, I like that. It's something that I wish I can do in my ranked games, but now I'm gonna throw it over to you guys where, not gonna lie, I have no idea how to call this match.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to call this match either, but hey, it's going to be an interesting one. The composition from the Homeboys so damage-oriented, and the setter, surprisingly enough, is going to be a combination of the Curtain Call and some of the Breath of the Ocean plus Petrify, right? That's what we're hoping to see from the side of the Homeboys. Team Spirit, they've got like, we've seen compositions like this all the time within our MPO regions. But it's time. Let's head on over into the land of Dawn. MSC has been an exciting time as the Esports World Cup continues. But it's going to be Team Spirit on blue side facing off against Homeboys on the red side. Team Spirit on match point.
Yep. As you mentioned, Team Spirit clearly have to respect the amount of crowd control and burst that is going to come from the side of Homeboys, which results to, again, Sunset Lover and Hiko forced to pick up the Purify because the Kadita, which oftentimes goes with a pull yourself together too, and that's no joke because they almost always have the Petrify. You can just go in and out because again, it's much more faster this time around, and considering that Ivan's the one who can do majority of the job of just trying to disrupt the members, then you'll feel so much more confident to just go in. But Sawo responds with that flicker as well, committed onto Ivan, and the Lantern Flare immediately punishes Homeboys in their attempt.
What was that? I mean, really good response coming in from the side of Team Spirit. Like, Homeboys nearly came in with Grand Theft Auto there for a moment. Not Grand Theft Purple or Grand Theft Orange in this case, just one of the green camps. That's totally fine. But even so, this does mean that Team Spirit has tempo on their side.
Oh, will Emil actually try to find a target? Gets to secure the kill on Sawo. So somehow it's like a trade that's a bit delayed, but yeah, I feel like what Team Spirit tried to do there was very similar to what Homeboys tried to do in the first few minutes of the game.
It's just mirrored sides, right? All right, let's look at the emblems and see whether we can get some ideas, because I'm seeing a lot of lethal ignition on either side. They're going for big burst damage. They're looking to, try and take them out as soon as possible. They also have Concussive Blast on this Hilda to try and unlock Izanami as soon as possible. Clear the waves fast, then immediately start hiding. Guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, it's clearly burst that Homeboys wants to go for. Oh, like two-man fist break, fist crack by Kid Bomba. But there isn't any follow-up damage, and now Homeboys knows that they don't have those resources. But Salvo finds the last hit on the turtle objective. Amal with the counter gets to take down one shot, and he's looking for Kid Bomba next. That's a triple for Amal on the Fanny.
Really nicely done. Sunset Lover couldn't peel enough. There's a lot of mobility from Homeboy's side. And I gotta give it to Kid Bomba. He got some right ideas, right? I wish he didn't commit the ultimate onto 2 so early on in his lane. He could have used it a little bit later, but he still tried to slow down Izanami. Like watch this, right? Kid Bomba, he absorbs the damage. He doesn't mind, tries to dodge, but it's too late because the conversion from the side of the Homeboys kind of forced them into the corner, right? Sandwiching them in the river.
Oh, but Ivan, though, gets taken back under the turret through the Lantern Flare. This is such an action-packed early game for both of these two teams. We're seeing kills happen here and there. Up top, there's another committed ultimate from Kid Bomba, but he did not expect Izanami to be there.
The pull yourself together stacks are coming through, and Amal doubling down, right? Making sure that he's got the Blade of Heptases to double up on that burst damage. You show up, you go for that kill, and they want more.
Sawo finds the kick, but with Vel and the Yo-Yo Blitz, he won't get to survive much long. That was such a good shutdown if they've got it against Amal, but I don't think they'll be able to get that as easily. Sunset Lover trying to help One Shot here, still getting the stacks on the Lantern Flare, and One Shot gets the final hit.
Yep, all this because there is no information over the mid lane, right? Because we're seeing that both Izanami and Ivan are doing two separate things. Izanami trying to hurt Kid Bomba on the top side of the map, while Ivan needs to make sure that he is giving vision over where One Shot is. It is costing them a little bit, but not enough to turn this game around. Amal still has a 3-kill lead so far, while One Shot has already taken a single death, but he is up by 2 kills, so it's not like he's too far away.
Yeah, somehow they can still find a way to deal with this. They might want to contest though, but Fel doing a great job scouting the members of Team Spirit, but Hiko decides to join in, doesn't, or already uses the heavy crossbow too, by the way. And you can't just see that damage just yet. Izanami yet again bursting Kid Bomba. A member down from Team Spirit. Down below though, they find Ivan. That 5th time they get to secure the kill, but Amal will be just trying to look for the other target. Secures the retribution on the turtle first before he decides to join the fight down bottom. Tries to go for Hiko. There's the Crimson Beacon coming in from Sunset Lover. But that's a shutdown coming in from Team Spirit.
Nicely played. Very nicely played from Hiko's side. Unfortunately for Amal, it just doesn't have enough damage to completely burst through yet. I'm pretty sure that his lethal ignition had already procced on somebody else, and the same goes for his Heptases. So I think at that point, Amal might have considered backing off there, but he was confident because Hiko is playing an Aerotho who's known to be really squishy. I'm curious to see the item list in just a little bit, but it looks like a fight's about to break out.
Yeah, Izanami gets spotted out there, forced to use the ultimate just to escape. But I think that's what Homeboys needs, or what Team Spirit needs to do. Just always scout where these members could potentially be.
And the reason now, I see the reason why Hiko was able to survive that initial dive. First item, Ha's Claw. He's looking to sustain through the damage for the most part, especially in the early game, because he knows, hey, I gotta wait for my timing, right? I'm playing Purify, I'm not playing Sprint, I'm not all damaged just yet.
Yep. Getting through the laning stage is very crucial in this case. Oh, they get to bring Ivan down to half HP. Amal flies in. Doesn't get to damage anyone that much, but then there's the conceal. Cancelled immediately by Kid Bomba. However, there goes the fist break, blocking the path from Homeboys, but they still find a way to get in. They use the way of the dragon onto Vel, and Amal will be able to catch up, but somehow Team Spirit get to manage it. There's the flicker from Kid Bomba, but the other members of Homeboys have a way to disengage.
What was that? Vel had the most ideal flank possible. The follow-up just wasn't there for the side of the Homeboys, even though a majority of the abilities came out from the side of Team Spirit. Unfortunately, Izanami didn't have his ult, and the disruption from both sides wasn't able to line up perfectly despite that flank. And I think this is the big struggle we're seeing from both of these teams, right? They are ult dependent at the end of the day. Homeboys, they want to snowball this out of control, and Team Spirit are not giving them that ground. They're forcing them to use resources.
Wow. They actually delayed the reset for Amal. Find the way of the dragon onto Vel, and yet again One Shot might find another kill. Vel is already down. Izanami goes in. Doesn't get to burst anyone though. Sunset Lover finds Ivan instead. This is the time for Amal, but he gets cancelled by the Jeet Kune Do. This is Team Spirit. They're literally on a roll.
They're on a roll. They're pulling it back. Even though Homeboys started things off pretty exciting. Team Spirit, their fundamentals stay true and they stay strong. They haven't broken under this type of pressure just yet. And honestly, it looks like they're very comfortable with this style of, you know, constant, consistent brawls, instant invades, split map rotations as well to kind of distribute the damage.
This is indeed becoming such a brawly fight.
Look at the damage dealt, right? Already we're getting into the 22,000s.
Yeah, this is a 9-8 kill score in 7 minutes of this game. I mean, you'd understand why Homeboys, they have so much kill potential, mainly through Izanami. And yet again, similar to what happened in game number 1, Team Spirit aren't able to deal with him just yet. They're not able to find a way to kill or take down Izanami. There's been great positioning coming in from this mid laner so far, but there are other things which matter too when the team fight breaks out. Just so long as Team Spirit still has the Purify or these crucial heroes dodge the combos from Izanami, then that's an immediate reposition and a way to re-engage in the fight.
Talking about things that matter, I think Homeboys, they should keep on looking to try and force scenarios against Team Spirit, because at this point, the majority of the leads that we see from Team Spirit are actually in the hands of Hiko, right? Hiko alongside with Sunset Lover. They are the big profiteers of this. Well, I'm not going to forget about One Shot, because again, he is 2 levels ahead of Amal, and they were able to take away the purple buff. It feels like Homeboys, now they've come to a point where they've hit a brick wall, they can't seem to get past this plateau, and are now diverging resources to Mel QT.
Sawo uses the Way of the Dragon onto Izanami, still has the passive though, there's the flicker. Sawo tries to escape, also has the conceal. Vel will try to chase after him, also has the vengeance, but will it be enough? This might be the perfect time for Homeboys to go in, and there you go, Amal tries to look for a kill but gets blocked! It seems like the purple buff spawned just in time, and now Ivan might just get punished for this attempt!
Unlucky, unfortunate, and One Shot takes out Izanami before he could get the heal from the ult. Everything that could have gone wrong, despite it looking so good for the Homeboys, stolen away.
That was a sequence of unfortunate events for Homeboys. That could have looked like the perfect opportunity for them to finally chase after Team Spirit, because Sawo was very unsuccessful in his attempt. We have to look closely at this replay. Just look at how that path was suddenly blocked by the spawn of the purple buff. Oh, we didn't even get to catch it on camera, but...
I mean, mainly because Team Spirit won't stop pouring gasoline on this fire, right? And this dumpster fire is getting a little out of control. Another purple buff steal coming up for the side of Team Spirit. Not to mention that even for Amal, he was locked onto the wall. Luckily, Amal was able to find a purple buff of his own regardless, so he's able to make things happen. He's trying to even up the pressure off of this Lord push, because let's be real here. Homeboys don't exactly have the greatest wave clear.
Yep. So they might have to rely on a surprise, and that's exactly the surprise they might need. But Kid Bomba still survives, and with the Crimson Beacon going in, Team Spirit, they just keep finding targets against Homeboys.
They do. They really do. This Lancelot is so ridiculous. He's got the One Shot's got the items, and really he's living up to that namesake. They're gonna push in. No inhibitor now.
Oh, look at the damage. Ivan can't even survive. Phantom Execution to execute him then and there. They're just working on the minion waves, but will Team Spirit actually try to go for it? They just focus down all their resources on the base. They'll still get to cast the rough waves and clear the minion waves.
All right. At least they defend, right? At least they defend. That's all I can say about it. Winds of Nature being utilized by Hiko. He's been scaling at a steady pace, like a too good of a steady pace, some may say. 4 items already complete. He says no to the Wind Talker, says yes to the GDS, which is a little interesting, right? Because he understands that, hey, not only do I need to survive, I need to make sure that I don't take any residual damage from everybody else. People like Vel, people like Amal, if he's chasing me. Izanami especially.
And it's fortunate that Izanami, even at this point, still has that damage you have to respect, enough to even clear out that wave, which Team Spirit could have definitely used to try and put an end to the game. And that's clearly what they're after right now as they try to take out all remaining outer turrets. One Shot might just want to look for a target once again down bottom, but Homeboys will have to keep themselves safe. There's still a few more seconds before the next objective spawns, and if you're Team Spirit, you can't afford to make mistakes, but the Sawo actually want to try and go for something.
I think it's worthwhile. They've got a 10k lead, and it's clear that Izanami can only one-shot Hiko. And honestly, as long as they find the position of where Izanami is, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because I'm pretty sure Hiko is going to get his Winds of Nature off of cooldown in just a little bit. So that is going to take care of at least 2 of the carries from the side of the Homeboys.
Yeah, this is an interesting damage dealt ranking though. Bell is 4th and is the most damage dealt in Homeboys on the CC so far. But Sunset Lover, Hiko, and One Shot, they're definitely up there. Could this be the timing they want to go for, because it's only a few seconds? No, even the Lord has already spawned, so Team Spirit seems like they want to make something happen, but Homeboys, they've split themselves up pretty well, not unless they try to go for Ivan. Oh, gets blocked, however, and on the other side of the map, it's Kid Bomba who they try to burst down. Amal, will he successfully find the target? Gets knocked back, and one shot on the other side of the map, though. He finds the kill on Izanami. Together with Hiko, they've zoned out majority of the members of Homeboys.
Yeah, and that's what a 10K League goes gets you, you know? I think that was a little greedy for Sawa to initiate this fight by saying, hey, Ivan's the guy that we need to start things off with, right? I'm gonna go for not only just the kick, but a flicker kick, which is a big resource to use considering that AML is still at large. There's also Mel QT.
Yeah.
At the end of it all, they still get pretty much everything from the Homeboys. Every single one of their battle spells are gone. Izanami ended up dying in that fight because once again, One Shot just seems to not be able to make the mistake.
Yeah, luckily it went that way, right? Because the kick seemed like it was something Homeboys could have punished. And I don't think that the other members went for the wrong targets either. Amal onto the back lines. Maybe Izanami, though, tried to go for Kid Bomba, so maybe that could have been the one thing that was different. But let's see how they defend this for now, because these are consecutive waves coming in. They decide to go in with the flicker. Kid Bomba sets up for another kill, and it seems like Homeboys are just falling one by one, and so will their base. Team Spirit shall advance to the knockouts.
Well done. Team Spirit representing EECA, going to be showing the world that they're back on that world stage, and my God, are they great at closing out this show.
I think Kara, the interview just now, there was a mistranslation. You know, Kara did say that they want to go up against Homeboys, and
Hey, there you
go. Hey, he was right. Right, maybe it's just mistranslation.
Yeah.
He said like, oh, I'm facing against Homeboys. But yeah, that game, it was explosive. It was dynamic, but again, I kind of feel like being on stage, there's an art to it, right? Like, again, you don't want to be too nervous, but at the same time, you don't want to be too hype. And I kind of feel like the too hypeness is everywhere, from the draft, from the game, from the decision making. Because again, I kind of feel like Homeboys, yeah, it's a very good start, but then at the end of the day, there was just a lot of things that we got to question, and part of it is, it's just bad luck. What, dude?
To be fair, yeah, there were. I have to
Yeah.
admit that some of the turnaround moments definitely You have to incorporate bad luck, but you got to give it to Team Spirit,
Yeah.
right? Because they identified straight away that Homeboys is playing an extremely volatile lineup. It's not going to scale very well in the later stages of the game. It only wants to snowball. Therefore, that's why Team Spirit is so down to trade 50-50. Because if they keep trading 50-50 the whole game, eventually they will outscale them naturally without having to do too much. And Kid Bomba, I love his build, right? I'm going to go Thunderbelt. We're going to be fighting a lot anyways. I'm going to get a boatload of stacks.
Yeah.
And that worked out because Izanami just couldn't one-shot him at all.
Yeah, that's true. The item priorities played a huge role in this game. Both Hiko, both Kid Bomba, the side lanes.
Yeah, and now we got to throw it over interview with Eterna as well as Kid Bomba.
Thank you so much, casters. We're here now with Kid Bomba. All smiles right now, Kid Bomba.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. So coming into this match, I had a little bit of an interview with Hiko yesterday, and he mentioned that he wants to even the score with Homeboys. What's that about?
I don't know. We faced them a lot. In M6 it was Vamos, but then they were Homeboys earlier as well, and we have like, I don't know, it's kind of like a vendetta with the organization, you know? Like Team Spirit versus Homeboys. We always play them in every international, I don't know why.
So how does it feel to finally get your revenge here against Homeboys?
Feels good to beat them in the same place we lost last year, also 2-0, so yeah.
So you're coming back here, and you're going to be able to move forward to the knockout, so congratulations! Did you expect to be able to come this far?
We did. We had really good scrim results, so we aren't surprised that we do well. But now the real fight starts, you know, because now we will fight all the good teams in the playoffs.
So what's your main concern here coming into the knockouts? What are the teams that maybe you're looking forward to going against, or maybe even wanting to avoid?
I guess we don't want to fight Onyx ID in the first round, because in my eyes they're the strongest team here, and Team Liquid as well. So wouldn't want to fight these two in the first round, but you're gonna fight all of them eventually, and we want to play versus them because we always have struggled against Indonesian and Filipino teams in the world stage. So we want to prove that we can beat them.
He wants to prove that they can beat the Indonesian and Filipino representatives. All right, thank you, Kid Bomba. Did anything happen in the, the group stages that were a little, what happened there? Like maybe upsets, like what happened to Mythic, Aurora, Onyx PH? Did any of that surprise you?
I'm not that surprised that SRG is in the lower bracket, like last year. but they're still a very strong team. I'm not underestimating them. SRG is very strong. What else? I thought Onyx ID would win versus Team Liquid, but they lost, unfortunately. So yeah, that's the only thing that's like upsetting.
Okay,
Not
look.
upsetting, but like an upset.
Yeah, it's an upset, not upsetting. We gotta make that clear. I heard LaFell laugh really, really loud just then. So, do you think Spirit can pull off the same? Can you guys create upsets here on the world stage?
We hope so. We really hope so. The playoffs are gonna start in how many days? Couple days. So we will prepare for them. We will try our best, and yeah, just watch out for us.
Watch out for Team Spirit, because I think that's what people are kind of expecting coming through this. I don't think you're a dark horse. I think you've been granted the role of like contender. How does that make you feel?
I guess last Riyadh we could have already gotten that title since we got top 4 the year before that, but we finished top 12 that year. But now we got top 12 again, top 4 again, so we proved that we're pretty good, and now we want to prove it again, so let's just see what will happen. I also want to fight Aurora Turkey.
Aurora Turkey? Why? What's going on with Aurora?
Because my friend Tienzi is there.
Ah, your friend Tienzi's there. What about SRG? You know, you got Homeboys down. Do you want to complete your revenge arc against SRG?
I'd love to face CFU or SRG as well, but I don't know who's going to win that series, so...
No predictions?
No predictions.
No predictions. All right, so coming into the knockouts, is there any message that you want to send to the rest of the team later on?
Good luck, everyone. I'm not going to be overconfident yet.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So once again, congratulations, Kid Bomba. We'll see you in the knockouts. And we are going to throw it over back to our casters.
You know what, Gideon, let's congratulate ourselves because now Malaysia is the new Indonesia. SRG is the new RRQ. Because at this point, I feel like it's fair to say it. People don't even dare talk about anyone from Malaysia anymore. Hey, we win one time and now we're like this.
When do we suck? when did our fan base suck? I thought we were humble, and then we got that first international. They're like, yeah, we'll show the world how it's like to be on top, how to be humble and be on top. But hey, regardless, it's been a good time. And honestly, I got to shout out to the EECA as a region. Best interviews through and through. Virtus Pro Pluto and I mean Kid Bomba, they always give banger interviews.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything either.
Hey.
They've convinced me enough to not say anything.
That's a good thing. Yeah. Shut up and talk.
I'll just shut up and talk.
Oh boy. I mean, in this game alone, right, it definitely feels like Homeboys, they took a very risky gamble with the composition that they ended up with in game number 2, and Team Spirit took full advantage. But I think the scariest part about them, as soon as those first couple of Lords come out, you can feel like that impending doom, right? They're ending this game with like an 11, about 12k lead.
It was a very similar situation to game number 1. Mind you, it reached another 12k gold lead, so that doesn't look too good. I'm choosing my words very, very, very...
Malaysia's the new Indo.
Yeah, I'm choosing my words. That didn't look too good, but...
Indo, you need to step up.
Yeah, they still have a lower bracket. So, Homeboys, but that's against Onyx, so I'm not going to say anything again.
Let's check the match MVP of this one. It's going to be...
It better be.
Hold on.
Hiko!
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He's good. Let's not question it.
I would say, like, considering his performance in game number 1, I can kind of see it happening, right? Personally, for me, I would probably say one shot in this because in both matches he played a strong game, but Hiko definitely is like an absolute rock because we haven't seen him lose a lane just yet, and even when pressure is applied towards him, his item builds really reflect his game IQ, and not to mention his just gold management overall.
Yep. This guy, he seemed too reliable on the gold lane.
Too reliable. Maybe just a little bit less reliable would be great.
They need not put too much attention on him anymore. He still got to manage everything, and in the late game, did what was expected of him for his team.
Kids, be like Hiko. Don't gamble. Be sturdy and straight.
And now we got to look at the groups here just to see how things have been shaking up. This is going to be pretty interesting because, like Bomba said, even he doesn't want to predict anything. SRG OG going up against CFU Gaming, a rematch in a sense. Onyx ID going up against Virtus Pro, where Onyx ID, we heard from Kibomba as one of the strongest teams, and now Virtus Pro as well, even though they came from the wild cards, they definitely look very, very strong.
Yeah. I'm still looking at SRG versus CFU though.
I don't know. This is a repeat of like M6
Yeah.
all over again.
I mean,
We
I don't know. I'm nervous. Even I don't want to see anything.
How many super plays can Innocent pull off against this team before they're like, when do we let it happen? Are we just letting this happen? Are we just, giant TikTok reels on a stick?
That SOD, can it happen again? I don't know, but
Hey, just ban Moskov. Yeah, now we're looking at Group B here, and Aurora Gaming going up against Team Flash. Good luck, Team Flash. And then the Homeboys going up against Onyx Philippines. Good luck, Homeboys. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Group B, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
because of the upsets that have happened, it really kind of changes the dynamic of how this group works. But regardless, seeing both RRQ and as well as Team Spirit move on is already a really good accomplishment. At least RRQ don't have to worry about getting grouped. Team Spirit looking to not only take top 4, but go a little bit beyond.
Okay, I'm gonna be second batch tomorrow, so let's look at the schedule. I want to see what matches I'm gonna be looking at. We're starting with SRG and CFU, and then Onyx against VP. Okay.
Hey, at least you can wave off Flash SG.
Yeah.
So it's Group A first and then Group B. So we'll follow that
I
order.
think Team Spirit is Homeboys, but other than that,
Yeah, other than that, it's fine.
See, even the production don't dare to touch Malaysia.
They're like, no. They're cursed. Their fans are whack.
That's just not okay.
I like that now it's basically canon. Don't touch Malaysia. The players don't dare do it. Casters don't dare do it. Production don't dare do it. Hey. We won one time, and now we conquer the world. Either way, that's it for us, folks. I hope you guys had fun. We kind of did. This is Brigida. This is Gideon. My name is Afel. Tomorrow's going to be amazing matches, depending on which team you guys are supporting, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
you.